chat, hold on.
I'm just here to do what I do best, and that's go ahead and deliver to the people, the audience, and the fandom of what exactly is transpiring right now
Shalik,
in
she
Sacramento.
always got her little shit going on.
I'm just here to do what I do best, and that's go ahead and deliver to the people, the audience, and the fandom of what exactly is transpiring right now in Sacramento, California. Now, rapper PQ 3300 would be involved in the incident that would ultimately end up leaving him in a vegetative state.
Damn.
After eating at a Mexican restaurant right before you head on to the intersection
It
of
look like a Chevy.
Franklin and Broadway before heading on to the 99 going south. Now, it is rumored that PQ 3300 would be eating at this Mexican restaurant in hopes of a peace treaty. Now, there's been a lot of red on red going on in regards to the Norteños and the Norteños. So, this meeting was allegedly to peace treaty, to come to a peace treaty
Tore his ass
in
up.
regards to the Norteño and the Norteño.
Straight murdered that nigga.
Now, many are going to get it misconstrued as in, I'm talking about the Bloods and the Norteños. No, this is specifically between the Norteños and the different Norteños, hoods, and
What's the
cliques
deal?
that
What's
they
the
got going on in
deal?
Sacramento. Now, I'm not too familiarized with the politics in Sacramento regarding the Mexican politics because I am very not, I'm not knowledgeable in that aspect.
It's Jalik,
In that field.
the Bay Area
When I
gossip
heard a
girl.
rapper PQ 3300, it was literally
PQ
the
just
day
got
after
killed.
the
I don't even know
incident,
who this
and a
is,
lot
but I
of
guess he
people
a
were
big little
messaging me
rapper.
on Instagram,
Norteño up
writing me
north.
on YouTube, and commenting
Jalik, the only time I
about
know
me
about her is when she on No
covering the
Jumper.
story.
I,
Now,
I
I
ain't
was
never even
hesitant
knew
on
she do
covering the
this.
story because, like I said, I know absolutely nothing
But the
about Mexican
Norteños out there up
politics.
north
When
tearing
it
each
comes
other
to
up.
that field, I am
And it's
not
summertime, so you gotta
knowledgeable. I
expect it.
lack
It's
basic
gonna be bodies all the
comprehension in
time,
regards
especially when
to
you gang banging.
understanding anything.
People gonna try to make moves in
But
the
what I
summertime.
can do is tell
Look at his
y'all
whip, though.
that I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all know what I've been
Look at they
hearing.
tore up his whip
I'm not
like
gonna
this. Look at
say
his
if
whip.
it's factual or if it's not. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you guys what's going on, what's being said, and it's up to the people, the audience, the
Look at
fans,
his
the
whip.
fandom to decipher what's really transpiring, what this really could be. Now, rapper PQ 3300 would be left in a vegetative state.
These
Many
in.
blogs will pick it up and say that he would actually have passed on. It's still unclear if he passed on or not, but a man would be arrested in connection to this either attempted homicide or homicide, and he will be booked on firearm charges and attempted homicide charges. And after
Yeah,
conducting
that's
my
some
own
shit.
analysis, I'll go ahead and tell you guys that I think that he's still here. He has not passed on, and he's just on life support. And like I said, many
Shit.
are saying that he's in a vegetative state.
Exactly.
Now, they will go ahead and arrest a man from Del Paso Heights who goes by the hood name Thang Number 4. I'm not familiar
Thing
with
number
who he
4.
is or who he's affiliated with.
How you get
what
caught?
exactly the politics are between him and rapper PQ 3300. But I will go ahead and tell you guys what the people have been saying. Now, rumor on the street is there was some static, allegedly, behind a female, but that's still
Oh
not clear.
shit.
Another narrative that was thrown out there was that he was actually eating at this Mexican restaurant to stop the red on red, that was actually transpiring in the city of Sacramento. And like I said, red
I
on
didn't even
red,
know
Norteños
Norteños could beef with each
Norteños
other.
has nothing to do
I
with
never even heard
race.
that.
So they said that PQ 3300 would actually be eating at a Mexican restaurant. Someone would actually notice he was there,
Wow.
make a phone call, and they would follow him, and then that's when it would take place at the intersection of Franklin and Broadway, right before you get onto the 99 heading south.
Oh wait.
Now, I'm gonna be honest with you guys here. I'm very familiarized with this area.
Wow.
Okay, so the fact that this happened around 12 or 1 o'clock, and it was at that, it was right after leaving that Mexican restaurant, and a lot of people were speculating that Northerners would be behind this. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yes, a man from Del Paso Heights who goes by the alias uh uh Fame Foe. I can't even remember. Fame number 4. He would be booked, but a lot of people are saying that he may be false claiming a skit. Now, in regards to me saying skit, I'm saying this incident, like involving these specific individuals. Now, a lot more than one person would be involved, obviously. But like I said, 4 people would be arrested, 3 would be let go, 1 would remain incarcerated, and PQ 3300 would remain on life support in a vegetative state. Now, this is what they're saying. Now, I'm not getting on here trying to say this is the facts, you heard it here first, whatever the case may be, because I really don't know. I don't cover Mexican politics. I don't even pay attention to anything that's transpiring in Sacramento, but this has been an interesting topic to cover because of the individuals involved and the individuals that may allegedly be involved, and the fact that the suspect may not really be the suspect. Now, it's a lot of he say, she say going on, a lot of hearsay. So with us bloggers, content creators, aspiring journalists, media personalities, we kind of know based off what the information that's being fed to us, and we have to do our best to decide what is factual and what's not. So most of the time, our information is not going to be 100% accurate. This is a very tragic situation, just due to the fact that
I never knew they could beef with each other. I didn't know North Daniels could beef with each
and,
other. I ain't never heard of that.
I don't know, a lot of people said that he was known for trolling and whatever he put out into this university, what you get back. I'm not here to say what he's been doing because I don't know what he's been doing. That's not up to me to decide if, this situation or whatever transpired was justifiable. Now, where he was located, where he was found and where this incident took place would be in an area known to be basically where a lot of people from Oak Park and Frank Loan would hang. So a lot of rumors were that Frank Loan was involved. Now, if Frank Loan was involved, that would make a lot more sense than them saying somebody from the Heights was involved, just due to the simple fact that I don't see why they would go to that specific restaurant to do a peace treaty unless they were doing a peace treaty with Frank Loan. You know what I'm saying? That would make a lot more sense. But why would they go to this specific restaurant to conduct a peace treaty just for them to turn around and backdoor do it? You know what I'm saying? Now, that could be one of the things. But they're saying that Fame number 4 was basically politicking behind a female, allegedly, I don't know. Or another narrative that was put out there was the fact that Fame number 4 and PQ 3300 had a lot of static, especially with where they were from. But they're both from the North area. One's from Del Paso Heights, one is from Northgate, I believe. And they said that might have played a role. But again, like I said, in this area, in this specific area, it just wouldn't make sense why this rapper that raps the way that he raps would be in this area eating at this restaurant where he felt comfortable. Out of all of the Mexican restaurants in Sacramento, dude could have picked a different restaurant. I'm just going to be honest with you. But the peace treaty thing kind of sounds a little bit more believable if they were up with someone that was on the other side of their fence in that area. But again, like I said, I don't know. It's a lot of hearsay going on. I didn't get hip to dude until the day after the incident. And it was a lot of rumors being speculated, a lot of things being said. And, family and friends were very, very, very quiet on the internet, so it was hard for anybody to decipher what was really transpiring. I was able to come across a couple of his friends' posts. Some were, waiting outside of UC Davis. Some were
fucked up.
outside of UC Davis because he would be transported over.
I never heard of him. That's crazy. You be in the same state as these people, but just because they Bay Area up north, we don't even hear their music down here. They don't even play their stuff on the radio.
So basically they would say like, this was supposed to be a peace treaty that actually was that has gone wrong. So Sacramento is
Yeah, that's
the
fucked up.
capital
They
of
tore
that
his
borough.
whip up.
Okay. Now, if you're a rapper, any aspiring rapper, I'm gonna just go ahead and tell you guys this, especially coming out of Sacramento, please leave the city. Okay. No point of peace treaty. No point of trying to
See, that's what I
reconcile
said.
and try to make
Man, I'm gonna run
amends.
that back.
Whether it was
Jalik just
bloodshed
said
or
it.
not.
There ain't no point of peace treaty and ain't no point of reconciling. If y'all already got beef, don't even meet up for what? Look at this shit. Look at this shit. How the hell you gonna start? You gonna go for a peace treaty and then niggas follow you and wet your shit up? What's the point? Why'd you even take a chance to peace treaty? I mean, peace treaty, you can leave that in the streets. We ain't gotta meet up nowhere, nigga. The fuck you mean? Man, please. This is how you get hit. You delivered yourself.
Okay. No point of peace treaty. No point of trying to reconcile and try to make amends. Whether it was bloodshed or not, it's just, especially with Northanian politics and even with black politics, they all coincide in a very odd way. So I would just advise everybody to just do their one too. If you're gonna be a rapper, be a rapper. You know what I'm saying? It's no point in even trying to reconcile or whatever the case may be, or peace treaty, however you guys want to phrase this. You know what I'm saying? It's irrelevant. If you're a rapper and you're doing what you're doing, you need to just go ahead and rap. And I heard Bill was a father. You know what I'm saying? You gotta remember, a lot of people between the age of 25 and 35, they are fathers or they're about to be fathers, and they're aspiring rappers, and they have a buzz in their city. When they do, it's time to leave, flee, go, leave. Like, it's no point in even looking back.
Yeah.
You have kids to come home to. You have a bigger picture. You have an ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to make it out the hood.
Yep.
Not look back at it. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and always remember where you came from. But it's no point in proving anything to anyone in Sacramento or in your hometown, wherever you may be from listening to this video, because you're not going to get anywhere. Especially in Sacramento. Anytime there's a rising artist in Sacramento and they're involved in any type of politics, something bad happens.
Yeah.
It's the Sacramento curse. Unfortunately,
Sac must be small.
There'll be some rappers. It's not even unfortunate. Luckily, these rappers were able to break out of that Sacramento curse, and they were able to prosper in their careers. For instance, like someone like Miles. You know what I'm saying? He's still caught up in the Sacramento curse, but he didn't fall victim to it because he left. Now, his infrastructure and his affiliates may have fell victim to it, but he didn't. Okay?
Yeah, because he didn't stay in the hood. That's the point. Once you make it, why would you post in the hood?
Now, his affiliates and his infrastructure may have fell victim to it.
There's no reason to post in the hood when you made it. This is the perfect example. You get smacked down trying to go back and just pay homage to what? You don't owe nobody nothing, especially when you own.
Now,
you did the work. They didn't.
Like I said, if you're from Sacramento and you're an aspiring artist, and especially looking at past situations regarding up-and-coming artists out of Sacramento, nothing good has come from it. They either end up incarcerated or they end up passing on. As of right now, it looks like rapper PQ 3300 is still hanging on, and he's hanging on. So, he's fighting really hard. I don't see a homicide charge on Fame Number Foe's booking log.
No, it won't be a homicide until he actually died.
And I'm gonna go ahead and go
like, it's pending right now. If this dude die right here, then yeah, old boy get the murder. But
he is in a vegetative state.
Yeah, you can't charge him with murder unless he's dead. So until then, it's attempted. If he kicked the bucket, then yeah, it's gonna turn. Like, I don't care if court's still going on. You finna go to trial. If he dies, it'll start all over. You'll have to start all over, and your charges turn to murder.
And learn from it, and hopefully
that's a fact.
To come out of this, but he would be injured in his like the wound would come through his head, to his head. I don't even know. Basically, the infliction would be to his head. And,
yeah, they'll shoot headshots.
It's still unclear. It's still unclear. I can't even really get too much into detail because I don't know. Like I said, they're saying it was red on red. It was a bad go. It was supposed to be a peace treaty. I really don't know.
So why you talk about it?
Nobody knows. You know what I'm saying? Except the people that were all there, the people that were at the restaurant, the people that were there when the incident transpired. So, you
Man,
know,
I wonder how many shots
I
went
really
off.
hope that everybody
'Cause
can
this looked like
learn
6 went
from
through
the
his
situation
window.
and can kind of see the bigger
About
picture.
6 shots.
And, you know, I don't want to send my condolences because I don't know if he's passed on or not. But if he hasn't passed on, I really, 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 really hope he can pull through because it will be just such a tragedy to watch somebody else lose their life who was an up and coming artist. And, you know, yeah, it just would be a tragedy because it's like Sacramento can't
1, 2,
ever
3,
have
4,
a
5. I
momentum
counted it quick.
because as soon as
Oh, it's one
Sacramento
more in
has
the
a
door panel.
momentum,
7.
you know,
So
something
that's
like this
7.
happens. And then
They
it's
shot
like
him through the
when
door
Lou
panel
passes on,
and
or when
6
he's,
through the
you know, hanging
windows.
on to his life, then everybody wants to start
It
engaging
was 7
with
shots
this
total.
individual, following this individual, playing this
It's 9 shots in a
individual music.
9.
Why do y'all wait until it gets like this
10
to
if you
do
got
something?
one in the head.
You know what I'm saying? You
So
know, I'm just
they
saying, you
damn near
know,
bust that whole clip at
cherish
him.
and admire up and coming, aspiring rappers while you guys can because you just never know, especially when they're playing the field, you just never know. And, you know, I'm just here to do what I do best. And I will be back to go ahead and update the people, the fandom, the audience, and what exactly transpired and what may be transpiring behind the scenes still, and update you guys on the current suspect being housed at Sacramento County Main Jail. Until then, I'm just going to do what I do best. So I'm officially resting my case.
Champ, you ain't finna do nothing.
From the activists.
I don't know if y'all know about this, but LA downtown,
Yeah, we didn't get there early.
man, they was pressing people.
Get there maybe halfway through so you can hear the second half of the speeches.
Yeah, it was been going down downtown LA. Dude got ran over by the Fed police car. On me, that was on one of my videos today. You check out my catalog. Dude got ran over by the feds taking his folks downtown Fashion District.
TikTok issues. Oh.
That'd have been a good clout move. I didn't even think about it. I really didn't even think about it. But I could have drove downtown LA though.
CF1692, Atlantis.
Megan Newport and Ian Vance Kazan up here for the state.
Jason Filling and Anthony Cotton on behalf of Maxwell Anderson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you had a nice lunch. Hasn't started raining yet.
Ain't nobody outside, Ebony.
Left out with that time.
Why y'all keep barking? It must be somebody close doing something. Yeah, get your big self out the camera. Let me see.
Tonight, clashes in the streets of downtown LA as armed federal agents take multiple people into custody during a series of immigration enforcement.
Got him, coach.
Tonight, clashes in the streets of downtown LA as armed federal agents take multiple people into custody during a series of immigration enforcement raids.
The sweep's drawing harsh criticism from state and local leaders as local law enforcement making clear they were not involved. Good evening, I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin. We have live team coverage on this Friday night. Lindsay Pena is in downtown LA. Gil Levis is in the sky as protesters march, and State Assembly member Isaac Bryan is standing by in studio with his thoughts on a heated day of action.
We begin here at 7 o'clock with Chris Wolf outside the Metropolitan Detention Center with
Ooh,
the
wee.
latest details on the immigration enforcement actions throughout the day. Chris.
Yeah, Micah and Cher, unrest obviously continues tonight over the immigration sweep today. These ICE raids, much of downtown LA is closed off. We are near the detention center where a lot of the
Hit that like button,
rounded
subscribe
up
if you ain't
today have
subscribed.
been transported. Crowds are gathering all throughout this area and outside the federal building. Law enforcement personnel in riot gear are keeping a close watch on the tense atmosphere. They've been firing rubber bullets and pepper spray for crowd control at times. As I said, we are near
What's the deal? What's the deal?
Detention center where a lot of the people who were
Talking about downtown, man. The feds was riding over people and ran over a dude on a bike, ran over a dude. He was under the car.
Tear gas, flashbangs, angry crowds, and heavily armed and armored U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents marked a volatile Friday in the heart of Los Angeles during a series of immigration sweeps. Agents swarmed into at least 3 locations looking for suspected immigration law violators. The blowback was fast and fierce, with some protesters jumping from law enforcement vehicles to prevent them from moving. They did need to bring in some backup here. KTLA was in the air and on the ground during the immigration enforcement firestorm. Footage shows federal agents chasing people in the parking lot of a Home Depot in the Westlake district, not far from downtown Los Angeles. Individuals often gather at home improvement stores looking for temporary work opportunities with customers. Another raid unfolded at a clothing store along Town Avenue in the Fashion District, where agents hauled off multiple workers in handcuffs, loading them into vans, as other agents in riot gear clashed with onlookers in what could be described as a tense standoff. Immigration rights advocates joined the showdown, using megaphones at times to speak to garment industry workers, telling them to avoid signing any paperwork or speaking.
Look at all them white
federal
boys.
agents.
Man, that was the most white people in downtown LA I ever saw.
Unparalleled
I
crackdown
swear
on
before
illegal
God.
immigration. Another ICE raid
I ain't
Friday
never
targeted
seen that
what
many
appears
white
to
people
be
downtown
a phony
LA.
warehouse
Ever.
or possibly corporate headquarters building
Not been here
in the
40
South
of them.
Los Angeles
I ain't
area.
never seen them
Since
down
this
there like
happened
that.
today and no one was notified, will this be tomorrow? Will it be next week? Will it be next month? It's that sense of uncertainty, fear, and anxiety that is created.
Hit that like button,
See
subscribe if you
when
ain't
this
subscribed.
happens.
It's Neptune Lagoon. You know I'm always talk that
Back
LA-ish.
here live where CHP officers have shut down the 101
Anything
freeway through this
LA,
area.
I am that
Aliso Street
department,
and Los
that
Angeles Streets.
depot.
Again, a very tense situation continues over today's immigration sweeps. Mayor Bass says she will be meeting with immigrant advocates and the LAPD chief next week to formulate a plan of action moving forward. We will have much more on this breaking and
Shut up. You is not getting off that chain. Be chewing on my shoes, wires. You be doing wild stuff. You guaranteed on the chain. I don't care what
Thank
you cry
Chris.
about.
From the
Get
ground
your
to
booty
sky,
out the
Gil
screen.
Davis overhead as protesters march following today's ICE actions.
All right, Gil, how does it look out there? It looks like they're starting to dissipate just a little bit from earlier.
Yeah, just a little bit, and they backed away from.
You
the
need to
building
find where you
itself
finna go.
Because the federal officers that are inside the building came out with some pepper spray, some rubber bullets, and some pepper ball rounds that were firing at the crowd as the crowd were throwing items at those officers. You can see that there's a lot of tagging going on, a lot of items that were pushed to that entrance. So this is the back entrance of the Roy Ball Federal Courthouse. And you can see the group here in the street. They pushed back quite a bit. Let me come up to the right here where Chris Wolf was just a second ago. As I zoom in here, you can see this just happened. This is LAPD's field force.
Damn.
And they
I didn't see this part.
A help call from those federal police. That,
I seen when the
needed
feds
call
ran
out
over
the
that
first
Mexican
started.
dude,
Now, we did
and
see
then they went
several
back to
rounds
back
of,
and ran over a
pepper
dude
balls
on a
shot
bike
at the crowd at
and
that
kept
point.
it pushing.
The crowd running
I was
back
like,
away
that's
from
a
the
hit and
building.
run.
The building being tagged at that point, and then we still see these protesters throwing items into that entrance area. And when they do get close, we do see the federal police coming out and using their pepper spray to spray at the crowd. That's the latest overhead up at Sky 5. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Gil, thank you. From the air to the ground, Lindsay Pena has reaction for us tonight. Lindsay.
Yeah, that's right. We're just down the street from
Hit that like button, subscribe if you ain't subscribed.
Around the corner from the federal building.
This is the ICE raids from downtown LA today.
And then subsequent march a little bit earlier. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of that.
Then they had riots. Then they had a big old protest walk.
Happening during the march, but most of that rally was peaceful. A lot of people coming out in support of those who were taken into custody during the raids today. We were actually able to talk to one woman who says her husband was one of those people.
Damn.
He was taken into custody at a Home Depot in Westlake. Now, she tells me she was able to see him for just a few minutes earlier today. She had to tell her 2 young daughters their father won't be home tonight.
I explained to her when we picked her up from school with my sister, you know, that I've been talking to her every day about this, so she kind of knows. I told her I don't know what we're gonna do, but we're gonna be okay. You know, we don't have a big family, but we have my sister, my brother-in-law, and you know, with that we're gonna be okay and stick together and try to get him. If he is able to get released here, then that's great. If not, then you know, work hard and try to see how we could keep the family together. All they're doing is
Yeah, I mean, I feel him, but it's some illegal. If your people did something illegal, I can't really go to bat for you. Cause if I do something illegal, they gonna come get me, and then I go to jail. They come get you. You going back to where you came from. It's only so I don't know. If you hear illegal, I don't know what it is to be illegal. So I really don't. Maybe I don't grasp it like how everybody else do. But I don't understand. You know.
Now we were also able to talk
I don't
with
know,
the local
man.
assembly members who represents this
It just I don't got a dog in the fight.
He tells me that he is outraged about what took place here in Los
I don't even know
Angeles.
what to
We'll
say.
hear from him later tonight as
I just know your
more from
grandparents
that
did something
mother
illegal.
who is waiting to see
Even though y'all was
what
born
will
over here,
happen to her
I really don't know what to
For now,
say.
we are live in downtown LA. Lindsay Penn, KTLA 5 News. Back to
Okay,
the studio.
yeah, Lindsay, thank you. With more on the raids, we're joined by California State Assembly member Isaac Bryan. Isaac, thanks for being with us. Let's start with the basics. Your reaction to what you saw. I understand you were downtown today.
I'm mortified. I'm embarrassed for our country. I'm ashamed for our federal leaders.
So he's black and
I'm
Hispanic.
hopeful still because Los Angeles has rallied together. The people of California are rallying
Yeah, he's black and
together.
Hispanic,
In times of
so
crisis,
he's the
we
perfect
love each other,
mix.
And this is a crisis.
Perfect
a crisis
mix.
that didn't have to happen.
So he's
federal
the
government deciding to
Al
act
Sharpton
on the people of Los Angeles instead of solving the
for
tough
right
problems
now.
that are being created by their economic insecurity.
You're not getting off the chain. I don't give a damn what you do.
Actually posted on X that David Huerta was.
Oh, I know what I could do. I could put some more weight on it. I think every day he getting stronger.
Tell us a little bit more about.
But what he won't be doing is walking around my house. That's what he's not doing.
What went down today with David Huerta, who is the president?
You could cry for 2 days straight.
SCRU.
You gonna stay on there for 3.
David Huerta isn't just a friend and mentor to me. He's a friend and mentor literally to thousands. He organizes workers who clean and protect commercial spaces in Los Angeles. He has cared about the most vulnerable in Los Angeles and in the United States his entire life. He's been honored and recognized by previous presidential administrations. He was observing and documenting what was happening today because that's what happens when you hear of a crisis on the ground. You go towards that crisis and make sure people are protected and safe. And in the meantime, he was brutally taken down to the ground. He had his head smashed against a curb. Ironically, part of the video that was left out by the feds releasing their version of the video, they left out the brutality that sent him to the hospital where he remained detained until just a few hours ago where he was released from the hospital but still in ICE custody.
U.S. Attorney Bill Saley of the Central District, which includes Los Angeles, has indicated on social media that David Huerta was actually blocking access to federal agents trying to carry out the raid. And that precipitated all of what you described. Your reaction to that?
Cops lie about obstruction all the time. ICE agents lie even further. That means he did nothing wrong, and you can't think of a single reason to hold him, so you came up with the most bogus charge that you could. He will be released. We will demand that he be released. We will organize until he's released. He will go home, but this didn't have to happen. And I don't know what the state of his health is after being slammed to the ground like that. This did not have to happen. This is wrong. We have to do all that we can to push back. And I'm praying for the 45 other people who have been detained unjustly. And we have no idea what kind of bruises they had because they're not influential labor leaders, but every bit as much important to me and all of the people in the streets of Los Angeles right now.
Yeah, you posted on X, again, you're very active on X today about this, saying that when they come for Los Angeles, that's when we stand up and show what true solidarity looks like. So talk to us about what solidarity looks like and what is your call to action for people watching.
I think it's kind of crazy that they would execute this kind of raid in Los Angeles the same day the president is talking about withholding our own tax dollars from us, right? Instead of helping the 1 in 8 Americans who live in California, they're demonizing our state and attacking our people. That is when we rally together. We rallied together after the LA fires and during the fires, and we provided mutual aid and resources for people who need it. Now seeing our brothers and sisters unjustly detained, terrorized, and scared, we will step up. We're tired of seeing our kids in our schools detained. We're tired of being afraid. If all you have to do is attack folks at Home Depot, then you're not doing a great job of governing this country.
You also called this brutality, saying that if you're black or brown, you are the target of this administration. Mayor Bass saying today the raids were spreading terror. Is that
spreading terror? Yeah, the motherfucker trying to get up out of there.
No, it's calling them out on the line. They said they're going after
Trump.
criminals. But there are no criminal charges against even folks like David Barrett. The obstruction, that's the criminality from a guy who's on the Epstein files, according to his longtime friend Elon Musk. There's real criminality happening in this country. It's not the everyday people who are working to provide a meal for their family, working to try to build the American dream that we've promised to those who have needed safety, refuge, and asylum around the world. This is pathetic. This is not strength. This is weak. We can do better.
You just mentioned the administration saying that they are going after criminals. This, as an AP poll in April, found that 46% agree with the president's handling of immigration, and less than half say the deportations have gone too far. So, your response to the president and those poll numbers?
Well, it sounds like a majority did not agree with the president's decision, unless 46 is more than half, and I'm getting my math wrong. This president is switching policies every single day. There's nothing consistent about him other than his Twitter fingers will be working, and he will attack anybody who criticizes him, even folks who have donated hundreds of millions to his campaign. But we also know that he will chicken out of any serious policy discussions. We have work to do, but that work starts in everyday communities. It starts here at home, and it starts in the communities of Los Angeles.
You see a live picture now of the Roosevelt Federal Building. We have been describing protesters that were trying to gain entry into what looks like the ground floor parking area. They were met with less lethal rounds. LAPD was called in to provide assistance for the folks there, the federal officers at Roybal.
Ain't no assistance. How you going to assist?
What do you make of what you see? I mean, a large number of people that were
the dumb thing they did was
dispersed, but
get injured trying to fight the police, and then get arrested, and then you be one of the ones that get deported too. That was dumb.
Justify the harm that you want to inflict on California.
And then this dude just said 46 seems like a little bit less, more than half. Yeah, I got my math wrong. Yes, you got your math wrong.
Many states across this country.
It says 54% agree with what's going on. 46% don't.
And they want to justify it. And that's why they are terrorizing the people of our community.
So what you're saying is the Americans are in favor of this. That's what they just told him. And he trying to fight the poll numbers.
Sanctuary state.
You want to start talking about Twitter fingers.
Now, but how does that clarification play into what steps are taken?
I have never known sanctuary to be a bad term. That is where you go for refuge and safety. It's a religious term at its core because you were always allowed to go to religious institutions in times of crisis. That just means the people of LA have a right to be safe, and our state and our city will do everything they can to keep them safe. I am sorry, Los Angeles, that your city leaders and your state leaders, we could not stop this federal administration from terrorizing us today.
You can't. It's the law. That's like saying, we're sad we can't fight the courts on their decision of it. You're sad. Come on, man. When the court is in your favor, you're not sad. But when the court's against you, now you're sad. It's like, man, take your lick.
Federal property. And
this is the time of life to where you're gonna have to take your lick. So if you're part of this generation, it just is what it is. Then the next president might make something to where they can come back. But for right now, he trying to get man, this shit going on. And with that community comes a lot of gangs. A lot of gangs come out of their community. More than enough.
That were played earlier in today's coverage, right? The folks who don't know what to do, the children who are afraid to go to school, the folks who were injured today by ICE and by police brutality, those are lasting scars. That is lasting trauma. Graffiti is not at all my concern. And I was in those streets. I saw nothing but people rallying and chanting.
So what does that say right there? Fuck ICE police. It says,
as we wrap this up on
dead.
What you have to say to the people that are protesting and what you have to say to the government.
So I mean, I didn't see any graffiti. You can see they just wrote. It say fuck ICE right there.
For all people in California,
they hit up fuck ICE.
Stand. We have to organize and mobilize. And that is exactly what Los Angeles and Californians
this
are known
over
to
here
do.
say fuck the police, DA, whatever else. This said fuck ICE.
Thank you for
Come on, man. That wasn't there before. They tripping, man. You can fight the law all you want, but I ain't never seen nobody beat the law, especially the federal law. Just like in federal law, you're not. They don't. Federal law says we ain't even supposed to be buying weed. Your state allows you to buy weed and have cannabis shops and stuff like that. But on the federal level, the feds still haven't approved marijuana. So they can come to California whenever they want, whenever
Take a look at this. Another brazen crime committed.
whenever they want to, they could stop in LA and say, bam, we went on a federal level. This new president says there's no weed nowhere in the US. You know what they're gonna do? Just like ICE. They're gonna come to California, raid. They're gonna bust down every fucking shop. Cause it's gonna be on a federal level illegal. It's still illegal. But they could do it whenever they want to. So I don't see how you can't fight no feds. You can't help the feds. You can't do nothing with the feds. You just got to deal with it. So, I mean, what is you going to do? What are you really going to do? I mean, you can't. I'm lost for words right there. But I wanted to show y'all something, too, to where I seen some stuff that really had me disturbed. And I'm glad it popped up. In my algorithm now, since I'm a partner with YouTube, they like I said, I don't get no commercials no more. I can go straight to content, and they give me top of the notch streamers that just automatically just come on my smart TV or my phones. So I came into this dude DW documentary, and I found out, like, from back in slave days and stuff like that, these people are selling skulls on a black market. And not only is it lucrative, some are illegal. But the funny thing about it is the human skulls aren't the illegal things. They not even tripping like the feds, they not tripping off the human skulls. But they tripping off seashells and the decorations on them. Because I guess what they cover the mask with on these skulls, it's endangered species, like rare, and they using these rare fish or whatever with the seashells and whatever. I think it was something else that was on there, but it's some animals that we ain't seen before. But it's so few of them, people is killing them and putting them on skulls as decoration and deities to their ancestors and stuff like that. And Europeans, as always, took the skulls that black people had in their homes as talking to their ancestors, as you see these faces right here. This is what a lot of Haitians do. They have a room, they have their deities, they make their sacrifices, they got their bones, they got their voodoo, they do their chants. Okay, this is the type of stuff to where they have as their ancestors as deities. So with that being said, you know what people do when they decorate. They're gonna use the rarest, the shells and whatever rocks or whatever they have on there because they trying to make that deity they best, like giving them their best offering, their best work. So we gonna get into this, and if y'all can handle this, you can. It ain't gonna be like no live, you know what I mean? But you will be seeing people getting headshot bullets from way back in the day. Like I said, way back in slavery days. It is not illegal to sell human skulls. So that's what we finna watch. Because real black Haitians, voodoo, and all that, they have those deities. They make a room. They make a whole shrine about it. My people, my ancestors, that's what they did. They chant, put the white all over their body, paint, and just, you know what I mean? Act like they be running around with bushes. Like it'll be part of a show to where they get inside the bush and then it just moves around like nobody's supposed to be in it. Like, it's crazy, man. I ain't seen some shit with my folks. That shit low-key, it didn't scare me, but I was just like, damn, that's what my ancestors really do? But like I said, it didn't feel uncomfortable to me. That's why I said, if you're not comfortable with something like that, you might want to push. Because they finna be selling African skulls like it ain't nothing. Like, for a fact, they finna sell African skulls like it ain't nothing. So check this out. And they're all gonna label them African or white. That's all it is. And they talking about the black. in slavery days, they was using the slaves as a what do you call that? To get information to see, you know, how Africans are stronger and how they think and what's their head size and what's the no. They was actually killing us for the purpose of science and doctor, like, so most of the stuff in the hospital that they do to save our lives is due to the scientists and the people using black African slaves as, you know, they'll rest in peace them, and then they'll dig all in their head, and that's how they got the anatomy and everything for medicine with black people. So we're gonna get into it. Watch, you'll see.
This is the beginning of a journey that will take us deep into a dark chapter of German history. It begins here at a market, where real human skulls are being sold.
What did you buy? I bought a human lower jaw. I already have parts of some skulls, but I was missing a jaw.
And look how happy he is. I found a lower jaw, and he's like a kid, like, yeah, I finally got it.
What stories can these bones tell? As we head to the market, we don't really know what to expect. It's just across the border in Belgium. We'd heard that human skulls are being sold here, some with a very questionable past. Once we arrive, we split up.
The first impression is overwhelming. Everywhere we look, there are dead creatures. It's surreal. And everything is for sale. The demand is high. Again and again, we see human skulls on display. Most visitors don't seem bothered. Buying bones and dead animals is normal at this market.
Man, they selling human skulls like it ain't nothing, like it's jewelry, and they swapping them out. And it's not illegal.
There are so many things you'd never see anywhere else. So many oddities. It's fascinating what you can
And it's
find.
all white people in there. Check out the demon, man. The white demon. Check him out. He happy to buy a human skull. Look at this shit.
Human skulls? Yeah, it's interesting, but it's not something I will buy. Why? I don't know, it's just
It don't feel right.
quite weird feeling.
Yeah, weird feeling. Thank you.
Skull in your home.
Like, that's
These were
cool.
once living people. You knew nothing about who they were. Would they
Yeah,
have
and if it ain't your
agreed to have their
people's,
bones
why do you
sold
have
like
that?
this? The trade in human skulls here is completely out
I
of
can
the
see if
open.
it's your
Nothing
people's.
seems off limits.
Why are you collecting this shit?
But where do they come from?
Look at all these white folks.
We're from First German TV broadcast.
These are the same white folks that used to watch lynchings and be clapping like, yeah, you caught that nigga.
Yes, a bit.
Where are they from?
Price tag on his head with some tape on it. With some goddamn tape on it.
Story behind these skulls?
Mostly you don't know.
Okay.
Mostly you don't know. You's a goddamn lie. You know where they came from.
Come from places far away.
From Togo.
Togo, Africa. Look at all these African skulls. And since they so old and ancient, you can't be violated. You can't go to jail because it's too many.
European powers ruled colonies, looted lands, and took what they wanted. Today, doing such things would be a crime. Could these be colonial skulls? I've heard a bit about this. Some museums are starting to return items like these. What's your view on that?
What's the deal? Hit that like button, subscribe if you ain't subscribed.
I've never seen a genuine African skull.
They selling African skulls in Germany,
Colonial origin.
and it's not illegal.
Sure, huge numbers of skulls were brought to Europe back then.
Brought to Europe.
But I'd say that proving a
The
specific
skulls
skull
were brought
comes
back
from
to
that
Europe.
context is really difficult.
The market market organizer also gives a vague answer when asked about colonial skulls. He insists they oppose racism and colonialism. We want to know more, so we continue our investigation undercover.
Maybe that way, the sellers will be more open about the origins of the skulls. And just minutes later, we discover something.
It's extremely nice and rare.
Get your booty out the screen.
Papua New Guinea child skull, and it's an ancestor skull. So, as you can see of the patina, it's a rare thing, it's a beautiful thing, and if you want, you can take a picture, and if it's not a surprise, you can ask him if he likes it.
Ask him if he...
1,950 euros, and without hesitation, he tells us where the bones come from.
Let's get to it then.
Europeans either trade them back in the day.
It's a child skull. They selling a child skull. That's craziness.
Just a few stalls down, it's the same story.
This one's African.
This one's African. Indonesian skull.
And that's the most rare.
This dealer also believes the skulls are likely from the colonial era. Back then, they were used for racist research practices.
So you to see the difference between the skulls. African was animal, European are blessed. So they want to prove, to show, check it's more like an ape than human. And, it's racist, but it was like that.
So they were seeing if we was part monkey, pretty much. He said they was seeing if the white head skulls look like the black skulls. And they were trying to see and say that we were more ape-like in skulls and stuff like that. He said real racist. They was killing them to see if they had more monkey skulls than a white person's skull. That's racist. That's to the max.
Legend, but it's African, and he has a bullet hole on the
with a bullet hole in his head. And it go up in price if they got a bullet hole from back in the day.
He has been shot. I think yes.
He said, I think yes. Shut your dumb ass
Shot
up.
in the head. Anything that makes a skull more interesting can drive up its price.
That's sad. That's
And then he
disrespectful.
wants to show us a piece from his personal collection.
And then they gonna say, pray to
His favorite.
Jesus. Yeah, I bet y'all had to pray to Jesus the way they was doing a fucking black man. You better pray what they talk about. You gonna get killed. That was pressure.
We
They,
don't want to show
the
photo
church
on
was the
screen.
first gang
A
members.
severed Maori head.
The
complete
church
with
is the
skin,
first gang
hair,
members.
Teeth.
Them niggas got
fully
skulls.
tattooed.
They got that brick baby stuff. I got skulls more than your face.
No, because it's the Maori want to the head come back to New Zealand.
They want it back. He knows full well that countries of origin are demanding their ancestors be returned. But he's also confident that his collection is safe at home.
Well, in the museum, this one is a private collection, so no problem.
They so happy to have African skulls. Like, what's so good about having an African skull? And it ain't even your people.
Severed heads, stolen remains, victims of violence. None of that is seen as a problem here. In fact, it helps with sales. But behind all this lies an even greater crime.
Look at the colonials.
In the age of empire,
Look at the
European
colonials.
powers,
Look at them white
including
folks.
Germany, occupied
They
foreign lands,
look at the black people.
calling them
Look at the black
colonies.
people pushing them.
They used brutal force to dominate local populations, seizing land and exploiting natural resources. And they brought back tens of thousands of skulls to Germany in the 19th and early 20th
Look at all them
centuries.
skulls.
They looted graves, driven by a ruthless hunger for trophies.
Trophies. Then look at the head count. That's them bodies. Look at these
In what is
niggas.
today Namibia,
Look at the
German
slaves.
troops carried out a genocide.
Look at the slaves.
Tens of thousands of Herero and Nama were systematically starved and killed.
Look at the chains
The
on
heads
them
of
niggas.
victims were severed, packed up, and shipped to Germany. All for German scientists who wanted to measure and study them. Their aim was to prove the supposed superiority of the white race. Scientific expeditions for museums were just as ruthless. People took whatever they wanted. That included elaborately decorated ancestral skulls from Papua New Guinea.
Man, ancestral skulls. That's war.
This man even filmed himself during the theft, posing with his loot for the camera.
Look at his smile on his
To
face.
this day, around 17,000 human remains are still stored in German museums and collections.
17,000 skulls. And none of them is white.
History, can it really be legal to trade in real human skulls? I go to the Museum of Nature in Hamburg to find out more.
Moin. Hi. Hallo dabei.
Daniel Bein conducts assessments for the Customs Authority. For example, determining whether natural specimens may legally be imported or sold. As a curator for the museum's biocultural collection, is a topic he knows firsthand. The museum itself featured a display case for these illegal goods.
Here in the display case, you can get a good sense of what we're dealing with.
Inside the case, there are confiscated seashells, taxidermied animals, and snakeskins.
That was some alligator dress shoes, high heels, boy. Them high heels for a female would be hard. That was real gator for sure, for
I tell
sure.
them 5 years in prison, 5,000 euros. Everything here was seized by customs.
Trading in many plants and animals, and also seashells like these, is subject to strict penalties under international law. But when it comes to human skulls, it's a different story.
To put it carefully, it's not automatically illegal to buy or sell a human skull.
That's fucked
and
up.
It's not necessarily prohibited
Necessarily.
to transport one across borders either.
So it sounds like trading human skulls is generally allowed. But
Wow.
what about skulls from colonial times?
Who approved that?
taken during acts of violence?
Who approved that law to not even make it a law
Photos of skulls
that
from
human
various parts of
skulls
the world.
is not illegal because y'all got a gang of them?
What about these? This is where things take a turn for the absurd.
That's why they so quiet. That's why they don't go back and forth with us in public. They know they people got skulls of us. Catholic Church, watch. The Vatican, I bet you they got thousands and thousands of black heads.
The problem isn't the skull, it's the shells.
If the shells can be clearly identified as a protected species, importing them is illegal.
But the skull itself is not protected. So remove the shells, and suddenly it's fine?
Basically, if push comes to shove, you can import the skull, but not the shells.
Wow.
Buying and selling those shells is banned. But when it comes to skulls, you need to prove a crime was committed, like theft or murder. And that's nearly impossible more than a century later. So for now, the trade continues. Michael Asselkinga from Cameroon is searching for skulls in Germany to return them to his homeland.
As he should.
Researcher is investigating if any skulls from
Hit that like button, subscribe if you ain't subscribed. We looking at all the African skulls that was collected by Germany and Europeans back in slavery days, and how it's not illegal to sell skulls, but it's illegal for them to be decorated with seashells of exotic animals. But they not tripping off the human skulls. It's legal.
Und es gibt Tage da, wo ich immer mal.
There are days when I just have to stop. It's too much.
Weil das war mir zu viel.
So far, he's identified 10 skulls from Cameroon. They date back to German colonial rule, a major success. In Cameroon, there are families who have
They buy it and sell it. They buying and selling African slaves' heads, and it's legal. But if they have a seashell on there of an endangered animal, That's what makes it illegal. But the skulls, you can travel anywhere, and they won't even ask you a question.
It's a kind of trauma, and some are starting to lose hope.
For many in Cameroon, ancestral skulls hold deep spiritual meaning and are an important part.
Yeah, they're your ancestors. That's how your people's raised, especially
Some
Haitians.
families keep them at home, displayed in special rooms.
See, I just told y'all that. Special rooms.
With the dead through these skulls in their homes. So those ancestral rooms.
He'll rewind that, because I was talking over it. He gonna tell you, the rooms are made specially for their ancestors. Give reverence to them. That they made to in the white world. They said we were making idols and shrines. No, when you go in the room and you have the skulls of your own family members, not collecting them to buy, sell, and trade, that's why they decorated them with rare items to make it beautified. You know what I mean? Why would you not offer the best for your ancestors? Because when your ancestors was coming up, them endangered species was not endangered. That's why it even holds even more meaning of its time. Because now it's illegal, but back then there was no such thing as the word illegal. They were living off God's earth. They took what they needed day by day and they lived. They didn't kill fish to sell fish to other men. That's what white people did. Vons, Ralph's, Food for Less, Kroger's, Walmart, Costco. Yeah, they said, okay, instead of letting everybody have action, we're gonna sew it all up and then we'll sell it. And then we'll make laws. We got the guns. What are they gonna do? We can just kill them and then save the skulls and send them back to Europe and Germany.
Skulls hold deep spiritual meaning and are an important part of daily life. Some families keep them at home, displayed in special rooms.
They communicate with the dead through these skulls in their homes. So those ancestral rooms, they're also sacred places.
Solche Anzimmer sind auch sakrale Orte.
We tell him about the market and show him how skulls from the colonial era are still being sold today.
Look at his face. He can't even absorb it right. You just stone face like, damn, y'all still
I
in.
still can't believe there are people today who are okay with doing something like this.
Ohne Probleme sowas tun. Es gibt gar
A skull like that, an ancestor's skull, is priceless. Yes, some people put a price on it.
Exactly. How you gonna put a price on
me,
it?
there is no price.
It's your people's.
There can't be a price.
Yeah, how is gonna be a price? That's your people's.
Because to you it's a person, not an object.
Yeah, it is. What you mean? This ain't no trophy. This ain't no.
His humanity should be recognized.
Shit, yeah, he was a person. What the fuck?
But this human dignity counts for little. Not today and certainly not back then. For Mikael Aselkinga, colonial injustice is far from over.
Ego be no
We dive
justice.
deeper into the world of dealers and collectors. And soon we come across our first listings on social media, Instagram.
This one's around 9,000 euros. Cheap deal.
I see it too.
Look, they got it on there like Craigslist. Cheap deal. That's crazy. Look at all them
We find
heads.
entire collections of skulls, some displayed in glass cases like a private museum.
Out of
It looks
pocket.
like there's an entire network of collectors and dealers trading real human skulls on
Out
Instagram.
of pocket on
Some of
Instagram.
them come from cultures where ancestral skulls are richly decorated, for example with feathers. Behind these clay-covered faces lies a real human skull. The network around these human skulls is vast. and again, we find evidence suggesting many of these skulls come from former colonies.
They took their time doing their peoples. That's the thing. These people decorated it so good to make that special sacred place to talk to their ancestors and pray. And the white people was like, oh, this is cool. I'm going to take this home. He looks pretty cool, doesn't he look, James? Who has a conversation like that? Let's just take their people. It'll be great to take his head. They ain't going to pass a law on that for never. Never, Neverville. Never, Neverland.
We systematically scan the platform.
On
In the end,
Instagram.
we come across hundreds of skulls, many of which appear to date from the colonial period.
Hit that like button, subscribe if you ain't subscribed, man. I'ma always put you up on some new game. This say less moments. You just gotta expect it. Whole different type of platform.
An English seller with 73,000 followers. He's one of the biggest players here. We reach out to him. Maybe he can tell us more about the trade and the network behind it.
The dealer gets back to us. He lives in London and invites us to visit.
In London, selling African skulls.
Besides selling online,
Ain't that
he also
nice?
runs a small shop just north of the city.
Hey. Nice to meet you. Thanks for having us.
And look how he
Roy
dressed.
Scragg is a striking figure, and his shop is no different.
Look at him. He's a sav. He looked like a modern day cowboy. He got dreads on his beard.
It's hard to know where to look first.
He got a red beard with dreads. Boy, listen. Boy, listen.
Next to animal skulls. Bones of every kind. He sells it all as curiosities. The bones come from private collections, museums, and medical institutions. Most of his business happens online. He says he's sold thousands of skulls.
Look at that African. Man, they got that nigga African hanging so long by the... Man, his swipe and the balls was big. Whoever carved that out, they was out of pocket.
What are, close to being extinct.
He doesn't see the trade in human skulls as a problem.
Yeah, running his bloodline.
The skull isn't the person that you are. The skull is essentially just a vessel.
Are there skulls that are more valuable than others?
Check out his dreads on his chin.
Yeah, there are. I mean, if you've got deformities, if you've got anything with like tribal significance, like old warrior skulls or ancestral skulls, you've got anything mummified, for example, child babies, anything different.
Child babies.
Tribal skulls over here. These are worth a bit more money.
Where are they from?
These ones, I believe, are Bamileke, which is African. That one is probably a Dayak skull, or a Dayak style skull, as is that one. That one there, I believe, was from Haiti.
Hey, that's my... See? A voodoo priest. They got a head of a voodoo priest. Boy, listen. Boy, listen. Boy, listen.
Later skulls, decorated with beads, come from Cameroon and date back to the early 20th century, when the country was still a German colony. We're also told that the other tribal skulls, as they're called in the trade, probably originate from the same colonial period.
It could be that it's from a colonial.
Look at how he looked.
Context.
Just because you don't know exactly where something's from, it doesn't mean to say it's illegal or it's been stolen or there's any negative past to it at all.
Look at the way he talk. He ready to talk in front of a judge. He ain't admitting to nothing. He just babbling.
He seems unbothered.
Seems.
Any injustice connected to them is something he simply chooses not to see.
That's an understatement. That nigga got over 1,000 skulls up in here talking about unbothered. Look at the way he crosses his legs. That nigga would have had some plantation, been killing niggas just to be doing it for sport. Get your ass up.
In Berlin, we meet Mnyako Ruru Ngoro from Tanzania, another former German colony. Since coming to Germany as a young man, he's been searching for a skull. Back home, people have been waiting for more than 40 years, hoping he'll find it. The skull of Mangi Meli, a resistance fighter who was hanged by German colonial forces.
How much longer? We've been waiting for more than 100 years. How much longer?
Is it still just as painful today?
Without question.
In spite of this pain, he agrees to see what we found on Instagram. Photos of skulls being sold. We told him in advance what to expect. They're not pretty pictures. We agreed that it would be all right to look at them together. We received offers from Cameroon, Togo.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, look at the way he's shaking his head. Like, people do
He
this?
finds it difficult to understand
Black people don't do
why
this.
still isn't banned.
Yeah, black people don't do this.
How can we tolerate and allow something like this? It disturbs me.
To him, the stolen skulls are visual representations of horrendous colonial violence. But in Germany, many prefer not to be reminded of this history. Some even claim that the German colonial period wasn't really that bad.
We were only there for a short time, they say, and we were well liked. Liked? A short time? I tell them it was hell. Those 30 years were war, right to the very end.
Damn.
A painful truth that many still don't want to hear.
Today's side of the story is we had fun with you guys.
What does Meta,
The black side is like,
Instagram
man, we
say
was
about
going to
this?
war with y'all till y'all
We
left.
respond only in writing. The trade in human body parts violates our commercial and community guidelines. There's no mention of why this trade still persists on the platform.
We head next to Mainz to visit Christa Bloom. Germany's colonial past is also part of her own family history.
Oh, shit.
This box usually stays in her basement. It holds an ancestral skull from New Guinea. Something she never wanted. She inherited it from her family.
Wow. Inherited it. Ain't that something?
It's here, and it's part of my history. So I'm grateful to you for giving me an opportunity to tell you about it. So
Wow.
I'll take it out, very carefully.
Wow.
It doesn't bother you to take it out?
It's not something I enjoy, but it's part of reality.
What
It makes
the
me wonder, what's the story
fuck?
behind it? What was this person's history, and how did he die? We know nothing about him.
Her family never spoke about it. All she knows is that her grandparents brought the skull back from New Guinea. They were missionaries at a time when New Guinea was a German colony, known as Kaiser Wilhelm's Land. Her grandparents lived there for years, aiming to convert the local population to Christianity.
Oh, Lord.
The photographs in the family album depict a life lived in harmony.
So you mean to
together
tell
with the
me
local people.
the Christians
They even
that was
built a
over there
German
spreading the
style
good
baby carriage.
news
It looks a bit like a
came
wheelchair.
back with their own
That's my father
skull?
there, as a
Oh,
toddler.
Lord.
Her father always spoke fondly of his childhood there.
He always talked about the animals, especially the flying foxes. They used to hunt them.
But how does a skull fit into those fond memories? It was a question that wouldn't let her go. Eventually, she began to look more critically at her family's past. Krista Bloom searched through old documents and came across photos she hadn't paid much attention to before.
Look at how each
Photos
page
that told
got.
a different story.
They got things to make sure they don't stick together. Like, look how white people just make crazy stuff look nice, like Diddy. Like, you know what I mean? That's that Diddy shit. Sacrifice.
It's a particularly horrible topic.
He's even wearing a robe.
Yes, as a figure of authority.
Yes. He's teaching all the slaves. He's preaching to the slaves.
Defined as wrong, as witchcraft and superstition, words of that nature, and destroyed. It had to be erased so that they would accept the new faith. It's
Wow.
terrible.
They killed them if they didn't
What's
turn
really being
Christian.
destroyed here is
Look at they
identity
burning
and
people.
culture.
How do you have a picture of them burning people?
An expression of power and domination.
That fire, I find that especially horrible.
Power and domination, and your parents was Christian missionaries,
Going through her
and you
father's
have these
old
goddamn
documents,
pictures in
she
your
also
house.
found something else about the
Don't
skull.
that tell you they lying?
It's an article from a local newspaper. This is your father.
The skull is there too.
The picture shows her father with the ancestral skull. He's using it to promote the mission. The article's tone is clear. Only with the help of the rational, intelligent white race can the heathens find the true faith.
They shared daily life with the local people, became friends with them. The children played together, but they always saw themselves as the superior, enlightened ones.
Krista Bloom wants to lift the veil from her family's past and confront the truth. Her grandparents were part of a system of colonial violence.
There's a problematic, even terrible history behind all of this.
The ancestral skull is part of her own history. Krista Bloom is determined to return it to Papua New
wow.
Guinea, but so far she hasn't found anyone to
That
assist
skull has dreads in it. That skull had dreads that was real still in it.
The trade in ancestral skulls here continues unabated.
That skull had itty bitty twisted dreads.
Is preparing to sell a skull nearly
Wow.
identical to the one Krista Bloom inherited.
That's why they don't like the dread heads. Look at the dreads on them, and that's his real hair.
Over-modeled with clay, it depicts the face of the deceased. The skull comes from the Sepik River region of Papua New Guinea. Here in Germany, the Sepik skull will go under the hammer at an auction house that specializes in what they call old tribal art. We manage a brief conversation with the auctioneer.
Old tribal art. Boy, that's a cold word to say we selling some niggas' heads.
But the auction will be streamed live online. Here we go.
9,000 euros for this ancestor from the Sepik culture. 9,000 euros going once.
That motherfucker got dreads in his shit.
No more bids? Sold for 9,000 euros.
It's gone for 9,000 euros. The skull goes to an anonymous online bidder. We don't know who bought it. But we do speak with several collectors. Many of them see no issue in buying or owning ancestral skulls from colonial times.
Look at this white man.
Have you ever thought about where your ancestral skulls come from?
Their provenance is always clear. I own a skull that was collected by a museum director in Hamburg. These things have been traded for ages here in Europe. It's not a problem, actually.
If a skull was taken as war booty, well, that's what happens in war.
It always has in all wars. Things like that still happen to this day.
Solche Sachen vor. Ich finde, das geht seinen Lauf.
What's happening is just the natural course of things. And in a way, I believe, it helps preserve these cultures. Eventually, the countries of origin will be able to buy their pieces back.
What?
These skulls
Buy
gain
'em
cultural
back.
value through the ceremonies once performed with them.
Die mit ihnen gemacht worden sind. Die muss man nicht
There's no need to return them.
in Europa.
Here in Europe, they're better cared for.
Dort interessiert sich
Here in Europe, they're better cared for.
They would just end up back on the market again.
innerhalb von kurzer Zeit wieder auf dem Markt erscheinen. Ich meine, es gibt ja jetzt schon sehr reiche Afrikaner, die natürlich durch Korruption.
There are very wealthy Africans these days. Of course, they've mainly become rich through corruption, but that's what it is.
Verstehen, wie wichtig.
Once they understand how important these objects are, and that we're preserving them here, they'll eventually end up paying a lot of money for them.
Später sehr viel Geld aus.
Wow.
It's a common refrain. These artifacts are better off
Old
in Europe.
man don't see a
People in
problem
home
with
countries
that.
aren't interested in them.
Slave's head.
But is that really true?
He don't even act like he's
The
phased.
history of the Sepik
Then he
skull.
said we got rich
Maybe
off of
even find
corruption
its
anyway.
descendants.
Lord have mercy.
Our search begins in
He's a
Hamburg.
cold brother.
Back then, Hamburg was Germany's main trading hub for goods from the colonies. Merchants, soldiers, and sailors returned with items they considered exotic, including human skulls and bones.
Exotic. Boy, that's a cold
Even then,
word.
there was already a booming trade in human remains. Many Hamburg-based companies specialized in the trade of animals, art, and even people from the colonies. One such company sold the ancestral skull from the Sepik River. We found the name of the firm.
The firm.
That lead took us to the former Museum of
Lawyers
Ethnology in Hamburg.
type shit.
Its archive was said to hold the records from the trading company. Sure enough, we come across mentions of skulls, referred to at the time as race skulls. We also found them listed in invoices and company inventories. Drum, New Guinea, belt, bell, chest ornament, skull, skull,
Schädel,
45 marks.
45 Mark.
New Zealand, tattooed head, hair intact.
Wow. Tattoo head and hair
Then we
intact.
find a crucial clue. A clue that revealed to us how the Sepik skull made its way to Germany and who brought it here. It was a German explorer. He didn't just bring back this skull. He returned with other human remains too, including skulls and severed heads. All for what was then called race science. He even took remains from victims of the German genocide in what is now Namibia. Later, he wrote about it in his own reports.
I was able to make use of the victims of the war and remove parts from the fresh corpses of natives, which were a welcome addition to the study of the living body.
Oh, wow.
Captured Hottentots were often at my disposal.
He talking about chopped
We
off
also
heads
locate
and
the
preserved
research
heads
report
and
from his
bodies.
New Guinea
Like it's
expedition.
just beef and chicken.
We're getting closer. Did the report mention the ancestral skull from near the Sepik River? In the back of the book, we find some photographs.
Das sind hier
These are over-modeled skulls, real human remains, just like the ones sold at the auction.
They got hair on them
You can
still.
see the shell
And they
eyes,
all got
the
dreads.
head, the hair.
Interessante ist, dass hier
And what's also interesting, he links them to village number
They preserved the
25,
ones with dreads.
Chest Bandai.
So what's the other part of the story? Like, what's the meaning of y'all hated the dreadheads?
Could this be it? Is this one of the skulls we've been searching for?
Them niggas got dreads intact.
We examined the images together. It's not easy. The paint on the auction
Them niggas
skulls
been
faded.
dead and their hair is still
Similarities are
attached
clear.
to their head.
Hier, C und D, hier von vorne.
All fucking dreadheads.
Next, we tried to locate Village 25, the place where the skull was taken.
Oh shit, they out of pocket, gang.
23, 24, 25. There it is, Chespandai.
The villages in the region are very small. We want to locate it on the map. We zoom in on Papua New Guinea, north of Australia, then down to the Sepik River.
Here's Yamanungu.
Yes, it's nearby. Look, that's the M in the name. Nearby, we spot a guest house called Crocodile Lodge. There's a phone number listed.
I can't believe what I'm fucking seeing and
Here's
hearing.
a phone number, a cell.
I'll send them a message.
Good idea.
Man, they high-end skulls of Africans that they preserved is all mostly dreadheads. They had a couple little niggas with like nappy little beady beads, but everybody else had dreads. I swear to
He
God.
sends us a video of himself
This
and the
shit crazy.
Sepik River
This shit don't make no sense, man.
and begins looking for a descendant from Village 25. We've arranged a video call.
Oh, great. It's working.
It's working. It's working. Nice to meet you.
Incredibly, he's found someone. He's already shown him the photos of the ancestral skulls.
Yes, I'm with Peter now.
You're with Peter now.
Right.
Nice to meet you.
And you have family, you have children and grandchildren?
This is Peter Kitma. He wants to share what he knows about the ancestral skulls.
When I saw those pictures, I can still recall it, what my grandfather told me about those skulls. Any worry, because any worry, and we talked of why occasion all so heroes planibla long Sepik River you go. Or Epla Tumuna planibla. The most story planibla why occasion all go. And that's the story and the story. Worry and talk.
The Germans took them.
Yes. No white man has been traveled before.
Man.
So they are the first white man to travel the Sepik River. The German boat. And when we talk
And
about
look at the way he looked. They were trying to say we was monkeys. Even the way he looked right now, look at his bone structure. They were saying we was real like monkeys.
Only cross or only talk by German or white man by kill him all.
They killed them all.
And what's only Fred only looking on the Sunday.
We talk with him about the trade in these skulls. When we show him the skull that was sold at auction, at first Peter assumes it's kept in a museum. It takes a moment before he realizes it was sold privately.
Look at his nose. They still got the same nose. That's his ancestor, and they got the same fucking nose. He can't even believe they selling it. He thought it was at a museum. They were taken and sold.
Money, but we are not making money.
They made the money and we're not making the money. These are the spirit of our ancestors. The warriors who go fight. The warriors that go fight. These are our stories. He was a warrior. That's why they kept his skull. The dreadhead was the warrior.
Ancestral
They kept his
skulls
skull.
still hold deep significance in his community. For Peter Kitma, it makes little difference that the auction house has promised to stop selling them.
Custom and culture of that village is just better. Orasan any bagara. How can by or tomorrow when you talk to me about me can recall him so Orasan in the Yami had. Because they got a story already. Only same story, not the West time looking. What are you looking for? Only not looking.
Nobody believes in the stories but the white man.
Our search for the skull's origins
That's why they won't
has
say it. You
taken
gotta
us
read
to the other side of the world. More than a century
Keep
later,
saying white man,
the
they
pain
not
of
saying that over
colonial
here.
rule still
They not
lingers in
saying
Peter
what you're
Kittner's
saying.
family.
But when you read
This
it, it said
journey
white
has
man, white
also
man.
taught us a lot about ourselves and our own history here in Germany. The skulls, which once seemed strange and distant, are symbols of our repressed crimes. It's time to face this dark chapter of our past.
Yep. Yep. Not this one. We finna switch up.
The oldest human specimens have that is so complete, is so well preserved. He continues to generate this body of information.
Is this the same one?
Hold up. The most studied human being in history.
Is that one of the
The Iceman. He was found in
Oh
a
no,
glacier,
never mind.
frozen
No, that
in
ain't it.
time.
I don't give a damn who that is. He ain't black. Here we go. They still downtown LA getting it cracking.
That breaking news we've been talking about all night, as you can see there.
Still downtown LA getting cracking right now.
From a parking lot. And
Since all them ICE agents came and arrested all them people in the fashion district downtown LA, they still pressing the police. They shut down 2 buildings tonight, or today, and they still fighting with the police. Get the likes up, hit that subscribe button.
That the federal agents were trying to push everybody back from. He, there was a bit of a struggle.
They been getting arrested all day.
Threw him down, and now he is in handcuffs. So that's at least one person that's been detained. Ollie, let's go back and look at the rest of the crowd. So this is a parking lot where we believe that federal agents were staging. We don't have any reason to believe right now that they were about to conduct another operation. From our perspective, it looked like this is where they were staging some of their heavier vehicles to be able to do security around the Federal Roybal building as well as the Metropolitan Detention Center. Citizens noticed that they were here. They don't like that they're here, and so then this protest gathered. So you've got a skirmish line of federal agents that are in the parking lot there. And then we just minutes ago, and Ollie, if you can pan to the right, I want to show them the Bearcats that moved in. The armored vehicles came in from down the street, the ones that were actually back over doing security for the Metropolitan Detention Center and the federal building. These agents moved in, then they created a skirmish line pushing people down the street. We'll show you back again where that crowd is.
And I mean literally pushing.
So now you've got the feds turning people
They ran
around,
somebody
trying to
over
get this
today,
crowd.
2 people,
LAPD, nowhere to be
and
found.
kept it
LAPD
pushing.
did a quick drive-by.
Straight hit and run.
Have at it, feds. Good luck.
The feds
You've
did
got
it.
the LAPD helicopter overhead. That is the only assistance that's being lent right now. But as of this moment, this is an entirely federal operation, and you have this crowd that has grown in size now into the street.
Yeah, now he ain't playing. She gonna get arrested.
And you've also
He gonna be like, check this out, big mama.
person already taken into custody by the
Get
And
out of
They
here.
can do whatever they want. obviously.
Go home.
You know, LAPD said they would be there if they needed their help in terms of traffic and to ensure safety. I am surmising, Mike, that the fact right now that it's not like it was earlier when we saw, smoke bombs being thrown or objects being thrown at authorities, that could be one reason why LAPD is just letting the feds handle this?
Well, and the other thing that I've noticed, Pat, is that it seems like the feds have prepared themselves. So, and you're looking at live pictures from the ground on the right side of your screen. So earlier in the day, I don't think that they were necessarily ready for the crowd that came. So that's when they needed LAPD. This is the first time tonight where we are seeing federal agents in this kind of fatigues here.
Man, they're not playing.
Armored vehicles.
Hell yeah.
See the HSI armored vehicles.
That's your taxpayers' money right there. All them people doing that right there, that is your taxpayer money. All the people that they arresting, they don't pay taxes.
So federal agents are more.
Not all of them. That's a white boy.
That might be why.
Or he might. I don't know, man. These days, you never know.
These guys are much more heavily armed than LAPD was. LAPD was in their, they had some tactical gear, but basically.
He said some tactical gear.
Less than lethal rounds. These guys are not that at all.
He said they're not that at all. They got everything.
Their rifles they've got with them, and as you can see, they're still trying to push.
Yeah, he talking to him. He's like, come on then. You talking all that shit. Come on. Come on.
Get out of there.
Just come on. We're going to blow you down.
Situation that we were hoping to avoid tonight. And
Yeah,
really,
they
at
gonna
this
blow it.
point,
They got
simply
vest
because
on,
the federal agents
bulletproof
were
hats.
staging in that parking lot,
They will blow you
and people
down.
don't like that.
You and your
I
friends.
noticed them, and you know they're probably heckling or yelling at them,
right?
Really to no avail. And you just wonder. When I see some cars being able to pass, you just wonder how long they are going to let this continue until before they.
'Cause they came arrested everybody
either
like
push the line
10
back
a.m.
further. That would be more of them
10, 11.
forming a skirmish line.
Shit,
and
it's
actually
like
pushing
12
people
right
back.
now.
Right. Yeah. So,
Okay.
They've been out there like 13 hours.
Moved to push the crowd a little bit using the Bearcats.
Yeah.
And we saw obviously. Like I said,
And the
that
only
one
people
person
that's
being
protesting
detained.
like that is the
But
people
it's
that
hard to
lost their
tell,
family
because they're
members.
more scattered.
Family
They're not
members and
necessarily,
friends that worked with them. They took a gang of people.
You know what? We have Zach Valero.
Those are all the work. And then all the people protesting, they ain't even got their papers straight.
Hey Pat, we are on North Hill Street and Alpine here, right next to the East-West Bank here in Chinatown. The FBI within the last few minutes here.
The FBI, check that out. Homeland Security, they'll blow your ass down.
Back away from this parking lot entrance here, that you can see Anna, our photographer, is aiming at right now. So you can see it seems like this is where a lot of these FBI vehicles are staging, where this armored vehicle is behind this car here. But you can see all the FBI officers right here, and here comes one of those armored vehicles now. Just about. Yeah, we can move. We're being asked.
Damn, they even telling, they even told Kate.
Get up on a curb here.
Yeah, they told them to get out of the way. CBS. They said even y'all got to get out the way. Y'all too close. Yeah, they banging on shit tonight.
And a lot of these protesters were basically trying to block those unmarked vehicles from getting into that parking lot. A lot of them shining flashlights in FBI officers' eyes, like strobe lights. They're shining. You can see a lot of the protesters now are up here on the curb. They've been pushed this way off of the street. A lot of them have their phones, are observing what's going on. Even here as we approach 11:30 here in the evening. This all started early this morning when those ICE raids took place at the Home Depot near MacArthur Park, as well as no profanity, sir. Is that okay?
I will. Not
Okay. So who are you?
Doesn't matter who I am. I am.
He said, doesn't matter who I am.
Citizen. And these guys, I don't know where they think they are. They're
Yeah,
not in Ukraine.
for sure that.
They are not in Russia. Look at them.
I do.
I don't know what they're thinking. We're paying for our taxes, their gear and their stuff.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you.
No. I mean, do it.
Right. Okay, so as you can see clearly, Pat, people very passionate about what happening is here in downtown Los Angeles, in the Chinatown area. They don't like that these FBI officers, that these agents.
They
are
don't
here.
like.
But as you can see,
This nigga crazy.
North Hill Street clearly blocked off by FBI. There are 3 or 4 helicopters in the air right now. It's going to be a late Friday night here, but again, about an hour ago, we saw these FBI vehicles were staging here in this parking lot. Protesters started to show up. It seemed like the protesters believed that the FBI was staging here with ICE to go and do more raids. And but we have yet to see, these agencies go out and perform more raids since those early raids we saw this morning. So that's what's happening here on the street. As you can see, a very active situation here. Things have moved away from the federal building and have now, there's now a confrontation here between FBI and protesters here in Chinatown.
No, here, I think Mike Rogers noticed the Waymo of all things in the middle of the protest there. And I say protest, but this doesn't seem as organized as it was earlier, Zach. It seems like people are there with
Man,
their
I know one
phones,
thing.
documenting,
Y'all better get out the way.
filming, yelling things that...
You can yell all you want.
I mean, that's the FBI.
Just keep
That's
yelling
the
it,
federal government.
and they gonna
They're
put you
yelling,
in cuffs,
things
and
at
then
them,
find out
but
you ain't supposed to
haven't
be
seen any
here,
kind of
and then
one
your
person
friend
was
says
arrested, but
something,
haven't seen any
and then
kind
they
of
cuff
activity.
him, and then your ass going with him.
Like we saw earlier today, and this is a very different situation. LAPD has been involved in many protests and they've had a lot of patients. We didn't necessarily see Bearcats in military vehicles coming in.
Yeah.
That's why this is a bit more daunting, if you will. Maybe a bit surprising that
Not at
people are
all.
still there, but I'm assuming, Mike, as long as they're not acting in a violent way,
Yeah.
and they're not blocking them anymore. Wasn't that the issue? They
Go
were trying to
home.
block them into
Don't
coming
even
into
come
that
over here.
parking
Yeah,
lot?
so they had like an entrance in the parking lot, and they were not allowing the agents to get in, and it was. I got worried for a second there because it got pretty tense. The van that was driven by the feds was coming into the parking lot and really was not interested in stopping. And now we see they're coming out, forming a skirmish line with riot shields. Pat, to your point, I mean, we have covered a lot of protests here in Los Angeles. In my years, this is the first time I've seen a federal government or a federal agency try to manage a protest and try to manage a crowd. So it's difficult for us to say kind of how they'll handle it and how they'll
You
react
see how
to
they
the
handling
crowd
it.
and
What
how
kind of
much they're
question
willing
is
to
that?
tolerate. You know, I think our local agencies, LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, they you know, to be honest, put up with quite a bit before they kind of really have to take some of those steps. And I don't know that the feds will react the same way.
Well, I was going to say, Mike, listening to your narrative there, the last time, I'm going to go back to 92 in particular, and that was the National Guard that was called in, but that was something totally, there was so much violence.
That's why they did the truce in the 9 Deuce.
And a lot of
That Rodney King stuff.
let's face it, I do remember the National Guard being in South Los Angeles.
Yep.
And other neighborhoods,
Yep.
which again was
Rodney
very
King.
frightening, and that's the first time.
And that's
I
what
ever witnessed
that's when
something
everybody
like that
said,
in
you
Los
know,
Angeles. But
we
here
going
we're
against the
talking
police. We don't need to be beefing with each other.
federal agents
They did the truce in the 9 Deuce.
Bearcats.
That's exactly what she referring to. Truce in the 9 Deuce.
Sure, yeah.
She don't want to bring it up because it's
And
gang
remember,
stuff.
You know, under the Trump administration, they have ordered all of these other federal agencies to assist immigration authorities. So this is FBI, DEA, ATF, ICE, Homeland Security Investigations. This is a very well-trained,
Man, that's the people that come to Young Thug House and everybody else.
Yeah, I'm wondering, could you hear anybody on a megaphone telling people to disperse?
Shit, that's the same people that got Brick Baby and fucking Loose Cannon.
I heard a lot of
Facts.
protesters, but I didn't necessarily
Them the
hear
same folks.
anyone.
Them the same folks that got Julio Fulio killers.
I've not heard
Facts.
any agents give any kind of direction. There was a protester with a megaphone that I saw. You know, they do have LAPD up there as well, but they're probably having a difficult time communicating with them.
Okay. Mike, we're going to take a quick break here, but we'll be back with more. News here on KCAL News. We are following protests in downtown Los Angeles that now have really gathered in a parking lot or in the street trying to block a parking lot for federal agents, including ICE, Homeland Security.
Trying to block. Watch
FBI.
this.
They have all gathered there. We don't exactly know why. We
don't know why.
They could be staging to conduct more raids. We're not exactly sure. But at any rate, protesters who probably were left over from the events earlier today are still there, as you can see, and they have put upon this parking lot.
Yeah, they lost dads,
federal
moms,
agents
friends,
not exactly
brothers.
sure what their
Some of them
motive
just
is.
did,
They're
so
angry,
happened to
first
not
of
be
all,
there.
in the first place. We have not seen violence. We did see someone arrested.
But this
but
is
for
the
most
fashion
part,
district.
Protesters have been shouting
I know somebody
at,
got away making
federal
transactions.
agents and taking
They came back and they
pictures
seen
on
that
their
spot.
smartphones, obviously.
They was like, job over.
We do have
I'm keeping the company truck. This is my truck.
that we could bring him in.
Don't tell nobody.
Give us a location.
Okay? Don't tell nobody. This is my new truck. They took everybody, my friend.
Street and Alpine in Chinatown, and it's a very active scene here at 11:30 at night. We haven't seen any violence here, and you spoke on it over on CBS LA. You know, the federal agents having a lot of patience. I have Congressman Jimmy Gomez here with us right now. Congressman, thank you for taking time. We're live on KCAL News.
Look at the congressman.
Can you put what is going on here this evening into words?
Yeah, I just landed from Washington, D.C. Some people called me to come to observe and witness what's going on. They said that the FBI was staging here. We also see agents from the Department of Homeland Security. and we've asked them to move, to leave, because you can see that the tension is kind of picking up here. We want people to remain safe. We want people to have a right to protest, peacefully assemble, but the tension is getting higher and higher. And then and that's on top of the raids that we saw today, really instilling fear in people, tackling a member of the labor movement, David Huerta, who's one of my constituents and friends. So we want them to move on so that the tension can die down here, because right now it seems like it's starting to pick up.
Yeah, it's like war.
We're hearing from other federal officials.
They really going to war with them.
You know, these federal agents are here serving search warrants and are here from orders from the federal government. You know, they're reacting to Mayor Karen Bass saying that, you know, they don't want ICE in the neighborhoods here in Los Angeles. What's your response to that from other federal officials saying that, you know, those federal orders trump those local orders?
One of the things is that there's also, we have state laws and city laws that protect people here, but at the same time, Donald Trump ordered ICE into the city. We have also a right to basically not cooperate with our law enforcement to help them detain people, but people also have a right to be on the streets, to be here to actively protest and use their First Amendment rights. But you know, this all started with Donald Trump saying he was going after criminals. What I've got heard today that he went after kids, parents when they're attending their kids' graduations, people that were working in the fashion district, people that showed up, people who had asylum, received asylum, were going through the process, showed up to court like they've done over and over, and were taken to the basement and arrested. So right now they're doing.
Look at all the bodyguards he got around him just to be down there.
Not keeping everybody safe. You know,
They low key, but he got bodyguards around him.
Safe by arresting a seamstress in the fashion district. That's just insane. So I'm here to observe, to see what happens, but also try to make sure that people stay safe.
Okay, Congressman, it sounds like Pat Harvey, our main amp here, wants to ask a question. Pat, go ahead, we're listening.
Yes, thank you so much, Zach. I just wanted to know if you could ask them.
So his narrative that he tried to give the news is, it's a lady that really does the clothes, and I guess they knew she was here illegally, but then they accidentally bumped into all the other people that didn't have paperwork. That's the narrative he tried to, like, they was only there for her. No, they came for your company, and they raided the first one, found so many there, they raided her second one, downtown LA. That's how they got all of them. He's building a swindle narrative. Like, it's just a narrative. He ain't lied. He just swinging it in a good way for his people.
I was here to help provide security if needed for the federal building. But we also saw white vans, which people said those were the same ones that were being used to detain people. We also saw other trucks that were pulling in. So
and as a mayor, he just watching like a spectator. Like, he can't even fuck with Trump. He got his own thoughts about Trump, but he can't even say nothing about it. Not publicly. He can't. He say anything about Trump, he won't have a job in the morning.
And people will calm down, because this is starting to pick up a little bit here.
Okay, Congressman Jimmy Gomez, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it. And Pat will just
Congressman, even better.
Where things stand right
he ain't
now.
finna lose that job. He got federal agents around him right now.
Officials here on North Hill Street, right between, right next to Alpine.
Oh yeah, this is a nicer area.
We're in Chinatown. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Zach, and thank you for that opportunity to ask the congressman there a question. So, Mike, you know, that's what we have been wondering. Why are the agents there tonight in that particular parking lot? And that's what the protesters, obviously,
they know what's up in there.
Listen to what the
it's like knowing where a dope spot at.
You know, they could be there for security, but just not exactly sure. But the point is, they want people to disperse, and he wants people to disperse as well.
And he wants people to disperse. He wants the agents to disperse as well, which I want to have SkyCal pull out a little bit because it does appear that that's what's happening. So what looks like happened is they came in with the Bearcat, they formed a skirmish line, and then behind them, we're looking at this contingency of agents that were in that parking lot now all leaving. So you can see.
Yeah, they probably was meeting up saying what they're gonna do next.
Less cars in that parking lot. As these agents
they moving chess move. They not moving. All their trucks is right behind each other. Everything. It's just
diffuse the situation.
This is the feds, man. Everything's in order, in decency and in order.
At least for now, that the federal agents are leaving.
I'm surprised nobody got popped though. Two people I seen with my own eyes get ran over, but I ain't seen nobody get popped. These people know better.
With some sort of federal agent and federal vehicle, and you can see it is significantly downsizing as we look at kind of the line of cars that are working to get out of the parking lot. So it looks like those federal agents came in, wanted to create an opportunity for these cars to safely exit the parking lot.
Yep.
Because if you go back all the way to that skirmish line, and you see it there on the right side of your screen as well, but we're looking at those agents have not pushed forward at all. Right, if they were trying to just deal with disperse the crowd, we would have watched that skirmish line continue to move forward and continue to push the crowd, and that's really not what has kind of happened. It looks like.
And then he waving a big old Mexican flag,
so that
like them federal agents won't come over there and cuff your dumb ass.
And you know it's interesting. Well, I mean, obviously that's how you do things.
What's the deal? No, I just popped back up, man. I crashed out and then I woke up again. For real, for real. So it's like I already slept. I'm on my shark tip right now. Cold pizza.
Call Dago. Call Dago. Damn, homie.
Coming in to actually
almighty suspect.
What's happened today? What is going to happen?
For sure.
And even in the following weeks, where the detainees are going, we don't know any of that information.
Call Dago.
We have seen cases where detainees have been sent somewhere else.
And Lush, I don't even know why you say my name, Lush. Like you got me all the way fucked up.
Information and to make sure they tune in to our newscast. We'll be back on the air at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
With KCAL this morning. So
hey, that's him, and then you got Brick Baby with the laugh. That's the Brick Baby laugh. For real. Hey, this my boy though. This the one that got into it with Suspect. I know him. He bought food from me before. Dude right here.
Back in the building. Sorry I'm late. I see someone saying, Brandon's picking up those no jumper habits. Actually, I'm picking up those father habits where you have kids who want to pull you 100 different ways at the exact moment that you have something to do. That's just the way it is. This is why I have a studio where I record so no one can interrupt me. But when I'm doing stuff like this, recording at the house, it's just part of the course.
It's not even a house. You in Long Beach for sure, because I can tell how your setup is. I used to live in Long Beach.
If you
yeah, that nigga said, as soon as Suspect got there, he said, hey, y'all know I'm famous. Go look up on No Jumper. Yeah, all you gotta do is look up on No Jumper and put in Almighty Suspect. They was like,
call Dago. Call Dago.
I know that's what he did. Who did that in front of me? Somebody else did that in front of me. Draco didn't do that with me. Draco was going to Compton Court with me. Then them niggas had him in high power because they kept telling him. That's why Draco came home on what he was on. Niggas was telling on him, bro. And he was like, man, I'm not even a gang member. I'm not even telling on these niggas. I'm on the main line with these niggas. These niggas tell on me. I was like, man, I'm from Queen Street. I ain't from families. He was like, yeah. He was like, but still. I was like, nah, we beef with them niggas low key too. So that's how I told him. I said, nigga, it's like, you know what I mean? Preaching to me, you like talking to a 6-0. Real talk. Telling me about what they got going on is like telling me, like telling the 6-0. I don't care. I don't care.
That what I said about Almighty Suspect and me calling him out as a man who has gone into protective custody was in fact true. The minute they said The minute we found out that Almighty Suspect was in jail, the minute that we found out that he was in the Twin Towers section of the county jail,
No, it ain't so.
with
Almighty
no
Suspect
further
ain't in there, bruh.
information, I
That's my
screamed
nigga,
out,
man. I can't even draw no line on that nigga like that,
PPC
man.
up.
That's my boy. I don't
And
believe
all of
he
you
did that. I gotta
guys
see the paperwork.
called me crazy.
Calm Dago.
All of you guys were like,
Calm
Brandon's
Dago.
hating on the Almighty Suspect. You know, the Susgirl would never do that. But now, we have it confirmed. And everyone's like, well, this is not like really confirmed evidence. This is not like, there's no actual facts behind it. But the reality is, I know that it's a fact because after only a few weeks of dealing with Suspect, we understood that he is exactly the type of person who would act hard on the streets. And then when he got into a situation like going to county jail, he would go into protective custody. Guys, I said it from the very beginning. Suspect is scared of being a fighter. From the first day that I met him, I said,
Get out of
this
here,
dude
go home.
does not want to fight. I said it. I said, this dude does not want to fight. Who don't want to fight? Who don't want to fight? That's what he said, right? I said, you don't want to fight. Because I could read that dude like a damn, like letters on a page.
Yeah, that's bad. Bad business.
His energy was just straight up mark ass bitch energy. And it's like, it's so bad and it's so like, it's so
Yeah, it's bad for him, bro.
It's like I can smell it on him.
It's bad for him.
Be around a person for a second.
And you know, he's not affiliate.
You can tell they got that
I know when he came straight through that door, that nigga said,
for him, it was all
hey, that's the clothes y'all give us? They like, yeah, nigga, you ain't never been to the county before? Not like this. Can you imagine his face? Not like this. Y'all got some better fitting clothes? Nah, man, you in the county, man. Oh no, I'm famous. Oh, you famous? You famous. All right, man. How come I never seen you? This is the regular police in there. How come I never seen you before? Oh, my name is Almighty Suspect. Go look up on there. I'm viral right now. Go look me up on No Jumper. That's what happened. And they looked him up, and they was like, yeah, come this way, sir. That's exactly how that went. I ain't even got to be there.
Call Dago. Call Dago. They gonna tell you the same thing, player. I'm gonna give it to you like cold pizza, P. Like, bruh and PC. And that's just what it is. Call Dago.
For those of you who have not saw this, you can see exactly how we found out that Sus went into PC. Young Aunt Hefe has a friend, knows a guy who his brother was at the same courthouse as Almighty Suspect.
Oh shit,
And
Torrance. He's in Torrance.
He went to court.
Torrance.
On one charge.
I'ma fill y'all in. He went to Torrance court. His charges is in Torrance, where the white people be.
He had a warrant out for his arrest.
See?
For another charge.
I'm filling y'all in.
And that is why
it's in Torrance.
Into custody.
Where the white folks be.
Basically, he's taken into custody. So he went to jail with a 3-piece suit on. He didn't expect to be staying the night. He didn't expect to be invited for the sleepover. So with a 3-piece suit, he has his lawyer Rosenberg. You know, he's cocky. I don't know why or what for, but he's a cocky dude. But he thought he was gonna run in there, smile and look all cool and try to be cute with that receding hairline.
He said we're trying to be cute with that receding hairline.
Tell about how he evaded going to jail again.
But it did happen. Oh, they kept him.
Call Dago. Call Dago.
Yeah, that's what I said. Why did everybody that's doing podcasting now, everybody want to rap? I don't like that. Everybody want to rap. Everybody's not a rapper. But LA content?
Almighty Suspect is in PC. Brandon might have been right on something.
He said might have been right.
Right into it. And It's the halfway, the hefty
He
fat
said Brandon might have been right on this one.
Now, you heard what they said. What he said. Brandon might have been right on something. So, Aunt Hefe is giving me credit because I was the first one.
I don't like the way Brandon talked though. He be sounding soft as pillows. But I know for sure in real life, he's a big nigga. He's not tall. He's just big, sturdy. Like he big, sturdy. That's the way I like a football. Like he a little bit taller than a running back. So I would give him like 5'8" tops. Tops. And I mean tops. But I'm talking about the biggest, widest 5'8" you can find. He's a football. He football player status.
Because too many people in that place live to try to make something into content. Oh, why would we just think the obvious when we can go and make 50 videos leading up to us stating the obvious to get you guys' money or get you guys' views for ad revenue? Listen, me, I'm a straight up guy. I'm not content brain as
Man, I like see. I like see.
If I hear
You go put it out
something
there.
said that is inconsistent, I'm just gonna call it out immediately.
That's why we was friends.
Why not? That's what
I
we
subscribed to him, and I had like 2 people on my fucking YouTube channel. He was like, "Damn, you low." I was like, "I never started nothing." He said, "Punch into it." I met him like 2.5, 3 years ago. And that's a fact. I met him by like the Nike store.
So I would never be a person like that.
The Nike, yeah, the Nike outlet.
But the reason I was able to say it so confidently is because I knew this dude was scary. I knew he was a hoe.
Wow.
I knew all that stuff when he went to the Marathon Burger and all that. All that was an act.
Wow.
The real suspect when the cameras are not on is nothing more than a 28-year-old coward.
Wow.
Who is scared of his own shadow.
Wow. I ain't seen it.
That knife to work, I knew exactly what type of person he was.
He said when he brought that knife to work.
For you to lose your job. For you to lose your job by bringing a weapon to work, a good job. You know that this man's fear is so overwhelming that it causes him to make irrational decisions. So this is being read here.
Hit that like button. Subscribe if you ain't subscribed. Late night. Cold pizza.
Called Dago.
So it says, from something unrelated to his criminal stalking charges, after court they hit the county and he immediately got spooked out talking about, what should I do? They're gonna run me. I've been to IP camp, yeah, but never the county. He was super spooky Johnson.
Damn.
I saw him pass by the tank and the yellows.
And them yellows.
His reason was hearing voices and schizophrenia. LOL. He did it to himself. And he said he don't got anybody. So he's not worried about rep or image. That nigga is scared.
That's what a nigga would say. He did talk to that nigga. He talked to that nigga like he got too much. He got too. When somebody tell a story with too much detail, and he told him, "Hey man, why you in them yellows?" He like, "Man, I told him out here. That's what niggas do in there." And then when he went into detail, he said, "Man, I don't bang anyway. I'm not worried about no rep." That's what non-affiliates say in there all the time. I'm not a gang member. It don't even matter.
He basically told Click World something that alluded to the fact that he thought he wasn't gonna end up doing any time. Rosenberg probably told suspect, "Hey man, you got this charge, that charge. I could get you a year or whatever, get it suspended, or you can get time served, or who knows what, right? Or you could get house arrest, something like that." But what suspect didn't realize was the court had become aware of a warrant, and he probably didn't even know he had a warrant. He probably didn't even know he had a warrant, and now he's finding out. Damn, I'm gonna have to go up in the tank. I'm gonna have to be in jail
with them niggas.
The other YNs.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're gonna bounce his head. Especially if you act turned up and you're not even a banger, they gonna turn you down. quick.
It's so disgusting, and I love the commentary.
And them
that they
YNs
did
is
on it,
wild up in there right
because
now.
even Cliff,
Especially if you a
sees
YN,
how much
they
of a
on your
mark
helmet.
suspect is
As soon as
getting.
they see grays on your
Cliff is
head,
someone who's
the
cool
first
with
thing they say
suspect.
is, "What's
We
up,
know that
OG?
because
Where you from?"
he's
That's
having
exactly
private
how they hit you.
communication
What's up,
with
OG?
them.
Where you from?
So it's crazy that someone
When
can
I
get
was
on the
young,
internet
it was,
and
nigga, where you
project this
from?
image
Boop
and
pop, ping pop, boom pop,
portray
ping pop,
themselves
boom
as
pop, ping pop,
being
boom
one
pop.
way.
Nigga,
But
fuck
then
it,
when
nigga.
reality hits them,
That shit
and
worse
you
than
gotta
the
do something
halls,
that
nigga.
all of us
Niggas
damn
is
near
bigger and hitting
literally have
harder.
gone through. Go to the LA County Jail.
Niggas hitting way
He's
harder.
such a coward that he would pretend to be
Suspect.
schizophrenic
My
rather
God.
than go on the main line with all the
Suspect.
other tough guys.
My, he said with the other tough guys.
And people say, you know, Almighty's not from the gang. I saw Almighty sit on the couch of No Jumper and say, I represent LA gang
Culture. That's it.
Am I the only one who heard that? Give me a
So
one
if
in the
you,
comments.
yeah, he did
If
say
you
that
heard
gang
Almighty
culture,
Suspect
but he is not a gang member. His
say
dad is.
that he is a representative of LA gang culture.
I forgot where his dad
Because I
from.
heard it. So you say you don't bang,
Exactly.
but you at the same time tell people
Shit,
that
that's what
you
Rich
are a
Trapper told
representative
me.
of LA gang
When I went
culture.
viral,
Please
getting on
reply to me,
Bosco,
'cause
he
I
told me he don't bang.
What part of
And
LA
then
gang
now when he
culture
with
is
Brandon,
doing
he with all the neighborhoods.
because you don't want to catch AIDS. Like think about that. You got dudes that are 8. Somebody said, I don't remember where I saw it, but there are men who are 80 years old.
Still banging.
Did you not? Drunks, winos,
Yep.
drug addicts.
Yep. I see him.
Old ass men.
Still banging.
Who go to the general population. But you, a young 27-year-old fun boy.
Fun boy.
You're too afraid. Like when I think about what
He said fun boy.
He's just a bitch. I think about when he was in that corner at No Jumper. Do something. Do something, Mr. Black Belt. What you gonna do? He's just acting so tough. He's acting so hard. But now we're finding out.
Brandon, I can't knock you. This your time to shine. He don't even post on his page since No Jumper. This nigga clouded up right now.
He don't got a hard bone in his body.
Yeah, this is his time.
Somebody come at bro.
This is time to shine.
He's running to go get his game.
Hey, I respect it. I gotta hit his like button. I gotta hit his like button. For real. I'm already subscribed.
And I'm gonna send a letter to him.
Yeah, I'm already subscribed. This is my boy, man.
Make sure you bust the
I hit that like for sure, for sure.
peanut butter.
Wow, he likes peanut butter?
And if you really feeling real,
For real?
you like to
Hold on. He
put
said what?
carrot in his ass.
Wait, hold on. No, you didn't say the peanut butter. No, I know he didn't say the peanut. He went to the, hold on, man. Hold on, gang. What you say, Brandon?
But now we're finding out we ain't really finding out. What we already knew is being confirmed. It was all just an act. He don't got a hard bone in his body. Because as soon as somebody come at bro,
He said he got a hard bone in his
he's
body.
running to go get his dad.
He's milk. Yeah, I told you that.
I can't run and go get my dad. My dad's in prison.
Yeah.
In there with suspect.
Well, my dad in
And
the
I'm
dirt.
send a letter to
I
him.
can't get
and
him
if
either.
you see a little
And I know he's going to war.
make sure you bust his cheeks.
He
likes
going
it
to
with peanut
war.
butter.
It ain't even. He likes
And
peanut butter.
and if you really feeling real freaky, he likes you to put a carrot in his ass.
Oh no, he didn't.
Definitely sending.
Oh no, he didn't.
I'm
No,
definitely
he didn't.
sending that kind.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
To Pops
He said he probably like the
jail.
carrots in his ass. Oh,
He
yeah,
likes it with peanut butter.
he likes
Usually,
he like the carrots with the peanut butter. He usually lathered with a carrot.
that man got a new name. Almighty Carrot Sticks.
Almighty
That's
carrot
what they
sticks.
call this man. He likes it with peanut butter, lathered on top of a carrot.
Right there, up there.
He disrespected this man.
Now,
He gave it a peanut butter with the carrot. Hey, Munchie B, oh my mama, every time they mention that peanut butter, I know Munchie be like, fuck them niggas.
so as y'all see, right there, up there, what was placed before y'all. Now, that is from one of the supporters, and that is from my DM. That is one of the supporters that watch my channel that hopped in my DM because he had somebody that was locked up. This is what he said. What up with you? I'm gonna drop you some info. may or may not
Get
have.
out of there.
My little brother caught a gun case and ended up at Torrance.
Why you always eating, trying to open up boxes? Leave it alone. Before I make your chain shorter.
Unrelated to his crime, stalking charges. After court, they hit the county, and he immediately gets spooked out, talking about what should I do? They gonna run me. I've been to LP, Camp YA, but never the county. He was super spooked.
He's gonna read.
But YA is worse than the county. Cause YA, it ain't no rules, ain't no politics. You can get beat up by a Mexico. You know what I mean? You can get ran by a Mexico.
In jail, and this is what he's saying he saw. And this is also the message he sent as well.
Yeah, man, he said almighty ass was that nigga was shaking like booty meat all the way up to the county jail and shit from the courthouse and shit. And that nigga was adamant to the motherfucker about not trying to get ran. Because he don't gangbang no more. He an LA rapper.
Oh, he don't gangbang no more. He used to be from BPS.
He said, man, I don't give a fuck about the politics. I don't gangbang.
Yeah, they is gonna run him because he used to be from BPS. So them niggas that still want it like, nigga, I want to get in. Why, nigga? Because you ain't from the set no more, nigga. They could pull a card like that and he gotta get in. He got to. Because if he say no, then everybody gonna start punking him. He can't go to store. They gonna be on him.
But you go to that dorm, and if you got some fades, run them fades, bro.
Yeah, run them. What? Yeah, that's how it go. What you acting scary for?
Run them fades. Because, you know, Young Ant uses a term, tuna, turned up non-affiliate. That's exactly what Almighty Suspect, you know, he projects himself to be. I'm not in a gang, but I am still
turned up,
actively involved in gang culture or gang activity, or I'm hanging and running
with gang members. That's it. I'll give him hanging and running with. He ain't with the members.
Like a gang.
He's with the guys, but he ain't with the members.
Telling Adam, hey, you were not born into hip hop.
You be with the members, you gonna get the busing and you gonna be from.
You know, hip hop. I was born into it, right? So that's what Almighty Suspect basically did. He refused to be in a gang. He got put off, right? And so, but he still wants to project himself as a gang member or a gangbanger or carry himself like a thug, right? Like Tupac Shakur. He wasn't from a gang, but he still wanted to be a thug, right? Which is crazy. But it's like, if you're gonna project that image, if you want to really embody, if you really want to embody if you really want to embody like this quote unquote culture, because I don't call it, it's stupid culture, murder culture to me. Well then, you know what? The culture demands that if you hit the county, that is a place where all your enemies have the opportunity to confront you about anything that you've done.
Yes.
That they don't feel
it's on there. Yep.
Right?
You hit it on the head, Brandon.
You gotta give them that chance.
Yeah, you gotta give them that chance.
DC Baby Draco is in the county too. So Almighty
DC Baby Draco? He in the county? I was wondering why DC Baby Draco didn't run no content. Remember, he was looking for Suspect. He was in front of No Jumper, looking for Almighty Suspect. He was in the he was at his house waiting on him at his daddy house, waiting on Almighty Suspect. And he was like, this nigga showed me a picture of him talking about he waiting at my dad's house. Nigga, bitch, I don't even live there. And he just blew it off like that.
Or if you was just a dude who was just cool with everybody, but you was tapped into the gang culture, that would be different.
I forgot DC Baby Draco, cause he did the interview with GBO Gaston, and then he did it with AOF Nino when they took when they took EBK J-Bo sign down, but EBK J-Bo had went to jail again. He took that sign with EBK J-Bo went to jail. AOF Nino on my mama. And then right after that, he clouded up doing that, and 600 signed him to 600 Entertainment. So now AOF Nino, his manager is 600.
They gonna run,
and
like,
ultimately
like 4
whack
extras.
100.
They looking forward to the fade. They like, shit, this is the fun part. I can't wait to hit the tank so I can run my fades.
Yep.
They ready.
You supposed to, cause you already know it's coming.
You got somebody like
so
that
it's like you be so amped
way
up.
smaller than 4 extras who ain't even gonna go to PC. It's little dudes in there, y'all. Dudes who don't weigh nothing but about 130 pounds.
Yep. Banging.
In general population.
Banging.
And this big ass nigga.
This big ass nigga suspect.
He's scared. To go in general population.
Hey, you ain't never lied, Brandon. It is some little niggas up in there, and they be banging, and still be like, "I catch the fade." You be like, "All right, little nigga, come on, man, come on, man, let's get it, let's get it," and you just be like, "Boom, pow, boom, pow, boom," just get it real quick, like, just get it, and then you might like the little nigga. Cause you gonna always smile like, look at this little nigga trying to like fuck with me, like this nigga trying to fuck with me though. All you can do is smile like this nigga trying to fuck with me though. This little ass nigga.
It probably would have been better. This dude, literally, this is like Japanese seppuku, fall on your own sword type shit. Because he's ultimately a disgrace to anybody who knows it.
Yeah, everybody that walked up to Marathon Burger with him from 6-0, them niggas was from 6-0.
Comments. I'm not leaving nothing alone. Everybody like, leave alone. You want me to tell you? Let's be real. Do you think Almighty Suspect would have left me alone if what happened to him happened to me?
Yep. He'll been on your stinking cat.
With a knife on me, ran an hour away to San Bernardino to talk shit about me after he put it.
That's where he lives?
No, dude.
See, he put him out there. He put him out there. Almighty Suspect live in San Bernardino.
Like, you guys can't tell me how to slay a dragon, bro. Because you never slayed.
He's in Long Beach for sure.
Like, I'm being real.
He lives in Long Beach. Brandon lives in Long Beach for sure, for sure. That's a fact. And his wife got a big old booty.
Have people scared of him.
I mean, big. She dark skinned.
Got into a shark. All this stuff. Y'all basically got punked by a mark.
Y'all got punked by a mark?
By a dude who's scared of his own shadow. So of course everybody wants to just blow past it. Oh, leave it in the past. Let it go. Let it go. No. We're not letting this go. The only person who stood up to Suspect was me.
And he beat the shit out of Lush.
The only person.
That's the only fade he really caught was with Lush because he knew he could whoop him.
Man, I wish Jalise was in the comments. I bring her out. Oh, dude, I did say this gonna be a
Jalise, yeah, he tried to bang on Jalise, talk about she the ex-meth head and where's your daughter at, where's your kids at.
I said, me, Flacco, and Jalise can have a show and call it Survive the Suspect. And we just sit in and talk shit on him. That was before he got locked up, though. But I told you guys, everything I said about Suspect was true. He's a crash out. He's a coward who doesn't want to fight. And he only tries to go at people he believes are weaker than him.
That's why he got arrested with pepper spray on him. That nigga got arrested with pepper spray on him.
Now, there's this video.
This nigga was ready for Charleston White, all defenses up.
Somebody said Almighty Suspect is in this video. I see one white guy in the video. I mean, not white, sorry.
He said one white guy.
I see one light-skinned dude in the video, but I don't know if that's Almighty. I'm gonna make
he called Suspect. He called him a white guy.
I don't know if this is Almighty, but I was gonna bring up another reason he might have some more fades on the other side, because from what I'm learning, someone said bro tried to be from neighborhood after he got put on.
Oh no, that's the dude. That white boy. He from 9-0. And yeah, they had him do a murder in a brand new Mercedes Benz, and they ran the papers back, and they found out his dad was like a lawyer or some shit, a doctor, and then they was trying to find out how he linked up with them, and he just ditched school one day and ran into them niggas, and then started banging 9-0, and really started trying to put in work, and yeah, he told on all them.
They gave this video. They said he's dressed up in all blue.
He told on everybody. Everybody from 9-0, and he went home scot-free.
Now, can anyone confirm that?
He was the driver.
But I'm gonna let y'all look at this.
That white boy right there told on all the 9-0s.
Suspect to me, I'll be honest. But this could be during the days when he was real cracked out, or just his younger days. I think he's here.
Nah, that ain't
Is that
suspect.
right there?
Oh, it was. It was.
But they said it's him.
That is suspect right there. On my mama to the left. He got the bald head look alike. Suspect right there. That's suspect right there. That's suspect. On my mama, that's suspect right there. Yep, that's suspect. On my mama, that's suspect.
This dude was over his shoulder.
Yeah, of the 9-0s. Them is all 9-0s. Look, that's suspect. That's suspect. That's suspect. That's suspect doing the shooting.
I don't traffic in lies. But somebody said.
Wow, that was suspect. Suspect did a video with the 9-0s. But I know that white boy right there, he lived in like Beverly Hills or something like that. He had that white Benz and they killed somebody. And all the 9-0s he told on, and they let him go scot-free because he never had his dad was a lawyer or a doctor, and he got away scot-free, and he told on all the 9-0s. Yeah, that's for sure, that white boy. That white boy took a lot of them niggas out that video. I swear to God. Dead homies. That white boy took out a gang of 9-0s. I'm talking about like 5 or 6 of them. Because that's suspect for sure. That's him. That's suspect right there. Duh. No, that's suspect. That's suspect, gang.
Okay, I missed it. Go back.
No, that's suspect right there, man. That is suspect throwing up the peace sign. He with the 9-0s. Because the dude with the Porsche shirt, he a lot chunkier now. And he wear the fades. You said what?
I know it's in one of these like scenes where.
Nah, he told. No. He told, gang. He told, gang. He told, gang. That was his proffer to get off. He got on the stand and told on the niggas, gang. He was wearing suit. I could tell you what he's wearing. He used to wear collared white shirts with no tie, and he used to wear black suits, black and blue suits, dark ones. And he had a lawyer, a team. He was on the news and everything. Watch. I'm gonna look it up.
This is the most replayed part. I don't know. Let me look at the comments. You guys will know. I'm blind as fuck. Is that him in the blue shirt? Y'all, let's put the. I put the link in the comments. So that's him. I don't remember what he looked like. I don't know what he looked like when he was young. But y'all saying that's him. That's him for sure. So, oh yeah. What do you think about that? What do you got? Let's slow it down. There's just another part that I saw where it was like he was like the guy with the blue shirt was all over the guy's shoulder. They kept the camera on for a second, like a little second. But I know it was once it was outside.
Hey, this is who I'm talking about, gang. Look, the story of Cameron Terrell.
Hey, but you know what? If you guys said,
look, gang, this him, gang.
Who am I to argue?
That's the white boy that took down the 90 Crips. I told you. That's him, nigga. I know. Nigga, I'm from the gang. The 90 Crips was our main enemies. This the white boy that told on them, gang. Yes, Sirski. Cameron Terrell, rolling 90 Crip. He told on all them niggas.
Then there's probably more things.
Told you. I know what I be talking about.
And
That watch. I'm gonna play it next. When this go off, I'm gonna play this next. Watch. This nigga told. That nigga told. Why you tell on me? Why you tell? Why you tell? Why you tell on me? Why you tell? Why you tell? That nigga told on me. That nigga told. That nigga told. EBK J-Bo.
I mean, I
Ah.
don't know how you look when you're skinny. Okay, there goes his face.
That's I told you the peace sign. I knew that was suspect. Look at that. I could tell by that little he got the little thing in his neck. He got the little ball in his neck, and his hairline is way back.
I didn't know him when he was young. What up, Rob? Oh, this crib.
And I don't know if that's peace sign or neighborhood crib.
That's it, bro. Play it a little bit more. I think whenever he's holding up his hand like a gun.
Yeah, he starts shooting. Look. Yeah.
That was a good spot right there.
No, but he got a part where he starts shooting. That's why I said he starts shooting with the gun. Yeah, that's suspect. Look at that. Look at that. Look at his hairline.
He was definitely on drugs.
Look how skinny he is.
Okay, you got the arm.
He said he was definitely on drugs.
Wow. So yeah, I see why he's so scary. Because you know when you skinny like that, even if you get big, you still got the mind of a skinny man.
Oh, right.
Just your weight goes up.
Yeah, your mind don't go up. Yeah, you right. Yeah, that's grown man talk.
Bro look like a cancer patient.
He look like Ant-Man. He look like Bug's Life, nigga. He look like one of the ants off of Bug's Life.
I see why he's in PC. He gonna come
That
out.
nigga look like that what's that shit on Toy Story? That motherfucking fuzzy stick. That nigga look like the fuzzy stick. Only thing that nigga got eyeballs in the mouth. Come on, gang. Come on, gang.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he could have came out like that.
Yeah, for real. That white boy told on a gang of these niggas in the video. Cause he in the video, this video, and when I show what he did to his homies, it's gonna connect this video.
And then they said the dude was like,
man, this shit getting easy to me now. I'm about to be like academics. Watch. Watch. I'm finna be just like academics. I'm soaking it all up. It's going in my brain library.
Like that's what doesn't really matter.
I don't even gotta remember. I just watch it and my brain be like, wait. Especially when you talk about some close to LA Inglewood shit, it's relevance. Cause I'll be like, damn, I never seen that nigga before. Straight white boy getting niggas wiped. And told on everybody.
Think about this.
Why you tell on me? That nigga told.
Who is in jail currently? It's like, yo, I went to jail I was there with bro when he got taken into custody.
Yeah, he can't even get out with a channel. All he gonna do when he get back on live stream, if he do, he gonna be trying to explain himself. He gonna go viral for a couple of days, but then he gonna die off because everybody gonna prove him.
Why would he just start talking to someone he doesn't even know about, what he should do? When people go to jail, they're terrified. So they are looking for a friend. They are asking people questions. Other inmates who have been to jail before, they're showing dudes their little paperwork.
Hey man, all I need is somebody that do beats. I swear to God, I'll make a song. For real, since everybody in LA got their intro rap shit, I might as well join it because my shit ain't gonna be boo boo. I'll say some shit so simple. As long as that bass drop and hit right, don't even trip. I need a straight EBK J-Bo type beat. You know what I mean? Or if you give me a New York beat, nigga, it gotta be bop. No naughty bop, but it gotta bop. It gotta be a bopper. I don't like that shit they did with King Peel. When his little diss song, I don't like that. I don't like that shit with the New York niggas. That shit ain't hard. I don't like it. Y'all might like it. I don't like it. I think it's trash can. Straight trash. That song sound trash.
So in YA, you're just dealing with a bunch of youngsters, a bunch of little kids.
Nah, but that's what I'm saying. When you're dealing with kids, but they get down for nothing. They get down for nothing. That's what make it worse than.
When you get in the county, and people out there who, if they don't want to
Ringo TV,
kill you, they at least want you to catch their fade. Because almighty suspect been in violation many a time. There's people who probably want to run broke, they just for pulling a knife.
He from New York?
Like, oh, that was some
For
big
sure.
shit, nigga, I need that. It's dudes like that.
Yeah, I need like a bop, a good bop. I'll make her
I don't know where
something.
DC Baby Draco's from, but bro got homeboys.
Oh, okay, for sure.
Paperwork up on the internet. You put that nigga paperwork.
Man, somebody give me a good bop, I'm getting on it. That nigga told, why you tell on me? Why'd you tell? Why'd you tell? Why you tell on me? That nigga told, why you tell on me?
People in jail kill
Watch.
over children
That should be so easy.
Assaulted.
I could hold a melody with a little auto tune. I already killed it because I could hold a melody, a tone. So it's just, you know what I mean? It's easy. They'll make a nigga sound like Chris Brown.
All right, so it is interesting how from the very start of this feud between you and Sus, how it ended, right? And
for sure.
Wildly similar, not just the
thanks for tapping in
too, but how it in the YN perspective, how he's similar with Carmelo Anthony, the 17-year-old YN, situation and everything. But that whole bro, what you're doing right now, over in No Jumper, and your presence, and I know like. Adam kind of like says, oh, no, we don't need to dive into blah, 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 or get to whatever, talk about race or blah, 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 or YNs and stuff, but like, you can really change
But Brandon's my guy, man. If y'all ain't never tapped into him, this my boy. I knew it when it was Pan-African. I don't know what the name of it is now. Let me check it out because this is my boy. Shout out Brandon. And I don't even want to press him because I could be like, hey man, this and that. Defiant with Brandon Tucker. I could get on him like, hey Brandon, hey give me your No Jumper, like. And he probably would. He probably would. He probably won't. But I wouldn't want to press nobody like that because I would never want personally to go to No Jumper and clout up and then let the white man clout up off me. Because if I connect with him, then that means my subscribers have to approve of me to even go there. Because I pop it to that nigga. And I'm not playing. But I don't want the content money with you. I could do it from a distance. I'm not coming to your show. No, I'm not. I'm not sitting in them hot ass seats. And then all y'all gonna do is ask me about Munchie, ask me about old ass Bosco shit that y'all could have asked me about when I first got viral on the internet.
He's super tight. Lush ain't even going to protect him.
So it's like,
Lush wouldn't even go protect him.
But this my boy though.
Do you realize how much of a bitch you have to be? Because there's a chance that you go into the county and you don't run into anybody that beef with you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a chance you go into the county and you don't run into anyone who even knows who you are.
Mm-hmm.
That's a realistic chance.
Every county jail, almost, like you always run into someone you know at least. I mean, that's kind of how, and maybe it is for here, they talk about LA area, but like Texas.
No, it's true. It's true. It's true. Yeah, first thing that's gonna happen is this is we can stop.
You know what I'm saying? And
this was gonna happen when you go to county jail, LA County Jail. This is exactly how it happens. From the time you get in, I'm talking about street clothes, all the way to changing out to get into your cell. They're gonna ask you where you're from, especially you got a young face. That's mandatory. Somebody's gonna ask you. Then, if they don't get turned up there, then they're gonna tell somebody else along the way, like, yeah, he from Inglewood. Yeah, he from Inglewood. Yeah, he from Inglewood. That's all they're gonna say until somebody bumps into somebody that don't like people from Inglewood or somebody that lives or claims Inglewood as well. Then the first thing they're gonna do is try to send somebody to confirm you. Cause if you from the area, somebody's gonna confirm you. That's a fact. Somebody's gonna confirm, like, yeah, I know. Especially if you a young nigga. You ain't been out the streets long. You in the streets. You a young nigga. So ain't no, I don't know this nigga. You getting boo-bop. So, yeah, when he go in there, he gonna tell him, and he gotta tell him his name, because if he don't, then niggas on him. Now, this what could go in his favor. He could run into somebody that likes him, per se, even a groupie. That's a gang member. And he might be like, man, just look out for me, woo, man, niggas ain't on you, man. Man, you fuck with me, man. I like you, woo. He could run into that, or he could be like, run into somebody, fuck you, nigga, woo, run that. But he acting like, he's scared. He's scared because he used to be from BPS. He used to hang out with Frosty Gerb. He kind of looked like Frosty to me. Like, if I seen him in the county jail, I would ask him if he was Frosty or Almighty Suspect. That's how close they look. And then to find out they used to hang out together, I'm like, oh yeah. The bitches that like him too, cause y'all almost look alike. Y'all both high yellow markers. You feel me? Y'all both yellow highlighter glow pens. You feel me? Y'all the lightest of lightest niggas could be. Him and Frosty. And they used to be friends. I guess they used to be popping peas when he used to be from BPS. But now on here, he hanging out with the 9-0s. So how you gonna used to be from BPS, then you like get put off, then you start hanging out with these people right here, which is the 9-0s. Like, you confused, my brother. But that would get you pumped up. I mean punched out. Cause if young niggas know about your crossover and then you start hanging out, it's either it's gonna be one side that love you and one side that hates you. That's the best way I can put it.
I'll let you go on this because I want to listen to the rest of the show, but you keep doing what you're doing. I love what you and Lush together. You're like the Hardy Boys. You know, you're like the tag team. Y'all are great. Great chemistry.
That's amazing,
like
brother.
Long lost brother type shit. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I like Lush. She's cool.
but keep the whole anti-YN movement going, bro. You know what I mean? We're really just anti-delinquent behavior. You know.
Anti-ignorance. And that's what it is. And that's why they, somebody told me, you're beating a dead horse. You will never beat a dead horse.
No, you got to keep the suspect content going, bro. This is the wildest story. Probably out of just no jumper camp, just how it started and then how it ended in just a short time.
It's too hot right now. You can't let it slide. Almighty Suspect being in jail and going PC is the worst thing a young nigga could do with his career, especially being on internet platforms. Nigga, you know how many bazillion people know Almighty Face? He been on that show for a long time.
Oh, we tired of it. Nah, it's just that you guys don't want to have.
He was there when the motherfucking T-Rail and Smack was AD was there.
And it was cool.
T-Rail. He was there with C-Mac was there.
Doing what they was doing.
Shit.
That's why this hurts. This hurts the person who traffics in.
And C-Mac been going a long time.
Black people crash out for entertainment.
And he was there before that. C-Mac been gone some years. I think C-Mac been going like 2 years, year and a half, 2 years. Suspect been on No Jumper at least like 3 to 4.
Says this guy is a joke.
He is.
Is this the real Hater World this time?
Yeah, it is. That's his logo.
Maybe I am a joke.
That's his logo.
But what you gonna say now, Mr. Blue Devil, when you was over there glazing this nigga Such with his balls in your mouth? Yeah, homie. Yeah, you did the right thing, because nobody was gonna do nothing if he would have
Hey, Hater World be I unsubscribed to him a long time ago. Yeah, he be like, this is Blue Devil? And I'm like, oh yeah, he's Southside out the game. He's Southside out the game, nigga. This is Blue Devil? I'm in my mother's garage right now where I got shot at by those other vatos.
Homosexual that you locked in a cell with.
He said homosexual.
Start tapping the bottom of the damn bunk.
I'm ready.
All by yourself, homie.
He said, I'm ready.
Like
I'm ready.
Hip hop heads, like the Fuji said.
He said, I'm ready. I want the peanut butter and the carrot. He wanted the 2-for-1 special. He wanted the carrot and the peanut butter together.
Right. What about that? That's why real
hit that like button, subscribe if you ain't subscribed.
So niggas like Suspect could get on. I heard them dudes, Ralphie and these other morons, trying to talk about hip hop. Oh, Lil Wayne, son, he's terrible. Man, these dudes are so watered down, dude. They're watered down like bad lemonade.
Yeah, don't nobody listen to Draco little brother Ralphie. Ralphie, I seen him on a live stream with 65 people watching. I purposely didn't watch for a while. Came back like 2 hours later. Man, this nigga had like 35 people watching. I was like, you Ralphie, you are Draco's little brother. And you got 35 people watching you. Hang it up. Nobody believes you.
Where mediocre people, where mediocrity is celebrated.
He could never downplay Lil Wayne. He shouldn't even speak on Lil Wayne unless it's great day. Ralphie the plug is trash.
And it's celebrated.
I think he got 2 hits with his brother.
By people who aren't good at anything. Because if they can
it get lonely at the top, don't it? So they go on.
Special, it makes them look special. If they can make that garbage ass rapper blow up, this untalented artist, if they can make him blow up, now they can believe that it's not about merit.
Yep.
But instead it's just about
who likes you,
how much buzz you can generate.
Yep.
It's just about numbers and
yep.
analytics and optics.
That's what I said. Right? Everybody said, oh, I got more subscribers than you. I said, what the fuck does that mean? Nigga, I'm more famous than you in the streets. What you talking about, nigga? I could walk in the streets of Inglewood, and you know what? I would have to mask up before you do, Mr. Famous nigga. Yeah. When they come by and slide, who the famous one? Just shut your ass up then. Fuck your numbers. That's on the internet of motherfuckers that don't even know you, nigga. I'm talking about famous in your city. Can't walk around. Only nigga with the dreads like this. If I walk down the street, ain't no niggas in Inglewood with dreads like me. Nigga, I got a look. Nigga, I got a whole drip. Nigga, I'm a walking brand, nigga. I'm the famous nigga. You the regular nigga. You wear fades. Nigga, I got thick dreads with colors. Nigga, I look like the Joker in the streets.
Cracked out, shunned out, coked out. They had to find a way to eliminate him. So they wouldn't be forced to look at the reality every day of the fact
all by your suspect just straight up busted. That's just how it go. If you with PC and you don't bang, I know why you went. You didn't want to get down with no BPSs. He didn't want to get down with no BPSs. Because they were going to put hands and feet on that nigga.
A multi-millionaire.
It's just scary.
The same circumstances as you.
He's a scary nigga. I can't lie. PC, that was scary. That was a scary move.
Of course they're gonna try to kill him. Hey,
who white boy?
But of course they're gonna hate him. Why do you think suspect?
Yeah, he told you know me.
Oh, you on police shit.
He told you he know me, huh?
No, you can't stand to look at me because you're saying, damn.
I told you I'm famous in the street. Hey, ask white boy. Ask white boy when he went to the parole office, 101 North La Brea. Ask white boy, did he just tell when I came up there to see my parole officer, he told me, hey, you know Nipsey Hussle just left. He was like, yeah, I heard you been trying to catch him. I was like, on Bloods, he here? And then when I ran down the stair, Nipsey Hussle and that fat nigga who I learned to be Pac-Man, who always in the video with them little twisty little braids. On the dead homies. He was like, cuz, I heard you been looking for me, cuz, but we up out of here. I swear to God, ask white boy. White boy is the one that was sitting in there with the dreads, with the gold teeth in the front, and nigga, he said, hey, bruh, hey, you know, Nipsey Hussle just left right now. And I was like, yeah. He was like, on blood. I was like, oh, I went right back down the stairs. I had to wait for the elevator, pushing the button, pushing that button, pushing that button, nigga. Then I finally got down there, and then I ran to the front doors like, poof. You know what I mean? Like Batman type shit. And then he was turning the corner in a blue Tahoe. Yeah, in a GMC Tahoe, and he pulled off his navy blue with the Super 10, and the fat nigga was driving, and Nipsey Hussle was riding shotgun on the dead homies.
They're running that meeting. You don't even feel it when you do it like that no more. Like a lot of the fights I used to get in at the bar and on the bus, like you don't even feel it until you get home because you're
told you.
Fight back and your adrenaline is pumping. Being scared hurts worse.
Told you. I don't tell fake stories.
Don't.
And they gonna tell you I was punching shit. Everybody.
I don't care how scared
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? We was in prison together, nigga. I don't be telling no lies, nigga. That's why everybody should like, comment, subscribe. Nigga, I'm the famous nigga. Them niggas not famous, nigga. The famous niggas is in prison because we did some shit to where everybody was looking at us. Now the government wants us to sit down. That's the famous niggas. If you ain't making no buzz, you wouldn't be in jail.
Suspect was a coward because he wouldn't.
Good looking out, man. Good looking out to check out to see if I was really who I was, bro.
For 5 minutes.
Good looking out on that's solid shit. Cause Bosco gonna say some bullshit. That nigga say that's his boy.
To just let it go?
Yeah, for sure. I told you. I told you I was on CR. And Compton Rick Rock was on CR too. And when I told Compton Rick Rock on the live, he tried to lie. As White Boy was Compton Rick Rock on the yard. No, for real. Ask White Boy was Compton Rick Rock on the yard with us. And then on my mama, nigga, we could do a live stream and get on Compton Rick Rock ass for lying on West Side 4 of them. Compton Rick Rock was on the yard with them stingy ass, straight to the back braids. He wear the Lokes. Now on here, he wear the Versace's. In the prison, he was wearing them $2, $3 motherfucking Lokes. He never came to the yard without that CDC jacket on, and he used to always wearing the state boots. I don't know if he ever bought shoes, but Blood used to be state baby. I used to always see him in them CDC regular PIA ass boots.
The people around him.
And all I knew is the homies be like, yeah, he from Compton. I think his name Compton Rick Rock. He was just a regular nigga. He wasn't famous or nothing. But I was like, okay, certain niggas you remember like Compton Rick Rock. That's kind of easy. Who's that right there? That's Bam. Bam from Compton Avenue Crib. He know Bam. And when I said you was there with Bam, yeah.
Super chats real quick, guys. Music Maniacs. Brandon would be a good positive influence on the YNs.
Probably so.
And the No Jumper community.
Cause I grew dreads a couple times.
Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. Imagine Sus being your dad. Totally embarrassing. I really just think about his kids.
But that already certifies me. You know what I mean?
You know?
If a nigga be look at my thing and a nigga tell you, yeah, that's my little blood partner. You know what I mean? Yeah, for sure. I'm from where Mac 10 from. Where Bosco say he from. Bosco from the hood. He just a buster though. He an almighty suspect. I'll give him that.
Robert Lee Williamson, my brother.
Yeah, Trey D was on it. Trey D was my celly when I went, and then when I told Rick Rock I was cellies with Tracy Davis from the East Siders. Tracy Davis was in jail for shooting at. Yeah, I was in. Yeah, we was in 6th building, 2nd floor, C status, where Barclay bitch ass was. Barclay, that old ass Barclay nigga used to be up there hating on a nigga, cause he caught me burning lightning one time. But me and Trey D, that's probably why I went C status too. But me and Trey D was cellies, and this nigga Compton Rick Rock tried to say, yeah, I was on the yard with him, but he tried to act like it was a C yard. So how do you know about Trey D being on that yard and you wasn't there? Yeah. And Trey D was my celly in C status, and he told me the story. He said, I'm in here because Snoop told on me that I shot up his mama house. He said I shot up his mama house. I don't know what city. I don't know if it was Chino. I don't know if it was in Long Beach. But I know he got 10 years for shooting up Snoop Dogg house because he said he found out Snoop Dogg wasn't paying him his royalties. Yeah, on the dead homies. And that's a true. And we could get Tracy Davis on here. And he gonna be like, yeah, I know Neptune. That was my celly on East Side Crib on 2-1. Look, I know Tracy Davis so good to where he had a tattoo that said, what's up, cuz, right? I'm the one that drew the pattern. I forgot what it was because I drew patterns all the time. But I'm the one that drew the pattern that he got tatted to make it better on my mama. And I could talk to Tracy Davis on a live, just like this live stream, and Tracy Davis gonna say, yes, this nigga is who he say he is on West Side 4 of them. But just by you saying a nigga in prison knew me and he said that's my blood partner, you know what I was doing.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah, Trady used to pray 5 times a day. And then that nigga squirt that dark skinned nigga, but he was top heavy.
They have a moral compass.
Yeah. Yeah. Barclay, Dotson, all them niggas used to be checking on us, seeing if we smoking. And what's that light skin? Oh, Mitchell? Mitch? You remember Mitch? Mitchell? The light skinned black dude that wear the fade? And you never seen him come to work without a tight ass fade? Like that nigga was so military. That nigga Mitchell? Hey, Mr. Floyd. Hey, let me see them shoes you drawing. I was in there drawing tennis shoes, gang. This nigga used to come to work and give me stacks of copy paper just so he could see me draw shoes. And he even told me, he said, nigga, if I ever see your ass come back to prison, me and you gonna have a rough time. Because you know now, if you get violated, they send you back to the prison where you just came from. I was like, yeah, I heard. He was like, come back if you want to. I'm gonna make sure they do you bad. But his name was Mitchell. We used to call him Mitch. Light-skinned nigga on the second floor of 6 building.
But you know, that's back when hip-hop, even though they talked about the bull crap, they talked about the negative aspect of street life, they did not glorify it. They did not.
Yeah, I left July 2010. I left July 2010, gang. July 27th, 2010. CMC East. Level 3 yard.
That's so crazy to me.
That's why I said when a nigga give you too much detail, you know he was there. Because a lot of people say yard and don't even know the level it was. You feel me? That was a certified 3 yard.
Knowing that they're willing to do it.
Yep, July 27, 2010. That was the last time I did a bid. The other times was like 16 months. Or not even 16 months, 32. They doubled me up. I did 32, but I was out a little time between there. And then the next time I knocked down 3. And after I did that 3, oh no. I did 8 months. The only reason why I did 8 months because they did Prop 47, and I had just became a firefighter in Susanville. I just became a firefighter. I'm talking like 2 weeks. So my body was hella conditioned, and then they told me it was like Friday. They said, hey, Mr. Floyd, come in, we got an emergency. I was like, oh shit, my peoples died. Man, when I went in there, they was like, no, you got a reversal on your case. What's today, Friday? You'll be going home Tuesday. I said, what? They was like, yeah, so you don't have enough time for your family to send you clothes, so you're just gonna have to buy clothes off the yard. I was like, shit, I'll walk in these clothes. It was like, yeah. So I did 8 months, and I was supposed to do 3 years. Then I got out, did some more bogus ass shit. But I could say bogus because I didn't have no money. I was trying to get back after get back after get back. So then I went back and I did 3 years, and that's when I never went again. That was 2018. So after that 2018 shit, I was smooth. I ain't been back since. But I went to the county jail on some taking my brother case for that DUI. I went to jail, Torrance. Torrance sent me to jail. I did 12 days. I caught a fade. I caught a fade with NBA Baba, NBA Youngboy shooter, the one that was shooting in LA that hopped out the SUV shooting for NBA Youngboy. I whooped blood ass. I whooped blood ass on like 627 in Supermax. He thought he was hard. I whooped NBA Baba. NBA Baba got a life sentence for shooting for NBA Youngboy. Swear to God on my mama. So then, after they found out about the fight, because he was kind of fucked up.
And what's funny is people are holding on to the old suspect when he was new to No Jumper, and
yeah, if he was BGF, if I served me correctly, I think he was Muslim. I think he was a Muslim brother took from who we talking about, Danny. But yeah, when I whooped NBA Baba, then they found out about it. Then they shipped me to the old man dorm. The old man dorm is 35 and up. I was whooping NBA young boy Baba. He in early 20s. Nigga, I'm 35. Spanked him. So they moved me out and they moved me to the old man dorm. And then that's when I met Brick Baby. And Brick Baby was not, his name was not Brick Baby. His name was not Big. His name was Shitty Cuz. But like I said, Lil Shitty Cuz is the one that killed Nipsey Hussle. You see why Adam 22 got Brick Baby up there? They changed his name. Damn, that's a lot of years. They changed his name from Shitty Cuz to Brick Baby for the internet, or his rap name. Damn, that's too long, gang. So then, okay. So then, if Brick Baby's little homie killed Nipsey Hussle, that's already clout. But then he had rap videos and he had shit to say. Oh, I got pictures with Young Thug. Oh, I got pictures with Draco. I got this, I got that. So the clout of him being big shitty, they kind of changed the narrative of his name and didn't present him as the big homie of the nigga that killed Nipsey Hussle. You see how the narrative is imperative? You see how Brick Baby couldn't even use the words that I just used right there in a row? The narrative is imperative. You would never hear Brick Baby speak with the lingo like bingo, like me. Like the homegirls used to tell me, you could be a pimp. I said, hell no, I got sisters. I'm not finna watch no bitch get my money. I can go get my own money. I don't gotta watch you go get my money. Because while I'm watching you get your money, I might as well do something else to get my money. So we have more money. So I can't sit and watch you. You dig?
But when you got manufactured beefs and stuff like that, you ain't getting nothing out of that. Hey, Willie Will, I'm just sitting here watching you live, eating Louisiana
For sure that.
chicken. Hey, man, whatever, however I can help.
But like I said, Brick Baby, if they brought him to No Jumper as shitty cuz, he would have the Midwest, the East Coast that don't know the threads in between, like how I give it to y'all when I be like I said, this nigga he never told y'all he was from BPS. He been talking about Suspect, but he never once said Suspect used to be from BPS and got put off. He don't know that much. So that's why you got to watch different podcasters, because some of us the thread. That's why I like to commentate on what they let them do the research, the bullshit. And then once you talk the bullshit, I can put the real shit with it to thread, because it's two sides to every story, and then it's the truth. They telling their side, I'm telling my side. Y'all the people, the like, comment, subscribers, are the one that find the truth out of what he say and I say. And that's why I like talking to the chat, especially when you said, oh yeah, white boy said he know you. That's my blood partner. You know what I mean? So what was I in there doing? Yeah. Narrative is imperative, gang.
To me, it's going better. Like, well, you guys tell me, I'm reading the comments.
Brick Baby wouldn't even know how to use them two words in a sentence correctly. Just like I can't respect a nigga that's popping perks before he get on live. You shouldn't even be doing it anyway. But if you popping perks on live, you already know you emotional and you can't let go. You're just trying to hold on to him, but it hurts you so. Gotta let you know that the Perkianas tell the truth. This nigga on there emotional off of Perkiana.
Because right now they're looking for an opponent for extra.
That nigga emotional off the Perkiana. Good looking out. That's how he feeling off that perk though. I'm telling you.
He been in jail. He talking about how he was running yards and shit. That seems like the perfect person to fight for extras to me.
All right, we finna get to this white boy that told on all the 90s. Cause Suspect, this is what put it all together. Suspect was with this dude.
That's what I want you guys to look at this as. Like, you can give feedback, and you can.
Here we go. This is the dude that took down all the 90 Crips.
Welcome to Hood Politics. In this episode, I will be discussing the story of Cameron Terrell, also known as Milk, or White Boy from
Milk.
the 90s neighborhood.
Yup, see?
Which is a gang located on the west side of South Central.
He got them niggas banged on a murder. It's like a murder or a big ass robbery.
When a person thinks of South Central Los Angeles, the things that often come to mind are crime, poverty, and gangs. But just outside of the boundaries of South Central lies an abundance of wealth. A few miles north are the streets of the Hollywood Hills and Beverly Hills.
Exactly.
A few miles west lies the beach cities of
It's
Santa
not
Monica.
far. The hood is not far from Beverly Hills. That's a fact. If you can ride the bus there and be there in 30 minutes, nigga, you Gucci.
Normally, these two worlds don't
A
mix.
broke nigga can catch a rich nigga. That's say less moments.
A young man named Cameron Terrell made national headlines when he crossed that boundary and stepped into the rolling 90s, which is one
Check
of the
this
most
out though,
reputable
man. Listen to
chains in
this.
South Central Los Angeles. Palos Verdes is an upscale city filled with cliffside homes, top-rated schools, golf courses, and country clubs. Cameron Terrell was raised here. His mother, Deborah Terrell, is an interior designer with a list of wealthy clients. His father, Donald Wayne Terrell, is president of New and Improved Media, a media consulting company based in El Segundo, California. The Terrell family lives in a 4,000 square foot
Look
home
where this nigga
that is
live,
valued at
gang.
around $1.8
He wanted a
million.
$1.8 million home, and he wanted to bang 90 crib.
10 parties
Boy, listen to this story.
and neighbors. Cameron drove a black Mercedes Benz.
Yeah. Hey, it's funny you said that because remember when Almighty Suspect? Hold on, I'm gonna pause it because I want y'all to see this. Y'all remember when Brick Baby first went to jail, and that's the first thing out of Almighty Suspect mouth? He was like, "Yeah, man, I'ma just tell y'all the real, like, you know, the come down that he finna have, like, I really, you know what I mean, like." I hope I'm just saying allegedly, you know, if he was still on them drugs and this and that, he finna be in there sick. Like, well, do you see why he built the narrative allegedly? No, nigga. No, nigga. Y'all were just popping him all the way to the day he was gone, nigga. So tell the truth, nigga. Yeah, tell the truth, nigga. I be hearing all this shit, but like I said, I told y'all, I ran a yard of the Bloods. You can't run no yard without remembering what a nigga told you. There is no forgetting. It's lives on the line. Did he say that or not? Or you just filling in? I'll be like, hold on. Let me get it right before I say the words. Because if it ain't what I said right now, it's very damn shit close to it. And that's how the homies fuck with me. So I put it in detail. This nigga said, just like this, to the best of my remembrance, he said, and in this voice, and this is how he said it, man, you know, I feel Brick Baby, man, being up in there, like, you know, especially if he was off them, you know, pills, them drugs, that perks, woo, or allegedly, or whatever it was, like, you know, shit, you know, to come down on that, like, I know he's sick, like, woo. And then Lush was like, yeah, man, you know, but I hopefully he's not on that, you know what I mean? I don't think I don't think he's doing that. And you know what I mean? You know how Lush always try to push it to the side because he know for shit show that the feds is watching. Oh yeah, that's an imperative narrative also. Them niggas a spinderella that shit on my mama. Bullshit. Top of the line. As my granny would say, fuckery. Pure fuckery. It's pure fuckery. I tell you, it's pure fuckery.
In California. By all accounts, the Terrell family was living the American dream, but behind closed doors,
look at his mom and daddy. Man, you could tell that restaurant by the water.
Which led to
$1.8 million home.
Began to rebel against his parents, would often run away from home. There are a lot of rumors regarding Cameron and how he initially connected with people in South Central. Some say it was through drugs, and some say it was through social media. But one thing is clear. Once Cameron made his way to South Central, he became infatuated with the streets. Cameron became good friends with one of the boys there. He would stay at his house for days, weeks, and months at a time, and would even call the boy's mother, Mom. Sometime later, the boy was being courted by the rolling 90s Crips and told Cameron he should also join. Cameron jumped at the opportunity, and shortly afterwards, the two boys were initiated into the gang.
This the nigga that was in the music video with Suspect, what Brandon was just showing us. This is that white boy. That's him in the video. That is him in the video. That's a picture of him in that video.
He would get clothing made with his gang and nickname in large letters.
Yeah, see, I don't know, gang. I don't do them type of drugs, so I wouldn't know. You telling me something, you know what I mean? And if he doing all that, that's them dope fiend farts where you be in the county jail and one of them dope fiends give that nasty, you be like, God damn, that shit don't even smell natural. That's why I hate the county jail. Niggas be throwing up, shitting everywhere. You be like, man, hurry up and get me to my motherfucking cell. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Let me just hurry up, catch my fades, and go to sleep. Nigga be on some shit like that. Let me hurry up and get up in there, catch my phase, and go to sleep. That is the game plan. And if you don't catch the phase, you be like, ooh, thank God. You might wake up in the middle of the night and be like, hey, you from Whoopty Whoop? Yeah, what up? And we gotta catch that fade. Be like, God damn. Did they even come with breakfast yet? Nah, but we gonna try to set it up. So why you waking me up now? I just letting you know. All right, for sure. I ain't going nowhere.
a 21-year-old man named Justin Holmes was walking down the street with two other people.
Bosco ain't gonna say that. Bosco gonna tell a nigga a joke. Bosco gonna hi wiggle his way up out of there. Hey, homie, we don't even beef with y'all. Like, I'm not saying. I mean, if you tripping, I'm tripping. But it's like my hood don't even beef with y'all. That's Bosco type shit. I know it's pure fuckery.
The suspects ran to a waiting black sedan and fled down an alley near Western Avenue. The two people that were walking with Holmes ran to a nearby store and called for help. They then returned to the scene of the shooting and stayed with Holmes until help arrived. Holmes was taken to the hospital and pronounced dead at 12:02 p.m. The autopsy would later show that he was shot twice, including a fatal shot to the back. Detectives working the case began their investigation. They began to look into the background of Holmes in an effort to find a motive for the murder. They found that Holmes, nor the people he was walking with, had any gang affiliation. Holmes was a college student and had a job working for U-Haul. He had a day off from work and decided to hang with some friends. One of the people with Holmes during the shooting picked out
on me.
From a photograph
On me. Yeah. My dad used to say that. And then it'll blow over your head at the moment. And then you be like, two dead flies smashed. Like flies ain't even good alive. They even less when they dead. You know, when you break that down, you be like, this nigga fuck me. Oh, I'm fucking up the shit, man. I'm talking over it, man. But yeah, on everything. Hold on. Let me run it back some. But yeah, on my mama, when my dad used to say, what you just told me ain't worth two dead flies smash, I'd be like, man, in my head, I'd be like, man, you wouldn't make no busted tire sound. You wouldn't make no busted tire sound. My dad'll bust your motherfucking lips open. You make that, man, pow. He has some big ass hands, nigga. You going down, down, baby. But yeah, when he used to tell me two dead flies smash, and I actually just sit back and like, I processed it like, two dead flies smashed. One fly ain't on shit. Two flies ain't shit. It could be a lot of them. But he said two dead flies smashed. Flies ain't worth nothing alive. So, you know, that made me like, what you just told me ain't worth shit. How am I supposed to take any substance from something that ain't got no weight or merit to it? You're just telling me some bullshit right now. That ain't about nothing. Just blowing some air and speaking some vibrations that ain't going nowhere, no how, no time soon. But back to this white boy who was in the video with Suspect, Almighty. So now, from this Rolling 90s rap video, two of these niggas yeah, Bosco trash, gang. And then you see the way I get on him is so natural. Like, and I could see why Bosco probably said what he said in front of Whack 100 and even got on Cam Capone a couple months back about me and just said, oh, he's a bitch, he's a bitch, he's a bitch. No motherfucking story, just he's a bitch. No story behind it, no narrative, just he always been a bitch. I don't know, he just a bitch. So I was like, yeah, whatever, nigga. So when I seen this one, I was like, you know, I could see why Bosco probably did dislike me. Because when you kids, you don't hold your tongue. You really let and roast off on niggas. You feel me? And I know I used to be on him for being ugly. But I wasn't the only one. It was always somebody that said something, or it could be me that said it first. It could be somebody else that said it first. But just like I be having y'all laughing and rolling now, just imagine me being younger in the hood, and that's what made us brothers. Because we be roasting each other like brothers and sisters. Like, that's how you have homegirls. We hang out so much, we don't even want to fuck on her. We be like, we ain't even trying to fuck on a homegirl. You might think she cool. Man, I've been knowing her since way back. I don't want them draws. I remember when them draws was dirty. I remember when them draws used to, you know what I mean? We had fights about eating tacos, you know? She said, I do. Yeah, I don't be trying to hit on my homegirls. Like, it ain't even like that. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, like I said, I got 2 of them, but one was liking me since day one, but she let it be known. Once you turn 18, it's already over for you. Oh, every day. That's what Peaches told me. I was like, God damn, like, she just took me, like, literally. And then once I turned 18, on my mama, where you at? Where you going? Come over here. I'm staying, we over at the homie house. Well, like, she used to always tell me, like, when I be in the hood and I be walking around or I be serving, she would tell me where all the homies is at. And they be like, blood, it's cold outside, or it's raining, or it's this, and that. Man, come in, woo, woo, woo. Nah, I'm out here in the fog, man, I'm thugging. Hey, man, let us know if something bracking out there. You know what I mean? I'll be like, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I had a couple of homegirls like that. I had a couple, and that's when they was doing their little dyke thing, though. You know? Um, I know Kia. I know Kia wanted to fuck on a nigga, but like I said, she was too boy. I know she did. And then then after that she turned dyke. And then when I did try to smash, yeah, when I did try to smash, she tried to hit me with that I don't like guys no more. And then I caught her with the homie one time. And then after that I was like, you burnt. But I guess, like, you know, she had tried for so long, she was like, fuck you, nigga. She showed me, though, I could have hit old Kia, but, no. And when Kia was around, Bosco wasn't around. Because we was grown by the time Bosco. We was grown. We was grown by the time Bosco, damn near grown by the time Bosco came around. Like 16, Bosco man, I don't even know if he know Kia. For real. And it was 2 Kias. Now the other Kia, that was the homegirl from IF with the booty, to where she was like, I was like 16, she was like 15 or 14. No, she was 15. I was 16. Nigga, when it get hot in summertime and you see Kia in them little like loose little like pajama shorts, boy, that booty used to be so wiggly looking soft. I was like, oh my Lord, I got to go where she's going. Wherever she going, that's where I'm going. Okay. Yeah. We was on that since a kid. Beef jerky skin. You said you believe, man, my shit keep fucking up. I don't know what's going on. Going on with my sheet. I can't get jiggy with this shit. But yeah, like I said, oh man, oh now you say tomboy. Now that I think about it, my baby mama was a tomboy, and oh, okay, yeah, my baby mama with my son is a tomboy, and I'm talking about that's probably why we had a kid, because all the time she was a tomboy, she probably liked me. She like way older than me though, but when she was a tomboy, she probably liked me. So then when we finally did connect, it was just all out smash out. You know what I mean? Like she was not playing. Every time we did anything, even if it was back to back in a day or the next day, man, she be trying to wear me out. I'm talking about. And she an Amazon too. So, you know what I mean? Man, she used to, boy, listen. She did not play no days, no time. It was like every day was the first, or like it was gonna be the last. And that's exactly how we had my son. Cause she was just, boy, listen. It'll talk about just wake a nigga up. Oh, okay, yeah, I know about Aquariuses too. They be on their stuff. And they, yeah, yep. That's the little water sign. And my last girlfriend that I had a while back, she was an Aquarius. She was like, "Yep, that's why I'm always wet. You know what I mean? I'm always wet." I was like, "Yeah, no, I ain't never known you to need no lubrication. I give you that. You ain't never needed no lube. That's for sure, for sure." I couldn't believe it. It was like a some you never find. You're like, what? Never. Oh, okay. Popping in and out. I heard about that too. I ain't finished with this white boy that told on everybody. The one that was in the music video with Suspect.
Arrived. Holmes was taken to the hospital and pronounced dead at 12:02 p.m. The autopsy would later show that he was shot twice, including a fatal shot to the back. Detectives working the case began their investigation. They began to look into the background of Holmes in an effort to find a motive for the murder. They found that Holmes, nor the people he was walking with, had any gang affiliation. Holmes was a college student and had a job working for U-Haul. He had a day off from work and decided to hang with some friends. One of the people with Holmes during the shooting picked out the gunman from a photographic lineup. The shooter was a 16-year-old gang member. Investigators
I
then
bet he
searched the area looking
was.
for other witnesses when they noticed the surveillance camera near the scene.
I bet
They
he
contacted the
was.
owner and asked for the
He
camera
was a
footage.
gang member.
Upon reviewing the video,
See?
detectives saw the two
That's the
suspects get
Benz.
into a waiting black Mercedes-Benz and speed off.
That's white boy driving.
Immediately, Cameron became a prime suspect. Police knew Cameron due to interactions at Jesse Owens Park in early 2017.
See? Hanging out with the
And knew
9-0s.
he drove a black Mercedes-Benz. Detectives interviewed Cameron about the murder. He admitted to driving the car at the time. Cameron was arrested on October 12th, and his bail was set at $5 million. The two young men that were with Cameron were also arrested on October 12th. When the police searched the home of the shooter, they found a Chrome 38 special revolver. He would later admit to shooting Holmes. The names of Cameron's accomplices weren't released because they were both minors at the time of the murder, whereas Cameron was 18 years old and legally an adult at the time of the murder. Cameron and his two co-defendants were charged with 1 count of premeditated murder and 2 counts of attempted murder with gang enhancements. The news of a wealthy white teen playing a part in the murder of an innocent black man in South Central quickly made national headlines. People wondered, how did this happen and what would be the outcome? Cameron sat in jail for about a week, but was released when his family posted $500,000 on a $5 million bond. Cameron's two accomplices remained in jail. Cameron's family was shunned by the Palos Verdes community. Clients stopped doing business with his family, and students, parents, and staff at Palos Verdes High School did not want Cameron to continue his senior year at the school, stating that they felt unsafe and uncomfortable with him attending. The school and the Terrell family agreed to let Cameron complete his studies off campus. Cameron pled not guilty to all charges, and his trial began on July 3rd, 2018. Cameron was represented by an attorney named Javon Blacknell. Blacknell told the court that Cameron was a good kid from a good home, and the case was a result of blatant overcharging. He went on to say that Cameron didn't know the two men were armed when they entered his vehicle, and when he drove into rival gang territory, he thought the two men got out of the car to go tag a wall. Blacknell said that Cameron wouldn't have used his dad's car if he was planning to kill someone. He was shocked when he heard the gunfire. He stated that Cameron sped away as a matter of survival and not in an attempt to flee the scene of a crime. The prosecution painted Cameron as a wolf in sheep's clothing. They presented a stack of evidence in hopes of proving Cameron as an active member of the Rolling 90s and a willing participant in the murder of Justin Holmes. The evidence against Cameron included the following: a shirt with the name Milk in light blue letters, which was found in his Mercedes-Benz. Pictures and videos of Cameron with known gang members.
This nigga had everything, the gun, his name, the car, the tattoo.
Which is meant to represent Western Avenue, a street that stretches through Rolling 90s territory. Other evidence included scenes from a music video called The N.A. Anthem. The N.A. Anthem is a song featuring rappers from various gangs under the neighborhood Crip umbrella. The rappers diss rival
Look at the white
gangs
boy.
and showed their allegiance to
Where the fuck is
neighborhood cliques.
where's
It's the
Suspect
title,
at?
N.A. Anthem. Cameron can be
Where's
spotted in
Suspect
multiple
at?
scenes of the video.
Where's
amongst
Suspect
the sea of
at?
gang members,
Is he there?
sporting a light blue
But he had a
bandana
blue
around his
t-shirt
neck.
on though.
The prosecution went on to explain that Cameron would have earned status among the Rolling 90s if he ventured into A-Trade gangster Crip territory and killed a rival gang member. The prosecution also showed a video that was taken by Cameron of gang members kicking over the candles at Justin Holmes Memorial. Javon Blacknell stated that Cameron was living a fantasy, and he was unaware of the real-life consequences of his choices.
He was living a fantasy. Man, the narrative is imperative.
When asked about the tattoo on Cameron's chest, Blacknell said Cameron got the tattoo because Kevin Durant has one, and Durant is his favorite basketball player. Blacknell called character witnesses to testify.
Wow.
All of them said they didn't think
the narrative is imperative.
Jurors deliberated for nearly a week before reaching a verdict. The jury found Cameron Terrell not guilty on all charges. Cameron spoke to the press after the verdict.
I said rest in peace.
Remember I told you he had a white shirt and either a black or blue? I told you. I ain't seen this in years. I told you what I seen this nigga wearing. You see why I don't be lying on niggas? Look what he wearing. The only thing I said, he didn't have a tie. I seen him walking with no tie before on a different. It probably was the real news. But I told you, that nigga was in a dark suit wearing a collar shirt.
Ethan Couch was 16
I told
years
you.
old when he decided to drive drunk.
Well, see, maybe him. I don't know. But I remember what he did. But that's somebody different.
His lawyer argued that because the Couch family is so well off,
I told y'all.
Ethan never had to suffer
If I tell y'all something, I'm not gonna lie.
The attorney went on to say that Ethan suffered from a condition called affluenza. Ethan received 10 years of probation. Cameron's two co-defendants await trial. Since they were both 16 years old at the time of the murder, their cases went to juvenile court. The district attorney wants to move their cases to adult court so they can be tried as adults. I want to thank you guys for tuning in. Please like, comment, and subscribe.
So for years, we all thought that 50 Cent was trolling Diddy off for fun. But today we found out why 50 Cent actually hates Diddy. That's because today 50 Cent's baby mom, Daphne Joy, allegedly took the stand against Diddy in the trial. And they're basically saying she got paid $10K for Diddy to smash her for 9 days in Turks and 6 days in the Bahamas. That's what everybody was saying after the trial today.
Consensual. That was a word that the man next to me said today during the Jane Doe's testimony. Now remember, this is day one of the Jane Doe's testimony, and the prosecution is setting the stage. Right now, all we know is that she was in love with Diddy, so in love with him, in a lustful relationship, full of Molly, ecstasy, sometimes ketamine, having these freak-offs, what they call them debauchery or like wild nights. And so far, she said she willingly participated because she loved him so much. She just wanted to make him happy and she wanted to turn on her partner. She really liked him. Despite the Tootsie Roll allegations, this woman loved sex with Diddy. She loved it. So much baby oil, 24 bottles, she said. Now, the prosecution must have
24 bottles? Did you hear what she said? A baby oil?
Doesn't sound like she was signing bad
24 bottles of baby oil?
That 50 Cent had to respond, and he posted this picture to his Instagram today. He posted this picture of him and his son, which happens to be Daphne Joy's son too. And the caption says, "What the F?" And it looks like they're both.
Man, you feel me?
Oh my gosh, what are you doing? But this wasn't the only thing he posted to Instagram. He posted this picture. He wanted me to call him Ernie. Diddy.
Wow, look at Bert and Ernie.
Bert and Ernie and some seafood lingerie.
Y'all gonna do Bert and Ernie like that? Come on, man, that's violation of my eyes. I grew up on them niggas. You niggas disrespecting the culture.
Bert and Ernie on his Instagram. 50 Cent. Bert and Ernie were the nicknames that Diddy gave to the Jane Doe when they met. The very first time they saw each other in a bathroom, he said, "Let's give each other nicknames, Bert and Ernie." 50 Cent just posted Bert and Ernie. And everyone here is like, oh no, he really should have done that.
So that's crazy. 50 Cent is just a goon. Like, how did 50 Cent even know all of that? He's not in the court, but I guess he got ties to somebody in there.
Yeah, they got earpieces, man. Come on, man. Shit that's undetected on the sensor, nigga. And that nigga can get word for word to what's going on in there. You talking about million bazillionaires. They done been to China, Japan, all the shit, the nigga to get shit. Come on, man. They got phones they don't even sell Americans.
I thought we was joking. 50 Cent got something to chime in.
Like, y'all playing, it's 2025. I bet you China could get us when they want to. And I mean, get us when they want to.
5 minutes ago, why 50 post this? He posted him and Sire. Shout to Big Sire. He said, what the is going on? Chat.
50, you and your son gotta live with that.
Do y'all think y'all know who Jane Doe is or not?
And when P. Diddy go to jail, y'all gotta live with that too. And when this little boy grows up and his girlfriend get mad at him, she's gonna mention his mama was part of the Diddy freak off. You know that's coming. And you know what that little nigga gonna do? Catch a domestic violence. Watch. They be like, oh, he Chris Brown's her. You shouldn't have said what you said. You shouldn't have done it. You go back to who's who. You shouldn't have did it. You shouldn't have did it. If you end up on the who's who's, you shouldn't have did it. And we ain't starting nothing. But we just stating the facts. Once it hit the internet, it's up for grabs.
So she talked about
you shouldn't have did it.
Like, oh, I just want to let you know who my baby daddy is. He's like, I don't care who your baby daddy is. Of course he don't care. Because he likes dating other well-known people's baby mamas. And it's like a thing. Remember Sarah Chapman? That's his baby mama. She was supposed to be with Diddy. With Tupac. That's what he does. I can't confirm. I'm not going to confirm or deny who it is. But she got a lot of nerve. She got a lot of nerve. You know this girl had the audacity to come up there and be like, I felt pressure because he paid my rent. Bitch, get a job. Get a job. She literally said her sources of income was Diddy giving her money and her child support. Get a job.
Oh.
And she is stupid. She is unwise. Listen, if you're going to walk around beautiful and talentless, you don't want to get an education, that's fine. I don't know, maybe she got a learning difference. But don't be stupid.
Maybe she got a learning difference.
She really sat up there and said that Diddy had asked her how much of an allowance would she like. She said 15,000. He said no, 10. You know what she does? She takes the whole 10 and says, okay, well, I'm going to go get an apartment. I'm going to go get a house. I want to rent a house for $10. Girl, you ain't got no talent. You're useless. You have no education. How can you, and you know you have a child to support. If you don't take 5 of it, get you a nice apartment place to stay in where she want to live with LA.
Where she want to live is LA.
Take the rest and stay or whatever like that. No. You're going to take all 10 so that you can Instagram from a nice little place. Get a job. And what I really think, baby.
She said, baby. I hate when my girl family members say, when they say, baby, man, they finna drop a load on you.
You are in fear of
baby.
Child support dispute with your baby daddy. Because you already said your only income was Diddy's money and child support.
Sheesh.
So if your baby daddy, who's already, let's say for example, her baby daddy is upset that she was even involved with this, right? Because I'm sure he would be.
I'm sure he would be.
Your baby daddy is taking the custody, and what do you lose? All your income. Because you no longer have Diddy's income because he's locked up. And now you no longer have the child support that you chose to live on rather than getting a job, rather than doing something. Shame on you. Now.
Shame on you.
Here's what I need to
She said shame on you.
I need her to get up on that stand and, for example, talk about how Diddy took the sex tapes because she was out there doing it. So basically, he would have her do it to sex workers, and then she hasn't said recorded yet.
So she was, so that was supposed to be his girlfriend, and she had to go fuck other niggas? Oh, Lord.
Now, to me, that is analogous.
Damn, it is. Hard.
Mom and Dad.
I heard it was like some tornadoes and stuff when my peoples went to Atlanta, like 3 weeks ago.
Y'all are not about to get me put out the courtroom. I am not allowed to confirm or anything who this person might be. But what I will say is that this is supposed to be the second count of sex trafficking. You're not.
Yeah, Diddy, man. Diddy was, man. Diddy was wearing everybody baby mama out.
Mine's big and nasty. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was Diddy's life. And like they said, Diddy likes to mess with other dudes, women, just on some domination stuff. So I don't know what's going on. Do you think 50 Cent is right for trolling Daphne? Do you think that he's right for saying all he's been saying about Diddy all these years? Because he had clearly some ammunition.
And all the photos is for Diddy. You know what I mean? Because she know Diddy's watching every, liking every.
What do you guys think?
You know? And then his followers, well, she got followers from Diddy. You know what I mean? Then her man, it's all clout. Somebody will save her right now. On my mama. Somebody would save her if they could. Right now. Which probably she already is saved. Ain't no telling.
I can't run, I can't hide from no nigga, no. I still wanna take my mama to the coast.
Oh, for sure, for sure. All these rappers, man, I just can't do it. I don't like. That's why I said, if y'all gonna rap, I got some lingo. I could do some shit too. You niggas can't sing like Chris Brown. I'll kill you niggas off with an R&B hook, nigga, and you niggas don't got no vocals. And then when I bust my shit, nigga, just stop. Mother don't be help.
Excuse me. What's the good old big deal with the good old people? It's your boy Young Aunt Hefe. Don't care about number what the check say. Make sure you go ahead and like and subscribe, because it don't cost you nothing. And press that button. And if you ring that notification bell, I'ma bring you mail. What's the good old big deal with the good old people? It's Hot Topics with your boy Young Aunt Hefe, and I'm here to deliver you another one like the other one. So the
Man, he talking slow like he off lane.
It's gonna be B-Braves, you know what I'm saying, the lanes.
Hit that like button, subscribe if you ain't subscribed. AYLESS Moments TV.
GM. So, since Braves have bust out on this internet, you know, with who's, you know what I'm saying, it became a household name, you know what I'm saying, with his content and his page. You always hear Braves say on GM, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people been wondering who GM was or what GM stood for, you know what I'm saying? Because it could be abbreviated for a few things, you know what I'm saying? But what it is abbreviated for was the furthest thing from my mind and or what I thought, you know. But I did think that GM was somebody rested. And I served myself correct with that analogy that GM is somebody rested. So I had wanted to cover the story.
Man, get to the point, man. You be rambling. That's why I don't like Aunt Hefe. He be rambling. He like one of them grandfathers that be taking long to get to the goddamn story.
Homework, they gonna do the right digging, they gonna have the facts.
Wack told on who?
With the facts, it's still a legend.
Wack told on a lot of people. Told on who?
Just don't hear that.
Wack do be telling, but I don't know who you talking about.
For all you weirdos who always...
Oh, you talking about Braves? Yeah, hell yeah, he told on Braves. He told on Braves once he went on live with Braves. He told on him. The feds watch everything Wack calls.
I'm speaking on or I'm reacting to.
Yeah.
Y'all also
that's 50 Cent last BM.
Where this came from. I don't ever come on this camera just spinning false narratives.
Yeah, you did. You did with the carrot thing.
Get past that understanding, we just continue let them be stupid, you know what I'm saying, and carry on with stupidity. However, it was just crazy checking out this little segment that Respectable Rants put together because, you know, I know a lot of people, you know, I know the E-Max, you know, I know the Mad Bulls and stuff like that. I remember the unaliving of GM, you know what I'm saying, a few years back. but I'm not knowing the connection of who she is and her connection to brains. You feel me? Because all you heard in the streets that was girl Mad Mo, you know what I'm saying, and got killed or whatnot. But however, I don't want to hold you guys any longer, you know what I'm saying, pertaining to this segment. We about to get right off in it. You already know, man, it's the halfway to half effect. We're going to commentate.
What's up with this gay ass music?
His heart. G and real mad. So you see the break saying GM, he's talking about real mad. GM. Real mad wasn't gonna come.
In today's video, we're gonna talk about Girl Mad Mo, aka B Brace's girlfriend GM. We're also gonna break down each generation of the Mad Mo's. We're gonna break down who Mad Mo number 1 is and Mad Mo number 2. We're gonna cover each of their cases, their life story, and more. This is definitely the craziest story I've done so far. Now let's get into it. But to understand this story, I feel like we gotta start off with Mad Mo number 1. Mad Mo 1 would be Mad Mo 2's blood brother. They would have the same mother and father. Mad Mo 1, who is 49 years old right now, is currently incarcerated for a double homicide and an attempted murder. He was arrested at the age of 20, and the year was 1997. But the murder took place September 23rd of 1996.
Damn.
At 3:25 in the morning, a vehicle would break down on Santa Monica Freeway and Crenshaw Boulevard. Then when they were trying to inspect the vehicle, 2 young men in a Honda would stop behind the vehicle, then pull up alongside it. And after the white Honda,
yeah, I remember he did a video, and he was talking about, yeah, we've been in here so long, you know what I mean? We've been in here since kids, man, and you know, once they give you life, like they said, like all the lifer homies say, once they give you life, you gonna spend life trying to get that life up off you.
The victims were 17
That's what they tell you. Once they give you life, it's gonna take you life to get it up off you. Pretty much, you gonna go home broke up and old, nigga. And I'm talking about can't run.
Arrested for the murder. As you see at the top left, the arrest date is September 30th of 1997. This would be him around that time. But remember, they would be looking for 2 people, so he would have a co-defendant, and he would be arrested for the same exact charges. But as you see, his arrest date would be.
You see how bad, Bo? He got the jury curl like Big B braids.
They would take it to trial, and 3 years
Mad
later,
Mo had a
October
jury
7th,
curl like Big B
1999,
braids, the rapper.
They would be found guilty. Mad Mo 1 would receive life without parole for 1 murder, and then on the second murder he would receive 26 years to life, and he would be sentenced on November 5th of 1999.
God damn. That's when I went to that's when I entered high school, 99.
17th of 2001. This would be his article on change.org.
As soon as I went to high school, that nigga was gone.
And it says that the witness mistakenly identified Omar Jones, and after 15 years, the same witness recanted his statement, saying that Omar Jones wasn't the one who killed his friend and cousin. He later revealed he was compensated in exchange for his testimony, but the judge still denied his appeal, stating that the witness took too long to come forward.
Yeah, 15 years.
And that would be the same witness that the district attorney used to convict him. But now let's talk about his little brother, Mad Mo number 2, aka KS. Now, as you can see from this picture, he would have DLB on his forehead, which stands for Denver Lane Bloods, and he would have KS on his cheek, which stands for Killer Salo. Salo would be a nickname for the 107 Hoovers, and as you see, they're the closest to the Denver Lane Bloods. He was the one that was on Munchie B's podcast, talking about if B Brace got airlifted or not. He also has the episode on No Jumper with Brick Baby. But let's dive into his court cases. Mad Mo.
Thankfully, you have DoorDash. Your groceries.
Man, if y'all don't pay y'all goddamn bills, nigga.
KS would be in and out of jail his whole life. But we're gonna start off with his first major case. He was arrested on January 20th of 2011 for 1 count of assault with a firearm on a person and 1 count of assault with a firearm on a peace officer / firefighter. He would have
Damn!
about 3 weeks, but on February 10th of
That nigga was a
2011,
police officer
he
and a
was
firefighter.
$50,000.
Smoked
And 2
him.
months after bailing out, he would take a plea deal for the assault with a firearm on a person on April 27th of 2011, but they would allow him to stay on bail while he fought the other count of assault with a firearm on a peace officer. But then 4 months after they allowed him to stay on bail, he would catch a whole new case on August 1st of 2011 for grand theft from a person. He would then have to sit in the county jail while he fought both cases, the assault with a firearm on a peace officer and the grand theft from a person. And don't forget, he was still waiting for his sentencing for the assault with a firearm on a person. But on January 17th of 2012, he would take a plea deal for the grand theft from a person. And on that same exact day, he would have the assault with a firearm on a peace officer dismissed, as you see January 17th of 2012.
Alright, so for me, it connected a few dots as far as things that I did know and things that I didn't know. So, of course, I know Lil Madmo, which is KS. Never met his big brother, who was Big Madmo, because y'all see that Big Madmo had went down back in '96, even before KS was gangbanging. Went down for a hot one. So it's being alleged that they said like on Crenshaw in Santa Monica, like under the freeway path, about a freeway path, a car had broke down, and out of nowhere, this Honda pulled up behind this broken down car and then decided to reverse the car and get on the side of the car. Said some words was exchanged, a hood was yelled out, 2 shots was fired, and a car.
For the real though, feel me?
2 of those shots found their target in the people in the front seat, the driver and the passenger. They both was pronounced dead. Whoever was in the back seat, he was unscathed and untouched.
Enough to tell.
And that was luck on his part, but might have been some mischief and or wrong information on the behalf of Mad Mo, because I'm pretty sure that is the guy who came forward and said that Mad Mo allegedly did those unalivings. Don't say what these unalivings was for, what they was about, if it was rival, because Crenshaw and Santa Monica, like, who over there? That's got to be like a South Side area if it's just not neutral.
Yeah, it's not a black hood.
That ain't like no.
It's West LA. It's West LA.
Somebody was just in traffic and knew the car.
Yeah, follow you in. Yeah,
like, oh,
but that ain't no action over
there. Put it on
there.
the side. Oh yeah, that's them.
Yeah, for real.
Cracking,
That's it.
Unless Faith just came around and spun around, and those people luck was that bad, they got executed, being caught way out of bounds in the neutral zone. So, however, Mad Mo, Big Mad Mo, had went down for this murder. They said about a year later, him and his co-defendant, whoever the co-defendant was. Mad Mo been down since then, was given an extensive amount of time. His co-defendant was given a death penalty. However, since Mad Mo been down, y'all been seeing all these laws been coming through for all type of people. It's people who have went to jail for murder after Mad Mo and served their time and made it out. It's people that's been in there before him, that went before murder before him, who have made it out. There's all type of laws that's been in place that's intact.
Yep.
And helping people get out
every
of jail.
6 months.
Definitely Mad Mo, Big Mad Mo, I think he went down when he was about 20, 21. So he qualified as being a juvenile.
Youth offender program.
State of mind if this was him.
Youth offender program, for sure.
You got the person who was the original witness coming forward
saying it wasn't him.
Wasn't the shooter. That the police.
But 15 years later is a long time, bruh.
To say that Mad Mo was the shooter.
But 15 years is a minute, bruh.
This judge, whoever this judge is not going for it. Like, nah, you took too long. You should have been came forward with
15 years?
You not credible. How was he credible to put Mad Mo away? If he was credible to put him away, why he not credible to come back? If in fact this is the truth and say that, look, I was paid to say this man did that. He ain't the dude that I seen on that fatal day that shot.
Who was you paid by?
That I witnessed.
Who paid you?
However, he's still in there, I'm pretty sure.
The police?
The fight goes on. Now the Lil Mad Mo KS, you know what I'm saying, who y'all probably more familiar with, that y'all seen that Munchie B had interviewed Me and KS know of each other, you know what I'm saying? You know, same generation, you know, was in the halls, jail around the same time. When he took that trip they talk about, he was down to 2021. 2011. We both was in Wayside, you know what I'm saying? We both was in Supermax, you know what I'm saying? I was on the upper 800 floors, he was on the lower 800 floors, you know what I'm saying? So, what we've learned, and I've learned in this video, that GM is Girl Mad Mo, who was B Bray's girlfriend when B Bray's fell down. You know what I'm saying? You know how that go. He fell down. B Bray's got over 200 and some years life sentence. Ain't too many people gonna stick around, but I'm pretty sure she was around. You know what I'm saying? Was able to call on her. You know what I'm saying? Probably giving a few ducats when she can and stuff like that. Just looking out, doing what she can, what she do. But don't like go on when you in that big. But with that being said, we about to get it off into the rest of this content. You already know it's the halfway to half effect. We gonna commentate.
4 years in prison for the assault with a firearm on a person, and he would get 2 years in prison for the grand theft from a person. So 6 years in total. But he had about 2.5
2 years for a grand theft person? That's a long time.
Released in 2018, and he would manage to stay out of trouble.
That's a hell of a deal.
But in 2020, he would catch another case. And this time it would be for 1 count of murder, 3 counts of assault with a firearm on a person, 1 count of conspiracy to commit any crime, and 1 count of possession of a firearm by a felon. And if you look to the right, the offense date would be August 1st of 2020. But he wasn't arrested until 2 months later, October 6th of 2020. And how ironic that that would be 1 day before the 107 Hoover set day. But he wasn't the only one arrested. He would have 3 co-defendants, 2 females and 1 male. And his co-defendant would be GM's brother. And his moniker would be Tiny Emac. And as you see in this picture right here, this would be him and Baby Braze. The victim's name was Damon Harper, and he was 44 years old at the time. He was killed in a drive-by on the 800 block of West 104th Place. It happened at 6 o'clock at night, and police are claiming it's gang-related. 2 women and a man approached in the vehicle and started to shoot. The 800 block of West 104th Place would be in the 107 Hoover territory. But unfortunately, a year into fighting this case, somebody would kill Girl Mad on September 25th of 2021. We're gonna double back and talk about that though. But on March 10th of 2021, Mad Mo number 2 would have his murder charge dismissed, but he would be held on the rest of the charges. But Tiny Mac, aka GM's brother, and the 2 women accused of the murder would be held to answer on all counts. They would then spend the next 3 months fighting it. But on June 11th of 2021, Mad Mo number 2, aka KS, he would have most of the charges dismissed, but he would take a plea deal.
So that nigga went and smoked the bitches.
He would get 4 years in state prison, and Tiny Emac, aka GM's brother, was acquitted on all counts. This would be Tiny Emac's Facebook bio, and as you see it says all 12 jurors not guilty. Who said God doesn't have favorites? I'm one of them. R.I.P. little sister. And as far as the 2 women go, one of them would take the murder charge, and she would take a plea deal to where it was reduced to a voluntary manslaughter. And she would get 6 years in state prison for that.
What?
And the other female, who was her sister, got all counts dismissed, but she ended up taking a plea deal for an accessory after the fact. And she got 3 years in state prison.
So they only got 6 years
and
and 3 years.
And how much that name rings bells.
They smoked her and got 6 years. 9 years together.
AKA KS. And the name GM is starting to go viral, as we all know, because of B Brace, aka Who's on YouTube. And Baby Brace, who some of you may not know, is currently in jail for 7 life sentences plus 256 years. We made a video about him, go check it out if you haven't. But let's start where we left off about GM. As you see right there, she was murdered on September 25th of 2021.
Damn, my birthday!
And her brother Tiny Emac were fighting that murder case. Nobody got arrested for it, and it would still be a cold case. This would be Mad Mo's Instagram, and as you can tell from the caption, he had a bunch of love for her. But as you can see right here, GM was Brace's girlfriend at the time of his trial, and would even try to get him off by testifying. But the prosecutors didn't want her to, and tried to impeach her, saying that she lied about being a gang member, and had an open case for attacking somebody with a knife from a rival gang and yelling out on lanes while attacking her. They would even cite the case law in the court, and this is what they were talking about. As you can see, it would be 4 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, but 3 of them counts got dismissed, and she took a plea deal on one of them, to where she received 5 years of probation. But then shortly after that, tragically, she lost her life due to gun violence. She was a mother, a daughter, and a sister, and she was loved in the community. May she
Damn.
rest in peace. And now hopefully you guys can see what type of weight and respect that name holds in the streets of Los Angeles. But that's gonna wrap it up for this video. I appreciate it.
Okay, so as y'all see on this second part, it's basically a regular program, you know what I'm saying? They programming, you know what I'm saying? Whatever was going on, whoever they was getting into it with, whoever the enemies was, or if it was personal situations, there was shootings, you know what I'm saying? Cross references going on, people in jail, you know what I'm saying? I know Tiny E-Mac as well, man. Shout out Tiny E-Mac. So it looked like Tiny E-Mac, Lil Mad Mo, and 2 other females who probably was Devin Lane members, I don't know, girlfriends or whoever. They could have been anybody. You didn't say who they was, you know what I'm saying? That's just me, you know what I'm saying, speculating. So they went down, you know what I'm saying, for some unalivings, some homicides. They fought it.
They got 6 years, one got 3 years. That's crazy.
Serious and got hit with probably like I think they said like an aggravated assault or something, or like assault with a deadly weapon. Got 4 years. The females, one of them, you know what I'm saying, they said she basically took it like she did it. They gave her manslaughter 6 years, probably knowing that she didn't do it, but probably knowing that she was taking a rapid weight. You know what I'm saying? For the homies, probably was like, I'm gonna hit you with this 6-piece. The other female got hit with the same time. Mad Mo got hit with 4. Tiny E-Mac, he was acquitted of everything. Y'all see they got the Facebook little situation posted from when he got out, thanking God, you know what I'm saying, and, giving acknowledgement and saying that he's one of God's favorites and stuff like that. However, what I didn't know, me knowing Tiny E-Mac, I didn't even know Tiny E-Mac's sister was Girl Mad. And Girl Mad was B. Bray's, you know what I'm saying, love interest before B. Bray's, you know what I'm saying, fell victim to the time he got. So
7 consecutive life sentences plus 200 and some years.
In 2021,
damn, Braves, you ain't never coming home. Never ever.
Unalive and killed, and I'm not
that nigga gonna be on there like
on that because
he gonna be breathing on niggas at 90 years old, talking about he breathing on niggas.
I'm not gonna speak on her
on
death,
land.
you feel me? But I remember when she passed away. I just got out that year. Crazy thing too. Shout out to KS as well. You feel me, Lil Mad Mo? I think he's down right now. But I just ran into him probably about 2 months ago before he went down. I was in traffic looking for a Nike Tech sweatsuit. I happened to run into this shoe warehouse like on 135th and Fifth. And I ran into Mad Mo. We looked at each other. We was kind of looking. You know how people be apprehensive. Feeling each other out. He like, man, what's up, man? I know you. I'm looking like, nah, because I remember.
Man, what's up with all the bullshit content? Get to the point, man.
So,
God damn.
I'm looking like I don't know.
All this babble from Babylon.
He like, and I'm like, yeah. He like little KS. You feel me? Mad Mo, Devin Lane. I'm like, oh, what's up, bro? We chopped it up for a minute. He like, what you got going? Shit, man. About to come in here, grab this Nike Tech, and get up out of here in traffic. It was Snoop Dogg. Matter of fact, it wasn't even what. No, that wasn't when I grabbed the Adidas sweatsuit. It was when I grabbed a Nike Tech suit. I was about to say that was Snoop Dogg party. I was about to tell a whole lie. But that was another time that I was in that shoe warehouse. But the last time I was in there, I ran into Mad Mo, and I think shortly he went down. I don't know what he's down for right now, but hopefully it ain't nothing serious, and hopefully he can get up out of here. You feel me? And rest in peace, GM. You feel me? Girl Mad, man. You feel me? Shout out to my boy Braves as well, man. We gonna kind of
he be running up them numbers, man. I don't know what he gonna do now, cause even if somebody sell him a phone while he in prison, everybody gonna look at him like he a hot boy.
I'm gonna bring you back.
Keeping it real and showing love, absolutely free.
Free.
Still some of the hardest
real
shit
nigga
for a lot of you bitch ass niggas to do. So if you ain't a bitch ass nigga, let me see you keep it real and show me some love and share this post right here, cake ass nigga.
He said cake ass nigga. You take them, I put the niggas on. You gotta swallow them first.
What the fuck? I just jump way to here. I just cut me off like that. Look at it. Look at this mud pie face ass nigga. That nigga face look like a goddamn brownie. Look at close at a brownie. When you cut it in the inside, all them holes and shit.
Deal, YouTube, what's that damn? It's your boy Neptune the Goon. Say Less Moments TV. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe. And always hit that notification bell, because you know I be slamming, dunking on you dudes. You know when I see Bosco, you know I had to get on you. Bring your head over here, boy. Look at this man. Look at how smugly he is. You know what, yesterday? Perfect example. Thank God good. I was riding down the street, and I was like, Self, I'm pretty hungry. So Self said, look at your console. Yeah, Self, you might have been prepared, Self. So I said, okay, Self, let me check it out, Self. So I go look in the thing. You know what I found? A Bosco. A melted Snickers. Look at this boy right here. The man right here. The man right here. Yeah. Oh, melted Snicker face. So easy a caveman can do a Geico commercial ass nigga. You know I gotta roast him. That nigga said that shit in front of Wack. Nigga, I am the Bosco. Barrier. Out of here, Jim Carrey style. Nigga, I'll come with the Theo. Theatrics. Rest in peace his career. And this is even worse. Bosco still getting marked out on Cam Capone. Where he said, yeah, OG Neptune, yeah, he was just a bitch. He always was a bitch. Yeah, we jumped him. And I ain't never did nothing by myself, but we all got DP. Shut your dumb ass up. Nigga, that shit didn't even sound real or fake, nigga. It was just in between, nigga, don't make sense. Like when a 2-year-old trying to lie about having their hand in the cookie jar. Bogus as hell. But anyway, who is these guys? This nigga ain't from the hood. Who is this? The closest nigga that look like that from the hood is Lobo. Lobo Big Brother, 6-pack. The 6-pack stayed in jail. That's the only nigga that could possibly be. Other than that, he's not from the hood. Absolutely not.
No, he's not. He is not from hood.
But anyway,
Absolutely not.
we're gonna get into the present world of Bosco. How he had a hard, troubled life. And that's where he chose to bang at 19. You see, at 12 years old, there was a guy from Hoover. And he was a straight up G. And he had Bosco up on the fences. Peebo style, every time he came back from school on his bump air. Damn, Bosco, just let you keep talking, and it's gonna tell the world you've been a buster your whole life. You the only one in the world said what you said. But then I think, wow, Bosco ain't never been to a level 4. And once you can't see, Peanut Butter Man ain't been either. So just like my dad used to tell me, your words ain't worth 2 dead flies smash. That shit ain't worth nothing. 2 dead fly Bosco faces. All up in there. Look at this nigga. And don't get it confused. Bosco is older than me. Just for man is real. You know why he covered up his hair? I know Bosco. He ain't getting no dough. He's not getting no real dough. He's covering up that Negro or that fuzziness. He don't Negro.
That's a
He's
fact.
short.
He's
He
bum
old.
juice.
You know what I mean? Bosco,
That nigga ain't
I
got
seen him
no
face as a
motion.
kid, 2 years straight.
For
Nigga, that
sure.
nigga hair, he was getting braided by the homegirl. That nigga shit never left it, barely jumping off the back of his neck.
Hell yeah. And he used to have a gang of that Bergamot in between it, nigga. Caked up. Nigga, they put so much Bergamot in between his shit. His shit used to be shining in the fucking sun.
Bosco, got to be more careful.
Stingy hair ass nigga.
Can't forget that day. OG Neptune. OG Neptune. pull up to the hood. You got 24 hours. No, bro, I got 4 hours. You sure didn't say I was getting put off the hood. You should, then you sure call me OG. So put some respect on my goddamn name. You need. So, we're gonna listen to this Marquito. You know, the one that told when he was 12 about a body, and he said his mama told him to tell that? Yeah, I bet, huh? Just like when Diablo got smoked in the hood, and you got popped in the face, and you didn't do shit, ooh, whiskey, just like Munchie. Y'all both got something in common. Getting popped in y'all sloppy toppy, and never even try to get your lick back. Say less. We get into the content, or should I say the content, blood?
The wild story, man, about a dude the same age as the baby infant chief guy. Little Chipmunk. Yeah, Little Chipmunk. I was doing some research on him, and you know.
Yeah, the Chipmunk, yeah. He was part of the Alvin and the Chipmunks. My nigga, once you make a statement in front of the police, yeah, he used to terrorize you. Not really terrorize you. Why would your words even be terrorized? He was Debo on the block, nigga. Let's break down the word terrorize. I ain't even gotta Google it. But I am. One moment. The definition to terrorize. Come on, Bosco. The definition to terrorize. To terrorize means to intentionally create a state of extreme fear or dread in someone, often through acts of violence, threats, or intimidation. It involves using fear to conquer or control others. Terrorizing can range from causing a person to feel deeply scared to using fear to force them into compliance. For real, for real. Mr. Bosco, you hit the nail on the coffin. Yes, he did. He showed his busterism. It was Devo. Like I said, I ain't even gotta look at him. Terrorize. Just, brother, you now, Bosco. Mind you, I can't cut you no slack. You ain't cut me none. I'm on your ass to the day I'm grass. My nigga, you use the word terrorize and you're a commentator on social media 12, 14, 15 years plus. So you know how to swing an audience. You're used to that. So to use the word terrorize, these are all the straight people buster before you turned the hood at 19. Yes, he tried to lie and say he didn't turn the hood. Nigga, you was 19, I was 16, bitch. Straight bitch.
That nigga used to press the fuck out of me.
Straight bitch. Press the fuck out of me. The very definition of terrorize. Control, intimidation with acts and threats. Acts. Yeah, that nigga grind my gears. Every time I see Bosco, you was trying to make the school, trying to make it to the stove. Keep talking. Scary ass Bosco. You won't respond to me. I would have been smashing. That's a fact. That nigga ghosts me. That nigga ghosts me on Instagram on the dead homies. That nigga don't even respond. He's a buster. Yeah, that's why you told jokes. You trying to be cool with niggas all your life. That's why you and Munchie was cool doing Kitty Cat being bold. You wanted to be cool.
Like now I realize, like, oh, he really was like recruiting me on some homie shit. But for me, I was, you know, I'm young, square nigga. I wasn't into the street shit. I wasn't gang banging or nothing. I wasn't into no gang banging. I wasn't living no street life. I'm fresh back to LA, so you know what I mean? I was still like square.
Fresh back to LA from where? Where'd you come from? Fresh back to LA from where? Yeah, I want to know where he came from. Keep talking. Fresh back to LA from where? Where did you come from? From where? We don't know where he came from. Bosco's still a mystery. And he's not telling nobody where he came from. Whoa, Bosco, that's even worse that you tell this story. So you telling me
Another little ass boy. A little ass boy.
12 years
At
old.
your age, at 12 years old, you were trying to make it seem like he was 15, 16, 17, 18. He used to press you, and you're the same age, and he was trying to make you be from his hood? Oh, that's why you got put on the hood at 19. Because if you grew up with us, we would have punched on you, and you would have been in jail with the rest of us, nigga.
That's a fact.
Bitch ass.
That nigga's scary. If he grew up with us, he would have not been from the hood. He would have been spooked of us. It was too many of us.
I was born over here, actually, like.
It was too many, and we wasn't even banging. We were just on bikes terrorizing.
Oh, so Bosco, I never knew this. So you grew up in the Hoovers? Well, then you got to Inglewood at 19. Hello? Hello? Hello, Moto?
Two houses in the street, so it's kind of like, you know what I mean?
In the Hoovers.
My birthplace.
In the Hoovers, and he banging Inglewood. Nigga, that is far as fuck from Inglewood, my nigga. Far as fuck.
Moving away where?
That kind of thing, like we moved away for years.
Where? Where?
We ended up moving back to LA.
Where did you back to LA?
You know, you see in the sky.
We moved away.
And at one point, you go to the swap meet, and then you end up hanging out with him.
I never. Oh, that was the last time I seen him. Like me and my Reggie, we went to Broadway swap meet. This one particular day.
I like the way this look because I'm the generation before him. So he looked like he should be in the back of me. But it's a lot of niggas got put on the hood in between Bosco. So we can Photoshop this and put about 15 niggas got put on the hood before Bosco did. At least 12 to 15, and I'm being modest. 12 to 15 niggas got put on before Bosco.
At least. That's a fact.
Bosco is in the background, but I left him in the dust. He got about 15 niggas to get with us. 12 to 15.
He got a gang of phase before he giving it like with me, it would be clout. You got a whole lot of other phase that you scared of that I put on to get to me. You just can't jump to me, nigga. It don't happen that way. He way back there. The niggas you scared of, I put on, and they your big homies.
He way back there. Like, ain't even no context. You ain't even know. You ain't even in the first 10. It's at least 10 niggas. If I want to be stingy with it, at least 10 niggas you got to squat with before you even meet. That's how I put them niggas on. And then, homie, you respect them, I put them niggas on. You got to squat with them first.
You know what I mean? I'm starting to get like brain parties, like, you know what I mean? Like, let's smoke some weed with these niggas, man. So we go on the block, we go to smoke some weed with them. They start tripping. We end up fighting. Next thing I know, we just fighting. Like, me and my cousin, we fighting like 5. We out here fighting. And so, but like, I remember like when my cousin was fighting.
You know why you call him cousin? Bosco ain't got no standing relatives in LA on my daddy.
Yeah, he ain't got no relatives out here, gang. He telling a story. He don't got no relatives out here. None.
When you moved to Inglewood, it was just him and his stingy,
bald-headed ass sisters.
They got nubs. Like, they hair is like Bosco. They got, in their jeans is no growth. You know how niggas got new growth? Well, in their jeans, they got no growth. So, his sisters is 2 light-skinned broad, and just imagine how ugly Bosco is. Anyway, so they was light-skinned. They had big old, like, alien-type heads, but we're not going to get on that. We just talking about them getting their heads. So they used to put that perm just for me and all that. I remember they used to play the songs and shit like that, just for me. And they be doing their little whoopity-doo-dahs, right? I got sisters, too. And then they nub was about as big as this. Like, it would come out, and then they'll flip it down and put a gang of thick rubber bands on there. And then they'll wear the wrap every day. Like, they'll never touch the hair. Like, even when they use that, what's that shit called? Pro style? Where it used to be that ice with extra hole. And then, you know how you wear it so much to wear that
yeah, I roasted this nigga. I didn't know. This is the truth, though. I never watched my videos. I roasted this nigga, but it's the truth, though, gang. On the dead homies, this is truth. I ain't lying on this nigga.
The homies that smash him out and make him straight ratchet. And he knew that because we had a lot of fly guys, and I was one of them. But I never smacked his sisters. I'll say that, nigga. I don't want no clout for that. Hell no, they ugly as fuck. Anyway, so they used to walk down the street and go straight home. When I be them, they be wearing their little spandex, flip flops, and like a regular white t-shirt. They ain't got no titties, they ain't got no ass, they ain't got nothing, nigga. They regular Chico sticks, nigga, walking Chico sticks. So both of them, nigga. And they got the alien like African type heads where it goes like the spaceship. I'm from planet give a fuck, or I'm from planet pussy. Like where the fuck I don't even know. But nigga, they don't look like regular Americans. They look Belizean.
For real.
Just
For real.
You know what an African wide faced body look like, nigga. We know what Africans look like. That's how they look. Bosco, yeah, that's how your sister used to get down. Dead homies. You moved over there at 19 years old. I know that for a fact. For a fact. But you can lie to the internet all you want. But now you talking about me and my cousin. Nigga, you ain't had no relative in LA, nigga. Cause if you did, nigga, your relative would have been in the hood with you. You ain't never pull up with no relative in the hood. Nigga, you's a relative lie, nigga. You ain't motherfucking big wine, nigga. You ain't no motherfucking relative, nigga.
They end up telling Tip one. They told Tip, I'm like, keep
Nigga way in the Hoovers though. How you way in the Hoovers, nigga? How'd you get to us? Who sent you? I ain't never lived in nobody else's hood.
Why you keep saying he was little? He was little. He was little. So how was this little dude terrorizing you? Just keep lying.
I grabbed his ear, I had a lot of put his ear, like, yeah, he had like little long hair shit. I had a lot of put his ear. We was out there squabbling. Then, like, you know what I mean, they start jumping us and shit. My cousin start running shit, I start running too,
You know he was in the 40s, right? He lived in the 40s. So, why you calling your cousin? Blood say relative more than you say cousin. And now you saying cousin because you know he was crippin'. Let's keep it one.
Probably your shit. And he just shit a lot of it.
And then not too long after that, he was getting killed.
He was getting killed like.
Yeah, they blackballing me for sure though, gang. That's why they never let me come to No Jumper. I'll roast all they friends.
Talking about he was terrorizing you the whole time growing up. And at 12 years old, 2 weeks later, he got killed. So you can say this story and say what you want, and that's how you did it, because you know he rest in peace. So you could, and then what's his side of the content story? Because I already know with me, you was a full-fledged liar. You lied on me, and you lied on my sister. My sister still want that fade.
She do.
Let's continue.
My sister do want that fade, nigga. On my mama, she want that fade, nigga.
What did you think?
I was 13. I think I just turned 13. I don't know if he turned 13.
My sister want that fade with Bosco, and I'm not capping. She will give Bosco some motion.
You think you was older than him? First, let's rewind. First, Bosco said we was the same age. Then Bosco said he's getting terrorized.
Yeah, he's lying.
His age. At first, he brought the story out as if the nigga was older than him. He used to terrorize me every time I come down the block. So first, you got terrorized.
He's lying. He's lying.
Then, come to find out, after you got down with the nigga, and you end up pulling his hair and whooping him. 2 weeks later, he got killed. So that's how we end the story, because we can't go get Monk out the grave and go hear the story. And then now you trying to say, maybe I was a little bit older than him. So you mean to tell me this long-ass lie that you told this whole time, a nigga that's supposed to have been older than you, we find out this nigga is younger than you.
Yep.
Was terrorizing you? Bosco, please keep telling your bitch story.
Roasted blood on the dead homies. I told you this nigga's a buster. Nigga, this nigga will never come catch a fade with me. Never. And he know I hit hard. He know I hit hard. He know I hit hard. If my sister, I have faith that my sister would do better than some of the homies from the hood. I promise you.
He terrorized you. Why are you lying?
But like we
You a content man. You're not coming out this with out the side of your head, but you know what to say and what not to say, so you don't cuff yourself.
For real, for
It
real.
was like, I'm talking about like month support type shit. Yeah. Well, what did you think when you heard the news that he got killed? That shit was crazy. I mean, that the first person I ever met that got killed. Like, that was the first, you know what I mean? The first young nigga that was my age that, you know what I mean? I had never knew nobody that got killed before.
Now, mind you, Bosco is back in Eaglewood to this day. And the first nigga you know, Mr. Inglewood on Queen Street Bloods, is a nigga dying.
Yeah, that was horrible.
You know what?
That was the worst fade I ever seen in my life. I wanted to DP that nigga. If I seen that, I would have jumped in the ring and started smashing him. I would have went viral that day.
I mean, like, I had a lady that died in a car accident and shit like that, but like, somebody that was actually like gunned down, firearm, like
gunned down, firearm. Man, that sound like grid program talk. Firearm. Nigga, I don't even call it a firearm.
It just made, I realized how mortal I was. You know what I mean? That was like my first real, that's my first real, my moment.
Nigga said a firearm. I ain't never heard nobody in the hood say, hey man, let me go get my firearm real quick. Firearm? Nigga, you be talking to the police, nigga. Who the fuck say firearm, nigga? That's like telling me, hey, you got contraband on you. Contraband? Nigga, that's police words.
That's why Bosco got that tattoo right there. That's where the Eaglewood dress said shot him in his face. This is where the Eaglewood dress said shot him in his face.
You know,
this is where the Eaglewood dress said shot him in his face. And the homie was driving, and he got killed, and he got grazed in the face.
And you know, but he was just like you just punked people, like you were scared of this dude because he just was, you know, he was just wild.
Nike Techs like he got.
Yeah, oh my mama. Nigga older than me wearing Nike Tech. Get your bitch ass out of here.
That you could get on the internet with. And then you wearing gray. Why you don't wear red?
Yeah, on Queen Street, Nigga, why you ain't wearing red today, nigga?
I remember one time, man, I swear.
Nigga said, yeah, he had a firearm. Nigga, I would have been like, blood, you getting DP. Nigga, you been talking to the police, nigga. What you mean firearm? Nigga, that slipped out your mouth. Nigga, who you been talking to? Who sent you, nigga? I'll be on a boop, bop, bing, bow, boom, bow, boom, bow, boom, boom. Nigga, you the police, nigga. I ain't never heard none of the homies be like, let me go get my firearm.
He's a nobody. So whatever he's talking about, that's where we cut the credit. Bro, you ain't own nothing but just getting content from a fake wankster.
Yeah, I had to cut that. I was gonna go too far. I was gonna go way too far. I did on my mama. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Hold on. I ain't gonna run it back though. But let me do y'all my hot shit though. This nigga. Watch this, the way I roast this nigga. Yeah, watch the way I roast this nigga though. Watch, you seen this one? Watch the way I roast this nigga. Bosco, and then you know the way I'm roasting them, you know I'm telling the truth. Ain't no nigga gonna roast a nigga and be lying. Come on, man, I know your business. You ain't got no stories on me, gang. You gonna say I was around the hood looking like Cameron. He used to give the homies chains. Nigga, I used to give homies my old charms. Nigga, I used to let them wear my Averex jackets to school, nigga. Nigga, I never let nobody wear my shoes because my mama, she taught me don't share toothbrushes, don't share deodorants, and don't share shoes. My mama raised me like that. I didn't let wear niggas. You can wear my pants, you my t-shirts, but you can't wear my shoes, blood. And you can't use my clippers, blood.
Well, one thing I can say for sure is he could want to get back to the ground. You know, a lot of these new age kids have been raised. Like even, you know, I can say with my own nieces, nephews, and my son. It's like the new age babies, they stuck to that phone. And it's like if you take it away from them, it's more than like making them do chores. You know what I mean? They feel like their life is over. And I still don't understand that. But since I know that'd be a great discipline, it is the very best idea you can do for your children without putting belt to ass. And I know some of y'all still put that belt to ass. And I don't blame you for it. Because you're blacker than a mother lover. And that's how we put things in perspective. We can say it's good, right, wrong. You know, sometimes a good old fisticuffs will get a lot of homies straight. But, you know what I mean? They don't do that no more. They don't want to take the L. They don't want to have to live with the world seeing them get spanked. That's
Bosco.
What Crip Mac said, don't do. Never commit. Oh, fight, Crip. Yeah, that guy. Never commit. You know, Kermit mouth ass, you know? So, back to Antonio Massey. Bruh already did his shout outs. You know, he would dress fly like he was going to the club when he had the paperwork in his hand. Whoever was holding that camera, you could tell they was nervous. Man, you see how much that camera was bouncing around when he was talking, like the whole thing, like, dude, whoever it was, I think it was the girl, she was like, boy, you better hurry to say what you gotta say, get up out my spot, man, I ain't trying to get cracked. Yeah, they went up in there and got you. While he left, they got you. You got arrested. Why? Because you helped the fugitive. What you should have did was, with your citizen ass, like you told on the first time, you know, when you told on him about the domestic violence, you told for free. Do you know if you told this time, you would have got 50,000. Wow. Backwards ass hustle. Tell your ass go to jail for the nigga. Ooh, whiskey.
Shit, I'll be watching my shit, gang. I'll be watching my shit, gang. Once I do it, it's over. Like, I don't double back, gang. I do not double back on my shit, gang.
Let's make this clear. This is the only reason why I'm here. Because the brother came back. And not only that, he posted pictures on Instagram and sent it to the news stations.
That's clout, bitch ass chasing. That's to the max. You send your shit to the news.
What do you think you finna get out of that? The only way the police can take that is you taunting them. That's why Hot Boy Major told you. Boy, they catch you where ain't no cameras around, boy. You gonna do that bucket. You gonna put that, they gonna put that thing right around your neck. You gonna put the bucket. Yeah. They gonna over. Boy, you won't touch a cell phone, nigga. Never. Never. You lucky you don't go to the hole to shoot for a couple of decades. And they never give you a phone call because you didn't did enough. That's why we back again today. Because look at the man taking Instagram poses and pics. Okay, this is what the new members do. You know what I mean? This is what they do, gang. This is what they do. Show they ops. Show the police, federal aid, the federal government. Haha, y'all can't catch me. Remember y'all left that message over there by that toilet. Too easy. Haha. Sucker who? Yeah. So we're gonna get into it. Since this man wants to troll the internet as well as the police. AYLESS Moments TV. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, man. Don't have me talking for nothing. It's free ski. Do it for me ski.
Afternoon, I'm Ned Gatto. And I'm Warren McCoy. Another post on Instagram claims to come from Orleans Parish jail escapee Antoine Massey. Gabby Taylor shares what's in that post and what reveals about one of the last escapees still on the run.
The latest post on this Instagram account. Someone who claims to be escapee Antoine Massey proclaiming his innocence while tagging Fox 8 and other media outlets. It appears to be the same account that posted these videos Sunday.
I'm showing y'all the whole world how.
What's up, the beads around your neck? That's nasty.
Yes, in my past, I made mistakes.
Then you got a choker on, gang.
I was just young. You know what I'm saying? But the system has failed a lot of people, not just me.
Deputy U.S. Marshal Brian Fair said it was media who made authorities aware of the most recent post Thursday morning. Fair adds authorities are investigating.
We're going to continue to look for him. It's what's going to happen is going to happen. We'll continue to investigate.
He said what's going to happen is going to happen.
Facts. So we'll capture them one or the other.
Massey also allegedly posted different versions of a 10-minute video Sunday to that account. In them, he called on President Donald Trump, Kim Kardashian, and multiple rappers to help him. In the videos, he also presents documentation that he says supports his innocence, specifically in the domestic abuse case for which he was incarcerated at the time of his May 16th escape. Thayer adds it's too early to tell whether the photo could lead detectives to Massey, who has been on the run for nearly 3 weeks. Fox 8 legal analyst Joe Raspani says posting to social media is risky, and that Massey's posts come as he likely runs out of resources.
The word ain't risky. Nigga, the feds is looking for you. What do you mean risky? Nigga, Lil Durk couldn't even get away from them niggas. Nigga, as long as you in the States, you ain't leaving. You gonna be running circles around these 50 states. Boy, you better do a Nina boy and paint your motherfucking beard. Something, nigga. Oh my mama. You better bleach that beard or do something, cut your hair off. It looked like he cut his hair off too.
I bet you heard that. The last words I heard was, Crime Stoppers, you know we still got 50 thou out for you. Just tell him where he is. They know black people. Where he at? What city? We can still find, bro. Yeah, and you posted pictures of what you look like. Shaved up, lined up, fresh. Ain't no hiding, and now we know you wear hats. Well, I bet you right after that, he put on that skeezy and started looking like Neptune Lagoon. You got it here, here, and here. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? And your chess pieces is big. 2 castles and a king. Bruh, I don't even know you and I know what your tats look like. Now, I ain't saying I'm trying to get the 50. And I know I ain't doing you no justice. Or maybe I am, because you's an internet nigga. Facts. So maybe I am doing you justice. And I'll take that back, because we only talking about you because you put yourself on there. I gotta go get my blood test. Because, yeah, my blood be boiling at some of the things. And, I mean, just for the moment, though, I don't take it to, because as soon as I push this button and this is over with, I'm on to the next one. But I'm on your ass, boy. It's only a matter of time. You're going to talk to the right person, that's going to be the wrong person. And that wrong person is going to do you right. They're going to have you in there with that 50,000. Yep. Buying a new truck and all type of shit. You see, even 4 Extra ain't finna fight no nigga for 20,000. Aaron the plumber either. Now 50? 50? 50? Boy, your granny and your aunties, the one that got on there, your mama and all that to get on there and tell on your ass for that 50. Bullshit me. 50? Please. And a pat on the back and some clap on the nose. If you want it.
For real talk.
Antonio Massey. Just stop. Stop with the tomfoolery. You did. And they're gonna catch up to you because you want them to. And this SOS of Kim Kardashian, Donald Trump, Lil Wayne, everybody you could think of. Whoever you've been Googling while you've been hiding out to help you, you're set. So now what's the next game plan? Because posting on social media, it's just like who's. Bro, you running a YouTube from the jail cell. Then you say somebody told you. I feel you. Yes, it's wrong. But bro, look what you're doing. You're pointing at yourself. You trying to say him, just like my dad said. You want to go tell on somebody and you point one finger. How many fingers is pointing back at you? That's why you know you ain't supposed to do this. Because you got 3 fingers that you ain't even paying attention to while you doing this. Well, we'll see how this plays out. And call it what you want. I'll be on here delivering the news just as YouTube does. And just like y'all have watched many videos before this, y'all all gonna tap in to who y'all feel who did it the best. Because y'all watch the same stories on YouTube, but just watch it from a different perspective. This is Say That's Moments TV. I be coming with the jokey jokes, but it always be right. And even when I'm wrong, I'm still right. Because when I'm right, I might be wrong. But even if I was wrong, I'm still right. Terrence Howard type-ish. Say That's Moments TV. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, man. If you did the personality, did the like, comment, subscribe, man. Do all that. Hit that notification bell. You're going to get some more of it. Say That's Moments TV. And I'm out.
Ignorance, you know you got booty.
I just said that.
And you preference private.
What's the
This shit always be playing in the middle, man. I don't like that shit.
I'm back at y'all with another Say Less Moments reaction, man. This is crazy. So, my boy sent me another link. He said you gotta do part 2. He said you gotta show this part with Ray J. Like, Ray J right now. Hey, make sure you like, comment, subscribe, man. We gotta get straight to it, man. This is comedy. Neptune the Guru, Say Less Moments. Look at Ray J face. He talking on a live, right? And people talking about the shooting allegations and stuff like that. So we finna see, like I said, Ray J, he's emotional. Look how he got his shirt open. You can tell he gonna, come on, man. You know he went to Diddy party. Look how he dressing right now. He can't say, come on, man. He was at the Diddy party showing out like, boys swinging, walking around naked, and everybody doing what the, I can see you doing it. That's a fact. That's a fact. I can, boy, I'm looking at you. I can see you doing it. But, yeah. This is, Ray J being impressed by his fans about sugar allegations. Let's get it. This is coming.
First, bro, that's one of their homies. Bro, Ray J and Puffy are lovers, bro.
Hey, yo, what the?
That's what Suge's trying to say. Now, anyway, Suge's disappointed me and let me know that Suge's a complete cunt.
Shout out Wig TV.
I never thought that I would publicly say that Suge's a cunt because I've always had Suge's back and I don't mean ass. Unbelievable, Suge. Like, for you to showcase how dirty and dark you are, and I've been supposed to say that's what Suge trying to say. Hold on, bro. I know you playing ignorance. You know you got booty, bro.
I just said that.
And you preference good. You know what I'm saying? But if it ain't true, it ain't true though. At the same time,
Yeah,
too,
it ain't
I
true.
respect that for you, even through the dark times, and now you wanna like disrespect the pussy and say that I'm doing the shit when you know I'm not, and if you're not, then pissy mad because they like, damn, he's saying you doing the shit, bro. And if you are, then I didn't tell you. See, bro,
Yeah, how you gonna tell how you gonna be linked up with some niggas called the Gagency? Man, shut your gay ass up.
that I've been, and I ain't
Nigga talking about if I don't report it to the Gagency. What the fuck is that? A gang? Nigga, the gay, you a power, and you got a clique that you fuck with called the Gagency? Oh, nigga, get your bitch ass up out of here before you get DP. Matter of fact, don't even bring your ass back to the hood, nigga. Straight like that, nigga. We see you in the hood, nigga, it's over, nigga. Go tell Brandy I said what's happening. That's what I would tell him. Go tell Brandy I said what's happening, though. She could come
Hey,
through.
man, you been doing that with Puffy. You ain't even tell us, like, you know what I mean? Like, you like that, man. Like, we'll beat you up and get DP. Wow. So that's what you saying, Ray J? Are you saying that man, I'm stuttering. Wait, hold up. Wait. So what you saying is the Alphabet Club would have a problem with you being Puffy's ex-alleged lover, and since you never told them, they gonna press you and get on you because you never told them? Wait, wow, that's deep. Like I said, let them keep talking, dig their own hole. Keep talking, Ray J.
Sure. Okay. Remember, alright, I'm only gonna say this, and I don't wanna talk.
Whoa, you see the whole hand movement? He hangs out with them. Look how he talk. Hold up, you see how he held his glasses and all that? He's like, hold up, wait. He had a breakdown. Oh, that was one of them zesty moments. I'm telling you.
Don't want to say too much.
Look how he look. You can't. Look at him. Look at him. He loaded. He loaded. He loaded. And don't he look like he off that pink yada?
Da Minch. Da Minch.
Don't he look like he just... Look how he trying to lick his lips.
On gang.
Look how he looking towards the gauge.
I'm glad it froze right there.
Look at his eyes.
That's how he looking at the gauge and see.
You can't tell me that ain't a P Diddy freak on 40 face. Look at him. Look at him. I'm glad it froze right here.
Dead homies.
Man,
Dead homies. That's you. Oh, my mama. It's on your face. Brandy know it.
Last year, but now I'm an official affiliate for multiple news networks.
So Suge, right? He was seeing Diddy and Ray J be like, get him. You know what I'm saying? It was in some type of like romantic relationship, bro. And you know,
He was. Stop trying to say alleged. Suge ain't finna just lie on it. Look, Suge so much older than Ray J. He knows what he knows. Just like me, why would I just lie on Bosco?
Yeah, it's just allegation.
You have friends with the agency?
Always called the reality check. Me and Amber Rose just caused a new big deal with a multimedia news firm, so we'll be the new anchors of some mainstream shit happening, right? But if you remember, I said asses are being taken. Asses are being taken in ways that nobody can explain. I said that on the now.
What? Ever do you mean?
And guess what?
I ain't seen this again, man. Oh, my mama, I will watch this.
Got into it with his sons, so they come question. I'm like, bro, mind y'all business, y'all even.
Whoa. Let me fix this easy. He just said, he said that Diddy's sons pressed him. That was his words. You know when you say pressed, they pressed you. Anyways.
Talking about, and I'm talking.
Yeah, it was bad timing, bro, for you to say that. You understand me? But you've been saying ass has been getting took. You was on the break because you was talking about your booty goons and you would have them come take somebody's ass or whatever, like, cause.
Whoa. Yeah, you on that Diddy-ish.
And shit like that, so, I mean, you've been saying this shit, and bro, I'm gonna keep it as you is, like, what you, I don't, you know, you say you're not, but I believe, bro, whatever, type shit. But if you is, I still, it's like, that don't got shit to do with me, bro.
About shit, bro. I'm talking about.
Look at how he looks so emotionally hurt, disrupted, fucked up, drained, pressed. People been asking him questions. Why should Knight is top power?
Sure is.
Never forget that.
Ain't nobody bigger than him. Ain't nobody on this earth named bigger than Suge is with the Pyrus. You ain't nobody next to him. Ain't nobody named bigger than Suge when it come to Pyru. Ain't nobody named bigger than Suge. Suge is shitting on whack.
That's gonna get you fucked up. Now, look at that face. Do you think that face is someone that can claim those threats and you believe it? Don't forget, just for man, all up in there. Look at it, just for man. Look, just for man, all up in there. Look at his lips. Look the way he look. He's been Diddy-fied. He ain't been dignified. He's been Diddy-fied. Then on top of that, why everybody always tell you, go holler at your sister? Go, because Brandy would not accept this. You are like on a whole nother level of Zestillion. You're a Zestillion. A whole nother dinosaur. nasty. You know, like Tommy Davis did. What was that? Boomerang. That's how y'all was walking in this video. Just geeked up. Chris, Bill, oil, just nasty. Boy, oh boy, nasty.
2 dozen bottles. 2 dozen bottles.
And you can't deny this, bro. We used to go to the store and get that like 25 sticks of like butter, parquet butter, the sticks. He used to take them back and he used to shove them up his ass and from home.
A moment of silence. For the weakest weather you can lie on, man. You made yourself even sound more like a mark, saying he used to have us go to the stove to get the butter to shove in niggas' asses. Allegedly. And y'all knew he was doing that while y'all was walking to the store to go get the butter? So if he had y'all get the butter for the other people to do that, did he use the butter on you? You got the butter for him, so why wouldn't he? Little homie love. Oh, go on.
It was crazy, bro. So now, so this is crazy because we don't get into that a little bit. When I said the same thing, though, that shit like to cook butter up people's butter and hell and shit. I'm like, bro, it's some psych. I know this, bro.
But Suge and Ray J do everything together.
Whack 100 and Ray J is on the same team. Partners on everything. Donut from my hood is they security. The one that spit on Aaron the plumber. That's how I know these things. Let's continue.
Somebody booty, bro, in the county. Then I hear about peanut butter and booty. It's a lot of booty and shit like that. Like, you know, like why is men obsessed with other men's booty? I really
He said obsessed with other niggas' booties.
It's crazy. I can't even
They tired of going to shower call together and not getting none.
He said, I can't believe you darken my name.
They tired of being in that shower looking at other niggas' cheeks. Nasty thug, nasty, nasty thugs. How you gonna be in the shower looking at another nigga? You gotta get your life together, bro. Then he said, you threw shit on me like it's bad to be gay. I heard that. I didn't hear that last time. I caught you, Ray J. You said like it's bad to be gay. I heard you, Ray J. I just heard that. I wish I would have put it on here. That would have been another breakup moment. Break that nigga down. Stop.
Long story short, we in different time, bro. Easy, bro. But we know what hoes you like. Every hoe. You was in the ass, niggas in the ass, bitches in the ear, the nose, everything, bro.
Fucking bitches in the ears and the nose. Man, look, man. Look, man.
He was like, ear. I don't know what that's called. People in the ear? What sexuality is that? Ear sexual? A nososexual?
Look at the way he look. He looks so high.
Like strange activity. Didn't you like pee on one time in the office shoot, like trying to be disrespectful? It's strange because you disrespect yourself in the process, bro. You gotta whip your meat out, let it glass at your meat, and then pee on you. Or I think they said some casting pee in the glass though. But even that's strange, bro. Why you want your pee on it? You know, that's strange, but I'm not knocking you if that's your preference. It's like you trying to make fun of somebody for your same preferences. It's crazy. I ain't saying still or rain, bro. I don't, you know, it don't even matter, bro. It's crazy, but it is strange. It's some strange shit. Like, I just noticing it's strange. Niggas is giving niggas titles just because they doing ass play. That's the play they chose. Shout out to Tawad and shout out to Dumpin' D. He's doing ass play every day and having a good time.
Dumpin' D? Ass
Because it's
play?
funky in here.
What are you talking about? Wait,
Not because it's a funky
you talking
movie.
about gay shit?
Just because I'm not with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how funky the room get when they rammed in.
Wow.
The scene.
I don't know how funky the room get when niggas get rammed in the ass.
Got a lot of.
Wow.
Why you keep saying that?
See, right?
Yeah,
Why
you saying it like.
saying that, brother?
See? You keep saying that.
You do it, you really to it, bro.
Yeah, but why you keep
It's like-
saying that?
It's kind of like
You pushing towards
you
them.
know what I'm saying? Like
You leaning.
It's you know it
You
is.
wearing this, but you leaning.
When they see the comments come in, do they get excited? Probably. Do I get excited? No, I chuckle. But if you ever disrespect me in front of my friends, I can't help you, bro. Them niggas will take you, bro. Like Suge took. Suge, like, yo, and I'm gonna say this one thing and I'm gonna stop, right? And then I want y'all to click first. Suge used to take niggas. But hold on.
Wow, he said Suge used to take niggas.
Who is Dump and D? You said
Yeah, Dump and D and ass play. That's some gay ass names. Dump and D and ass play. That's your friends' names?
It's just like, why
So you saying, yeah, you got the gay gangster?
bro.
So you with the gay gangster?
Okay, he's warning you. Like, if you get the confidence too much, like, all right, you might act like you know.
That's the only way I can register it. Like you with the gay gangsters. Alright, I understand. You said what you said. It's on me to process it when I walk away. And I'm going to process it. There, don't worry. You don't see what I'm thinking. I'm walking away. The ball in his mouth.
That's the kind of shit Suge did to. And you know, it's crazy because Suge had this other thing it's called handlebars. He used to strap it
Yeah,
on
he
you,
going too far
and
with
then he
this.
got the handlebars like you riding on a bike.
He going too far with this.
Think about it. It's and another thing. How do you know all this?
Yeah, how do you know?
Got everybody's secrets.
You saw this? You heard this? You were listening?
Who you waiting on? No disrespect to nobody.
Yeah, then you don't say nothing until he say something about you?
Acknowledge it until you upset.
Exactly.
That's crazy. Like, so what you like?
You was hiding it all these years.
So you was cool with him while he was doing all this other
Exactly.
shit?
You was.
Holding secrets. Now that he didn't try to like out you like.
Now get back.
Shit, I feel you. Like a waist trainer, and then the handlebars on the side. Then you used to grab the handlebars and then take the niggas, bro. Like, we'll be right back. More Suge Knight. You are not my friend.
You are not my friend.
More Suge Knight. You're not my friend.
That's some little kid words. You're not my friend.
I've never seen a bigger homosexual than Suge Knight. He is an ass lover. The thing about it is, it's been, you know, Suge been like saying a little shit about Ray J or whatever, how you like, basically, he been speculating on Ray J or whoever helped him, right? He say Ray J, let me see, let me find that shit, bro. First thing, I don't want to be the one to push you in the head.
Mm-hmm.
You commit suicide or something. Ooh, whiskey. I'd be lying if I say your life don't mean nothing to me, because it didn't. And knowing you, that you was a lovely boy. Look, Ray J, you was born in 81. You said Tupac came to your 21st birthday. How is that if you born in 81?
Yeah, it's 15.
And your 21st
Because I was 11.
Around
I was 11 when
you was somewhere
yeah, you was like 15, 16 tops.
That's the way when you had it in 96.
Yeah, 15, 16 tops.
What are you going with?
Yep, you was 15, 16, because I'm 84. So, yeah, you know, nigga, you're lying. You was 15, nigga. I was 12. Maybe 11. When he died, I was 11, turning 12. September 16th, I'm September 25th.
That's the book deal. So all you want to do. So I agreed to do that. The lawyer left out with paperwork. And so I should have paperwork be posted. At the same time, you and another gentleman were doing some activities in the car. That's why you went out to come in. See, it sounds like that was some type of sus activity. But then if you really piece it together, context clues type shit, sound like they might have been doing drugs because the jail insurance does not let you in because you're a fairy. You know what I'm saying? They didn't let you in because they was out there on some illicit activity. But yeah, should been on Ray J Hill when he fell. Ray J stay going live when he on drugs.
Y'all was some weird shit. I ain't gonna put that out there. You know what it is. And you know what they said it is. But at the same time, I got the proof to show you. Now they got out of jail because that was a whole little line you lied on everybody about. You trying to rep back over. You doing these lying things and you try to interfere with my family that's going on. So I'm gonna show you how wrong people do it. So Lori's gonna free you for 200 million. So lie. Also, Lil Ray, you need prayer, little homie.
He said Lil Ray.
Everybody should be praying for you.
He said Lil Ray.
Double down and make sure you do like mandatory drug tests.
He said you need mandatory drug tests. He outed him. He outed him for that. It's like they do lush.
Hold on, when you say meth, I'm still in your system.
3 days. Bro, mute. Bro, you on mute. For real. He don't even know. He posted.
That's when I dipped out, but look.
He posted this.
This one just came out right now.
The story was that the police chased this man in a building and his partner shot at them to get them off of his friend. They chased this man. They chased him. Then his partner was chasing the man too. To stop them from arresting him, that man's friend had 2 people in the apartment come out, start shooting. Hit an officer in the neck. They was able to run and escape. Come to find out, that story that the police officer told his police force, the news reported this story. It was in the Sun-Times newspaper, CNN News and everything. Come to find out, that officer made that story up because he was ashamed that he killed his partner in friendly fire. So he lied on some black people. Hit the like button. Go on this video, 1,000 likes. This crazy. Everybody report, the news report. This was the news report.
Yesterday, at approximately 9:50 p.m. in the 8200 block of South Drexel, our officers, 6th District Detective, were attempting to make an investigatory stop of a subject they believed to be armed. At that time, the subject fled. The officers gave chase on foot, and the subject was pursued into an apartment. When the officers followed into that location, they were then confronted by a second person who was in that apartment, who was armed with
They
a
straight
rifle,
lied on that man.
pointed at the officers. At some point, the officer discharged a weapon. Our officer was struck. She was then transported by assisting units to the hospital here, where she later succumbed to her wounds.
As you can see, this story wasn't just made up by bloggers and just people around. This story was given by this officer. The news reported this story. ABC News, NBC News, CNN, everybody reported this story. Come to find out, this officer made
Straight
this
lie.
story up because he was ashamed that he killed his partner. You know, they were chasing. He put his gun up. He ended up shooting his partner. That's the only person that fired. These people who was running and who chased and who came out the house, they did not fire no gun at that police officer at all. Ain't that crazy?
Wow.
Now, all this shit about recovering 3 guns at the site, I
Wow.
don't know. This story that was told was far-fetched. This was a make-believe story. When they did an autopsy, come to find out the bullet that struck this
Came
nigga
from the
same bullet
police.
that matched the officer's gun. You know, he had the whole world on these shorties. Man, these shorties running, man, they risking their life, they killing the officer, they gonna get death row. Man, they ain't raising these kids, what the fuck going on? And come to find out, that is not what it was. Ain't that crazy?
Wow.
Like, I don't know the
Had all the social media. That I didn't even post that. I was gonna post that today too. I mean yesterday.
Cause of charging these people with first-degree murder. Now this whole thing has changed because we want to know where that story came from when you said that these guys shot this lady when y'all knocked on the door.
Real shit.
You know, y'all chased them all that. Where the fuck did this far-fetched ass story come from? That is wild as hell that they made up a fake story on these people. They was gonna give these people death penalty.
Yeah.
One of those young men finna get the death penalty. They would never.
That story would have justified them killing them.
This was a make-believe story. You know, this is one of the craziest things that's going on in Chicago right now. You know, that story that we heard, because that was trending around the world. It's an officer chased somebody and got killed chasing them. You know?
I'm glad I didn't upload that one. I'm glad I didn't do it yesterday.
Police family spoke. They said they're going to speak out tomorrow, though.
Yeah, I bet they is.
You know, once that autopsy
Once they get that story straight and the right spokesman.
I'm talking about the mayor. Everybody spoke on this because they was under the impression that these people killed this officer. This officer made that whole story up. You know, because he killed his partner. You gotta be careful when you got these guns and you shooting and shit. Motherfucker be running, you shooting, blah, blah. You fuck around, hit your partner. I didn't see this. Running and shooting at the same. When you running your arms up the shit, you be running, your arm be shaking shit. Blah, blah, your arm be shaking.
Yeah, it ain't steady.
Be careful trying to play Rambo and shit like that. I'm gonna keep y'all updated on that because it look like this story is getting.
Damn, they try to make it like the members killed them, and it was another officer that killed their own officer. I'm glad I didn't upload that. I'm glad, cause I would have been a liar.
You know, they was under the impression that one of their officers got killed in a line of fire. In reality, it was friendly fire.
Very friendly. Nigga don't know how to shoot.
Because this story got the world going crazy. Everybody was under the impression. You know, they made this story up. That's how quick people that make shit up.
Yep.
Put it on somebody black.
The narrative is imperative.
Try to destroy your life.
The narrative is imperative.
Reported that. Everybody, I was watching news clippings of that shit. They reported this officer was chasing these boys in the building. And them boys shot at the officer, killed the officer to get away. Come to find out,
they ain't even shoot.
Autopsy report dropped. Them young boys did not kill that police officer. That police officer was killed by her own partner due to friendly fire.
Wow. That shit ain't no friendly fire. What the fuck make it friendly?
You know, he couldn't take responsibility.
What the fuck does it make? What makes it friendly fire? Police killed the police and y'all said the gang members did it.
The bullet in that lady's body matched the same bullet as her partner. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's Tell Me Truth.
This Lil Wayne Carter 6 album, trash. I ain't even disappointed because I already knew this was gonna be trash. 2-star, 1-star, 3-star type of album, 4 at best. 4 out of 10 at best. Like, I knew it was gonna be outdated. He don't relate to nobody because he ain't in tune with that. I knew the beat was gonna be trash. I knew it wasn't gonna be no DJ Khaled type album. Yeah, it's over with for Wayne.
Why your shit sound like that, Game Spitter? Your microphone. Oh, you got a microphone and you thought that was gonna. See, I like his old videos because, like, it had better audio. Now this nigga done got a little money, bought a microphone, and he sound trash.
The pattern that we don't care about no more. Like all that rhyming word for word, all these punchlines, and the punchlines you saying, yeah, it's decent, but it ain't the move no more. This ain't 08, 07, 2012. Like, we ain't on that no more. Now, you either gotta relate to everybody or you really gotta be living your rap. All that backpack, you know, got a notepad, raps and shit like that. That shit over with. It's over with, man. Like, so the only thing with that flow pattern, the only thing could have saved that and rapping like that is good beats and features. We can't hear, man, I'm telling you, you can't hear no Lil Wayne song right now. He got 3 verses, 2 verses, and he rapping like that. No, ain't he on the hooks? Ain't them beats like that? No. Like, he would have had to spend a lot of money on this album for it to be 5 stars, 4 stars, 8 out of 10. Yeah, like, he would have had to put all the top tier artists. He would have had to put Drake. He made a mistake not putting Drake and Nicki Minaj on the album. You gotta have both of them on the album. You gotta have Future. You gotta have Lil Baby. You need Thug. You need Gunna. You need like some of the Yumma. You need Sexy Red. You need Lotto. You need all these people, man. You need Metro Boomin. You need
Glorilla.
You need Southside 808. You need Zaytoven. You need Manny Fresh. You need all of you. You need C4. You know, like, you gotta switch it up, man. Because whoever produced this album, not saying the producers are trash. It's just the beats that you pick trash. For the artist that you is, like, and what the fans been waiting on, you could have just put this shit as a mixtape. You gonna give us this? I guess DJ Academic was right. DJ Academic was right when he said it right here.
I tell you, Wayne's discography gonna age back. He's one of them, if you were there, you knew, like, if you know type situations. Because Wayne has been so disconnected. Drake is trying to do songs and Drake's trying to do streams. Like, Drake is trying to still tap in with the current culture. He wants to be current. Drake might remix a TikTok song. You can tell. Lil Wayne, he's been so much in this I am a Martin land.
Yeah.
You know, once he said he thought 21 Savage was a group, and he said that 10 years ago. And I said, oh, this nigga's cool. Now, it's one thing to be like, yo, I'm into my own craft. It's another thing to say, I don't know the current pulse of the culture.
Yeah.
That lets you know Lil Wayne is not no internet nigga. He used the phone for what the phone for. He do not care. He is off the grid. I ain't heard the Carter 6. But if they saying the things that they saying, that means Lil Wayne is so rich, he don't care about what the world talking about. And that's a fact.
We always love that a little bit about it because he was never defined type shit. You saw how separated he was from the rest of the culture afterwards.
Man, when he did the Hot Boy tour, you could tell he was separated from the rest of the Hot Boys on the stage. Like, he's stupid rich, and everybody else was looking mediocre. Lil Wayne is the richest, besides Birdman that was on that stage. And he the youngest. Why would he listen to everybody else? Even though Wayne old, but when he came up, he was the youngest.
You know, he still could be that to the people who think that. But yeah, his disconnect is a big problem.
Yeah, he on his own shit.
It's all over his album.
Once he made that money, he didn't need the world. He just left.
Like I say, recycle bars, same flow pattern. The topics that he's speaking on, they boring. Like, he ain't relating. Them topics, like, you rhyming off each word like you're a battle rapper, but it ain't relatable. You ain't talking about nothing that's going on. That's why I say you need the features, like Big Extra Plug. You need that. You need the YF and Lucy. You need all
Finesse
these.
2 times.
Call him, but yeah.
Remix Mo 3.
Save the song. Like I Future saved Young Thug's song. Yeah. You need somebody to come save the song, man. Cause this shit, you think the fans gonna accept anything and ain't gonna call it trash. Wayne's stage performance not good like that. Like how he act now. I don't know if he got a disease or they say he do got some shit that's with him. But yeah. Ever since he went into that rock star Wayne mode,
he left.
That shit went down.
He said, we are not the same. I am a Martian.
What he's saying. He don't relate to nobody. So that shit, all that, you don't know what's going on. You don't know what 21 Savage is. You ain't know Lil Durk was locked up. All that shit.
He didn't know Lil Durk was locked up. Yeah. He's not on social media at all. He's not. He got a phone. He probably got the best phone and don't do nothing himself.
You don't need to call Lil Wayne to make a hit record. At one point, 08, 09, 07, you needed to call Lil Wayne. It ain't that no more. it's a good thing though. And this is why you can be Lil Wayne and have a trash album. And you still can be called a goat and all that stuff, because when you in your prime, what you need to do is do what Wayne did. Flood the market with music. He got so much music that is good, so many features that is good, so many songs that is good. He can afford to put out a trash album at the end of his career.
Yeah, you don't
On
say
his way
nothing
out.
about it because he's
You
still
go
a
out
GOAT.
bad, but in between that,
You was
before
the
that,
best. You was the
everything
biggest. You
True
made
Story
Drake.
with BG,
You made
the first
Nicki
album,
Minaj.
when he teamed up with BG,
Like there would be
to
no Drake
the
without
last
Lil
one y'all
Wayne.
think is good. So the man had
There
a
would be
good
no
20
Nicki
year run.
Minaj.
Got a million songs that is good. But I tell you, Wayne, man, ain't no need to keep putting out figures because it ain't it. You ain't gonna listen to nobody. You're gonna do what you want to do. Because I ain't gonna have this on repeat all summer. You listen to it 1 or 2 times. You listen to it 1 time. You don't listen to it no more. The real Wayne fans, they'll give it a couple chances 2 or 3 times. And yeah, just be disappointed. And then they'll find the shit to make it sound okay. I mean, the beat's bad, but the lyrics straight, but the beat's trash. Man, every Wayne fan right now disappointed. The fans, even the real Wayne fans, don't need Wayne like they used to. So Wayne finna go on tour.
Wayne almost died on an overdose off the motherfucking drugs and that lean. They pumped him back to life. That nigga, I know when he saw social media talking so bad about him, he wouldn't want to look at it again. Social media drag you. They find out something about you, they gonna drag you.
One song on that. It ain't one song you need to have on repeat. It ain't one verse. It ain't Just stick to. You need to do what Cam and Mace doing. Go ahead and start doing a podcast, talk about sports, the rap game, and then you can do your tours because you got a big catalog.
Yeah, you do.
I mean, you gonna make the money off the catalog.
Yeah, you do.
Or you can just go into a music group like Your Money. If you got the patience and shit like that for that. But you know, your standard's so high because the artist that you was, you ain't even be able to find the right artist to sign in Your Money these days. Because your standards are so high, you will skip over artists that'll take your label to the next level, or have everybody saying, but Wayne got the hottest label out the right game right now, outside of Nicki Minaj and Drake.
Yeah, he should have bossed up like Birdman. He still got enough money to do it though. It's just Wayne just, I don't know. Some people, once they be set and they see how the game really go and how everybody be backstabbing, that's your boys. You be like, man, I'm richer than all them niggas.
They
Like,
can't run a club, they can't want to do this, they gotta stay locked in the studio, they gotta be like this. You'll skip over the Sexy Reds, you'll skip over the Lottos, you'll skip over the
I ain't gonna lie, Game
You'll
Spitter.
skip over the Migos.
That look like a
You'll skip over the
Timu
Moneybagg
microphone.
or the 2 Dubs.
It look like you got a Timu microphone, man. That shit so Dollar Tree looking.
You probably would have skipped over
That's
the
probably why
Kings.
that audio sound like that. That shit look like he got that from the Dollar Tree.
You wouldn't have took the time.
It ain't no official mic. That shit trash.
Probably would have skipped over your boy. I ain't bullshit. You would skip over the Boss Man D-Lo. You wouldn't sign these acts. You wouldn't think they hot enough. You wouldn't think that. Now you may sign a feature. You may sign a little baby. And you know when they in their prime. They may grab your attention. But you would skip out. So who's to say you would get them? It'll be another way to get them. Because you may take too long. You may not answer the phone. You so out of tune. By the time you find out who your artist is, they already blew up. So the money you're trying to get out, they already got that. They already get 15,000 a show. Because you so late, you so out of touch. So you're going to keep a label going. Birdman never was out of touch. So really Wayne looked up on Drake, Tiger, Nicki Minaj. If he had that same mindset back then, he looked up on them. But so many people were diehard Wayne fans. Now, you still got new artists coming in, they diehard Wayne fans. They not dying to sign under Wayne. No. Back then, yeah, they would have done it.
Everybody.
Squad Up, When he first started, he was
Some
like,
people don't even know who Lil Wayne is right now.
now they ever go to Birdman. If they gonna go to Cash Money, it'd be about the Birdman, not Wayne.
Yeah, they know Birdman more than
Same thing
Wayne.
with Boosie. You got Boosie can be niggas' favorite gangsters, favorite rapper, and all that stuff, favorite street niggas, but when they meet him and they blow up, they don't want to sign on him. When they see how it go, they see what he offered them, they see they ain't trying to sign on him. They rather just do business with him. You know, fuck with him. Be their friend, I mean, be his friend and shit like that. Other than that, like, oh, like I say, man, this album was so disappointing, man. Ain't no way he ran that by Birdman before he dropped it. He had to just drop this on his own. Or he knew for
Why would he care?
Ain't no way.
He paid. He don't even. It's like when you ain't got no interest in the money and you already paid, you don't have the hungry mindset. You just do what you want, and I give them what I feel, and if they don't like it, at least I made some pennies. You know, because them pennies still gonna pay people bills, even though it's trash.
For him to know. Or if you do an interview with him, you tell him everybody's saying it's trash. Other than that, you don't know. So yeah, man, you can tell by the views that he got 11,000 views.
Yeah.
For that black, 11,000 views. You got another song, Cotton Candy, with 2 Chainz on it, 23,000 views.
That's
You got another
bad.
song, Big Sean. Oh, we kind of do got a DJ kind of album a little bit. It just still ain't worth a damn. 33,000. You got Big Sean, you got 33,000 views, man. Peanuts.
Yeah, that ain't nothing.
Peanuts, 2 in elephants. 6,000 views. You got one with Wyclef Jean and 14,000 views. Trash. Like Island Holiday, 16,000 views. Written History, 22,000 views. You got another one that got 20,000 views. You got one that got 273,000 views called Bells. You got a big extra plug on it, and they got 35,000 views. Trash. Even the ones that got the 200,000 views, that ain't good. Lil Wayne flexed up 166,000 views. Trash. Banned from NO, 29,000 views. That's trash. Welcome to the Carter, 500. Now that's more on the low view that he's supposed to be.
Yeah, that would be low for Lil Wayne within 16 hours. Yeah, because Young Boy gonna make more than that.
King Carter, 282,000. Trash. That's on the low view. The Days, 18,000 views. Then I see The Days on something else that say Lil Wayne, and they say 219,000. Even on the other page, they say Lil Wayne on it. He got 378. That's still bad. That's still bad. Being myself, 187K. On the other Lil Wayne page. That's still bad.
Yeah, it make me not even want to listen to that shit.
98,000 views.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Bad. That ain't good for a goat. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't good. It's just Lil Wayne. Oh, yeah. So the low number page, that's Wayne real page. 13 million followers and shit. That's Wayne real page. So the other page, I'm not sure. Let me look at this shit right quick.
Damn. Like that?
Also, yeah. They just uploaded it twice. That's what it is. They uploaded it twice. Still bad numbers though, 155,000 views. These are not impressive numbers. Yeah, these ain't impressive numbers though.
No pressure.
Yeah, 118,000.
He ain't no pressure to the game no more. It's just, oh yeah, that's Wayne. Oh yeah, that's Wayne.
Been waiting on your album. You know, Eminem dropped the album. He ain't do no promo. He just dropped it. He sold his million record first week. I say he ain't do no promo, no marketing. He ain't tell nobody when it was coming out. He just put it out. Still sold his million record first week.
Yep.
Yeah, and you got white fans. That's why I'm comparing him to you. You got these same type of fans. But
yep.
I guess not. Yeah, man. So that's my thoughts on this right here, man. Like, I'll let everybody else really, y'all want to drag Lil Wayne, say how bad it is, break down each song and shit like that. I'll let y'all have that. It can't get no play in my ride. That Wayne sound, You know, Wayne lyrics.
Yeah, that's like
is over,
2010,
man. Yeah,
2011.
I'm talking about a run so long. You know, I'm definitely proud of your run. You definitely can go down as one of the GOAT. You motherfucker can definitely say you're in the top 5. You definitely made history for New Orleans and, yeah, the South. You definitely was a trendsetter. You everything. I'm talking about right now, in the past, the 8 presidents.
Yeah, you gotta go on what's going on right now.
Everything is like a grade E, minus C, F plus. You ain't got no C plus, B plus, A plus type of shit. Not no stage performance, not no. The lyrics so outdated. We ain't on that, man. Like, you know, so it is what it is, though. Y'all hit that like button, y'all subscribe, y'all share the video, y'all follow me on IG, Doug_gang_spitter. Y'all donate to the channel, $ Doug Gang Spitter 704. He was with him. Go.
Bingo.
Oh. They offered to meet with you.
Yeah, they reached out to my manager. And they actually been reaching out to Dewberry with them. I've been seeing them. And I live right up the street from them. They've been reaching out.
Too bad.
I just finally came to them there. Yeah, I just finally came to them. They've been trying to say, man, I don't listen to nobody, homie.
This nigga be trying to act like he just turned up. Like, come on,
I'm
Charleston.
saying this on the microphone, homie.
You act turned up and then go turn a nigga in.
For me, or hit me in the mouth. I was already told you don't like what say hit me in the mouth. Or, hit me in the mouth or shit, and that go to anybody. You got to be willing to throw your life away to do something to me.
Man, he said they gotta come do something about it. He said he gonna keep going crazy.
Yeah, because he gonna keep going to court. I don't know why Stingy K always, this is his main content. Stingy K always stay on some Charleston White. That he ain't got no other content.
All about big mob bosses, all about to talk like they the G's, like Boosie.
Stop.
Marlo Mike was the G's. To
Stop.
calling the shots and putting the money on said ain't the G, that's the coward.
He couldn't.
To calling the shots, putting the money on the head, that's the coward. I know some hitmen to take the money and say, you don't keep it scared. We'll keep that money. Cause they see you ain't gonna do what you say you trying to get me to do. I'm a real dude. I'm a real dude, scared. Yeah, I do it. And when you just, you do it. All right, I'm gonna get to it. And don't tell them, you want to say they're gonna leave town for a little while. Here go $5,000, this is my boy. But I don't like it. You know, he's scared. Like Boosie, homie, who can pay to go, like, Mob, James Prince, that can play balls, and like his son, that can play balls, and they not the frontline soldiers doing the hand-to-hand.
Hey, he be on Jay Prince and Boosie and Jay Prince sons, bro. I ain't gonna lie, he on them. I wonder what they be saying about him, though.
Come back, homie, them the cowards.
What's the deal, YouTube? It's your boy Stingy back with another one. Charleston White had this to say about Jay Prince.
The washed up old who probably don't even know Jay Prince. Probably don't even know Jay Prince. He out in mob ties. And it's him, his buddy, and his buddy's girl. So of course I'm gonna go in and say, I'll double y'all triple dating, you ain't got no woman, you done paid to come see me to holler mob ties, you ain't even got no woman. So I shamed him, and then when he stood up, he had on a rhinestone belt.
2003.
And I'm saying,
Damn, Charleston White, bald headed like a motherfucker at the top. He's Sanford and Son. No, he George Jefferson.
There's no such thing as a mob ties. It's a fictitious name. They're not a mob. Mob ties is like the white boy from Malibu Most Wanted. Jay Prince Jr. and his son, they like the Malibu from Most Wanted. They're not no real gang.
He said that they grew up in the Burbs. They came from money, so ain't no mob, nothing.
There's nothing like the Italian mafias like we've been seeing in the movies. So why? Who gives a fuck about a mob tie? So I'm ignoring him, but instead he's saying on stage. While I'm on stage. So I'm mob tired. Never said these niggas ain't. So I got these two dudes saying, take your mask off. Talk right. Y'all together? No, this is my So he hollered, no, this is my nephew. But he got it on like this while he talking. So I'm saying, you two done paid to come see me? To do all this? With no woman? Oh man, you didn't go see each other tonight. So the woman comes sit in his lap and say, oh no, this is my woman. This is my man. So I said, hey sister, you might need to watch nephew or not. I don't put that on nephew where he got it on now. So I said, man, that got mad. That when he stood. Yeah, nigga, look. Show me no. So when he did that, I'm steady talking. Yeah, Kobe Bryant jersey wearing that, Michael Jordan. Then he proceeds toward the stage.
Wow.
Now it's threatening.
Wow. This is hella old. This ain't recent.
And you're making threats.
This is not
saying
recent.
You would knock me out of what you do to me.
It'll be all
And
over
so,
social media. This shit old. Stingy K.
I had a decision to make. I had to weigh my cost. And I had
They
to
be
weigh my benefits.
recycling Charleston.
Well, what's the
Man,
cost?
please.
Oh man, you get your kick, you get hurt, you people be upset. What's the benefit? You can ruin this comedy show and go viral and be another
go viral.
sensation.
He said, go viral.
What about you?
Just like a
You
girl.
just jumped off
Go
the stage.
viral.
Oh, he'll be all right.
I ain't gonna lie, Charleston White know exactly what to do with the internet. He know what he's doing.
One question I did want to ask you in this interview was about this guy.
I'm tired of Charleston. He be getting on my nerves.
I said, bond out all my.
All right, call Dago. Call Dago. Call Dago.
I ain't bonding. I'm not putting up no money for them. Not a damn thing. But what I will say is.
What I will say.
Need a signature?
You better know it.
I'll put a signature.
I'll
on there
fuck
for
with
you,
him.
bro.
I ain't gonna give him no money though.
I ain't got no money for you though.
But I got a
I got
signature.
at least a signature.
Cause I'm your boy.
I know you be having to have people like them.
And a lot of niggas don't want to be attached to you.
I'll co-sign. But that's it. I would want to do that for me, bro, because I know what it's like to be in jail. John, man, please. People who say they fuck with you won't even do it. Fuck with you all your life, won't even sign it, because they don't, it ain't even the money. They'll give up the money, they just don't want their name attached to you.
Yeah, that's I just said. You already know. We on the
I'm
same.
telling you, homie, that's worse than not giving up the money and
Oh, hell no. Sharp got a Ben Davis top on. He got the monkey on that patch. This nigga wearing Ben Davis. Oh, Lord have mercy.
I got that for you, bro. I ain't got nothing else.
Bruh, Ben Davis? You wearing Ben Davis, Sharp? Wow. Ben Davis. Not Dickies. Ben Davis. Boy, you leaning like a cholo.
Can't nobody change that in me. I'm just saying. I mean, you can get a signature for sure. He ain't touch no little kids. He ain't do nothing out of pocket like that or nothing. Hey, man. And it don't seem like he did. They talking some, I don't know what the it don't even matter, church. Like, as long as it ain't none of that type of shit, I'm cool with it. I'll sign my name on the dotted line for you. We ain't even gotta talk. I know if you can even real, if you are that, you gonna figure it out. We all have to sometimes. That's why when that shit was done to me, and like I've had family members, man, they rather put up the money, they won't put up the name. I'm like, damn, maybe our relationship ain't as strong as I thought it was. And you know what's so cold? Is because I showed them and I proved to them that it was. And they'll sign their life away from me today. I didn't understand it at first. I was mad. I wanted to fight my family. I wanted to do something very bad to them. Like, I'm stuck cross country in Tennessee. They just need a family member with my My last name ain't too many of us around, so I called the person I could trust. They gave me the money and everything. Maybe because that's what we built our relationship on. I was always good with the money. Maybe he didn't know. He thought I was gonna his name up.
Oh,
Get out,
okay.
do my, didn't have no problems. Now I feel like he has signed for it. Sometimes you gotta earn that with people. Sometimes the relationships ain't what you think they are.
True.
Nah, it ain't about the money, homie. Them people be needing signatures. You can have somebody put up 50,000 for you. If you ain't got nobody wanting to sign for it to say that your bail is way bigger, and you ain't got nobody wanting to put their name on the line where if anything fuck up with you, they can come to that person's house and knock on the door talking about you owe me something. Straight up, homie. Because, hey, let me tell you something, bro. Somebody said saying you'd rather have someone just sign the name instead of bailing you out is crazy. Because at the end of the day, if you ain't got those signatures, the money, you can get that. If you ain't got nobody wanting to put their name on the line for you, that's why they'll take 20%. Hell, the bail bondsman will work with you.
Yep.
They need them signatures, homie. The names mean something. Because that's what they gonna go for the rest of their bread. I'm just being honest. Why you think it happens? Why you think them signatures is worth way more than the money that you put up? They'll work with you with the bread. They need them co-signers, homie. I don't know if y'all ever went to jail. I have. Quite a few times. And I'll tell you this. They ain't never talking about bailing nobody out with somebody who can't sit there and stand up to the credit of it. Just keeping it real. I don't know about y'all. I don't know what jail y'all went to. They're just cool with you. Just, pull out your debit card or pull out your credit card or you get into jail with some money. Man, please, who can you have? We need at least 3. If you're doing something, you did some heinous or some shit, like you still is fucked up, but you still got a bail, they probably gonna want anywhere from 7 to 8. I've been there before. They want 7. Can you find 7 business willing to sign their name off for you? The money's easy to get. Hell, you probably had it laying around. It'll start making you really see what type of relationships you have with people when you gotta go get 7 or 8. 7 or 8 might sound small. Boy, when you in that jail and you start calling, boy, I'm telling you, that's gonna seem big. To get 8 signatures on a piece of paper, and you can call these same 8, man, you probably call the same 20 people every day. Bet you, boy, you probably gonna have 1 to 2. You're gonna be trying to, the other 6 gonna be a struggle. The other 6 gonna be a struggle. They're like, man, what'd you do? Now they diving into your business. Yeah, but if that goes into default to where this person, like if there's any type of problems, man, the bail bondsmen come for you. If they don't catch that person or there's an issue at hand, his can die. They're coming for that bread. They bailed him. Hey, man, you put up your name for it. They got to come find you. They're going to have something to do with you. Hell, don't we always see it can get as serious as somebody having to put up their house? Don't just think because you sign your name, it's just you signing your name because, oh, well, I'm just saying, like, I bailed him out, and this may be a place you can come look for him at. No, then bail bondsmen gonna come hold your ass accountable. Like, well, we need our money. You only gave us 5,000, 10,000. The bail was spent. The bail's 60, 70,000. They work with banks to get the rest of the money to come and get your ass out. That money gets put up. Don't just think because you paid 2,500, 5,000 on something. No, whatever your bail was, that bail bondsman gets the money. They got lenders. So they get the money, they put the money up, it lets you out. And you're like, oh yeah, I got out on 5,000. Yeah, but all the rest of that money got put up. That's why them bounty hunters come looking for you, boy. Let that be where you got on a $500,000 bond, nigga, $250,000 bond, and you put up the 10% or 15% that, you know, the bail bondsman's gonna want, because they're gonna go get the rest of the money and put it up for you. They ain't playing about that money because they're held accountable. I don't know what suspects avoiding or anything. Hey, man, I wish you well. If you need a signature, I got you. I got you, gang. Other than that, I ain't got nothing else for you.
Once a meme rap superstar who rose to stardom in the mid-2010s with his inspiring and revolutionary anthems like Beat My Meat, Booty From a Distance, and of course FTBT, Fake Booty and Toes, and who would go on to make music with some of the biggest rappers at the time, from Lil Yachty, Takeoff from Amigos, and PnB Rock, would all of a sudden be in the headlines for something much darker, being reported as the shooter in a cold-blooded killing of his own best friend's father in June 2023. On that fateful day, police in Gulfport, Mississippi would respond to calls of shots fired. When they got to the scene, they found a 50-year-old man named Ronaldo Della Velarde dead inside his car with multiple gunshot wounds, while arresting another person at the scene.
Tonight, one person dead and another behind bars after gunfire in Gulfport. It happened here on Deborah Drive off of Three Rivers Road. That victim has been identified as 50-year-old Ronaldo Della Velarde. Noah Noble was at the scene and he brings us the latest.
We have to put a stop to it because we're losing. Like, we're losing our youth. We're losing.
Another shooting, another life lost to gun violence. 50-year-old Ronaldo Della Velarde was killed in an Orange Grove shooting. He was shot multiple times behind the wheel of a Nissan, the blood-stained sedan crashing into a neighbor's car. Moments after the gunfire, an officer was on scene.
We were in the area pretty close, and we were able to respond within minutes of the call. And I just wish we would have been here a little sooner.
Another life also altered forever, the suspect, who Police Chief Adam Cooper says was detained immediately, brought to the station, and is cooperating with detectives.
At first, this murder didn't make any news outside the local area, but sometime later, things took a wild turn when Ronaldo's sister hopped on social media and dropped a bombshell accusation that Ugly God had murdered her brother.
Well, what I initially was wanting to get out was the fact that Ugly God did this. My brother died 6/29/2023 around 10:45.
For Ugly God, this wasn't just a fall from fame, this was a free fall into madness. And the deeper you look into this case, the crazier it gets. So today, we're breaking down everything we know about this very wild situation that could still end up costing Ugly God everything.
Alright, Ugly God, what's good?
Chilling, bro. What's good?
Welcome to Vlad TV.
We have to put a stop to it because we're losing. Like, we're losing our youth. We're losing.
Another shooting, another life lost to gun violence. He was shot multiple times behind the wheel of a Nissan, the blood-stained sedan crashing into a neighbor's car.
At that moment, I thought Ugly God was on. More than anything, the last video that he made me more hurtful than anything that he could have done when he was on.
50-year-old Ronaldo Della Velarde was killed in an Orange Grove shooting.
Born in Indiana on September the 19th, 1996, Royce Cornell Davidson Rodriguez, better known as Ugly God, grew up bouncing between Cleveland, Ohio, Houston, Texas, and Louisiana, before later enrolling in the University of Southern Mississippi. His unique background, being both Dominican from his father's side and African American from his mother's side, meant that he was fluent in both Spanish and English, but he ended up staying mostly with his mother after his parents would divorce. Rap was never part of the plan for Ugly God, not seriously anyway, but rather, he was really focused on school and basketball back in high school. However, during his senior year, things started to shift as he began rapping and messing around for fun.
So, like, at what point did you really start rapping? Like, how old were you?
Like, actually, like, trying, like, say,
17?
Okay, so
18.
Okay, so kind of like, it never was like I wanted to be a rapper. It was just some shit I always did on the side. I always like, school. I love school. And I love basketball. It was just some shit I did on the side.
Okay.
Humor was from the very beginning a central part of his music, and his first track, I Beat My Meat, an ode to the pleasures of making love to oneself, was uploaded to SoundCloud while he was still in high school, but his basketball coach found out and made him delete the song, worried it might mess up his chances at a scholarship, something that Ugly God would actually explain to DJ Vlad.
So you came out and Beat My Meat. You come out, you got like 4,000 views.
Yeah.
And then your basketball coach makes you take it down.
Yeah.
Why?
I was actually good at basketball. I was really good, and I guess they felt like I wanted to pursue a basketball career, and that didn't compliment with that song.
But still, he wasn't done. After the season ended, he uploaded it again, and once again, his coach made him take it down. But by the time he got to college at the University of Southern Mississippi, he re-uploaded the track, and this time, it would start doing crazy numbers. Besides his music being fun and catchy, Ugly God would benefit from his eye-catching early rap name, T-Bait.
My original name was
Before the success of his first song, Ugly God had never thought that rap could be his career, but after that track popped off, he started taking it more seriously. Then, in 2016, he would suddenly land an actual mainstream hit with his song Water, which wound up making it onto the Billboard Hot 100, later going platinum. And just like that, pretty much out of nowhere, Ugly God became one of the hottest new rappers in the game. He would begin preparing the release of his debut mixtape, the elegantly named Booty Tape, dropping his next big song, which was actually a diss track aimed at himself called F Ugly God. In the song, he would diss himself with some hard jabs, like saying that he was nothing but a one-hit wonder whose whole career was a joke. Meanwhile, Ugly God was also turning into a fashion god, as he would go viral for doing stunts like sporting his so-called lizard nose ring. In 2017, XXL would include Ugly God in one of their more legendary freshman classes, right alongside Playboy Carti, Triple X Tentacion, and P&B Rock. And he would follow this by dropping the long-awaited Booty Tape, which would even have a feature from Wiz Khalifa. The tape would end up selling 12K in the first week, landing him at the 27th spot on the Billboard 200. The following year, Ugly God would feature on Lil Yachty's album Lil Boat 2, on the track Boom, which would end up selling gold. The music video even now having over 15 million views. By 2019, Ugly God would drop his debut album called Bumps and Bruises. But while it featured some big names like Takeoff and Lil Pump, none of the tracks would end up taking off like his earlier hits like Water. And despite debuting at number 46 on the Billboard 200 albums charts, the project came and went without too much buzz. But still, in 2020, Ugly God would team up with the Houston rapper Rizzo for a short tape called Ugly Goblin, followed by a 2-song EP titled Two Piece in 2023. But overall, his presence in the music scene would notably slow down coming into the 2020s, and while he hasn't officially retired, it's clear that he would step back from the game in a major way. However, in 2023, Ugly God would return to the headlines, unfortunately for all the wrong reasons, as he was accused of shooting and killing his best friend's father. To those who knew Ugly God and his humour-filled music, this news probably sounded so out of left field that their first thought was that it must have been fake news. But unfortunately, this would turn out to be not just a rumour, as police would confirm that they had arrested somebody at the scene of the murder, and the case report shared by the family appeared to identify Ugly God, aka Royce Davison, as that person. The victim's sister has also been very vocal about the case on social media, attempting to get what she says is justice for her brother, Ronaldo.
Harris Delavalley. My friends call me Ty. I'm coming to you in regards again to the murder of my brother Ronaldo Renee Delavalley that was murdered 6/29/2023 in Gulfport, Mississippi at 1009 Deborah Drive, where he was staying with the mother of rapper Ugly God. Ugly God is the murderer.
She would even give a long interview to the YouTuber I Am Joe Stone, detailing everything that allegedly took place leading up to her brother's death.
This is Ty Delavalley, who is the sister of the man that was allegedly killed by rapper Ugly God, Ronaldo Delavalley. And she sat down with us, the Church of Joe Stone, to expose details that she says changes what everyone thinks they know about the Ugly God murder case.
According to her sister, Ronaldo and his wife had reportedly lost their previous home due to financial problems and had moved in with Ugly God's mother.
And his wife went through, they had a nice big house, 4 or 5 bedroom house. And they went through some financial stuff that none of the family, we're all grown. So we only know what we see.
The night before the shooting, there was some kind of argument between Ronaldo and his wife and Ugly God's mum, Rhonda, during which Ugly God allegedly threatened Ronaldo.
The argument the night before was heated, and Ugly God told, it was on camera, where he said, you come back to my mama's house, it's gonna be her killing, or it's gonna be, I don't wanna say verbatim because the video's not in front of me, but he made a threat about it the night before.
The next day, Ronaldo was allegedly told that his 11-year-old son was being put out of the house, so he came back. But according to the sister, he never got out of his car, but rather stayed parked by the curb.
Come back to the house. It was the strangest thing ever, because me knowing my brother, my mother always told us, never go where you're not wanted, or never go on someone's property if you have a problem with it. The one thing I remember. So it was a red flag for us when this man lived there for 2 years, and he pulls up to the house next to the mailbox. He don't pull in the yard. There's no other car there. He don't pull in the yard, nor does he get out the car. So the discrepancy is that he was on the phone with someone 3 minutes before that he was saying, okay, Ugly God has put my children out, the 2 younger boys and the wife, because of the argument the day before. So you need to come get your kid.
She says that Ugly God then came out to talk to Ronaldo outside, followed by his mom. And after 10 minutes of talking, as Ronaldo tried to leave, Ugly God allegedly shot him 4 times in the face.
My theory, this is me talking. If I'm gonna feel like I need self-defense, and someone sitting in the car, I'm not in front of the car, they can run over me. I'm at the window. Hell, I can jump on top of the car. I can run around the car. It's just a lot of things you can do. And then, at that point, why was my brother's foot? Why was the car in drive? Like, I think that the way, I think he was pulling off, and he called, a board 8, and he snapped. Because even in death, you already killed this man. Why would you go back to 230 minutes to say, whole time I'm aboard 8? He's talking to my brother when he says, there's not a shadow of a doubt in my heart.
It's all cleaned up now, probably ready to be rented. This is where my brother was parked at, right here. When he was shot repeatedly in the face. If you turn in the street with me, y'all still got spots of blood. My brother died right here in the yard. I'm so thankful. Mom was there. We wanted to kill the warrior, but they kind of didn't. Keeping God so nice makes you feel good when I ride by. My brother died while he was down.
Now, there have been some online rumors that this might have been a drug operation gone wrong, with even DJ Academics admitting in a live stream that his first thought was Ugly God might have been running drugs.
At that moment, I thought Ugly God was running drugs. I swear. I promise. I swear. I was like, oh, this thing's running drugs. Yeah, the backpack on. They kept saying he had to go. I'm like, yeah, this thing got to drop off the road. I swear, I was like, he's running drugs. You know what I mean? So when he told me to clap somebody, I was just like, yo, drug game, we did 50. Like, that's what I was thinking. You know what I mean? Like, I know what's going on.
However, in the news reports or the sister's version of events, there's zero mention of drugs or any drug-related activity, so we can pretty confidently say that the drug operation theory doesn't seem to hold up based on the available evidence. After the incident, multiple reports would say that Ugly God had been taken into custody, but they didn't mention him being released. Nevertheless, he appeared to be out before August the 19th when he posted on Twitter.
Then my brother, when Ugly God shot him, the car put his foot in the gas or came off the brake or whatever, he hit another car. Out in this man's yard, a veteran, 30-year veteran. They never questioned him. The man walked outside and was dead in his yard. And of course, I have video footage of that. They never questioned him. The only thing they did was brought him a business card for the incident report because they told him his car.
The sister claims that the only reason Ugly God isn't in jail right now is because his uncle was a judge in the area at the time.
The reason that they let Ugly God go, let me touch on that. His uncle is a judge in the city. He's a circuit court judge, which people saying, well, that doesn't mean nothing because he's in a little court. He was an investigator for 16 years.
She also claims that his uncle used to be an investigator for 16 years and pulled strings to help Ugly God avoid charges, as well as pointing out that the plea report that they had received was suspiciously brief, just 2 lines long, which she found kind of weird for a homicide case.
They say that they let him go because the wife's story collaborated with him.
So you were saying that the reason why when what you were told by the police was, or what the family was told was, the reason why he was let go was because the wife's story and his story matched.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, I guess from their perspective, if the wife is agreeing with the guy who murdered her husband, well, then who else do we need to talk to? Is that the theory?
While officials haven't publicly labeled the shooting as self-defense, Mississippi's castle doctrine might explain why Ugly God was released without charges, as under this law, residents are legally protected when using deadly force if they believe that they're in imminent danger, especially within their home or vehicle. Given that Ugly God was let go shortly after the incident and no charges appear to be pending, it's possible that the authorities consider the situation consistent with these self-defense protections, even if they haven't stated so officially. However, the sister still raises some serious questions about the self-defense claim. She repeatedly asks, if it was self-defense, why was her brother driving away when he was shot?
He's driving over there to cause harm to Ugly God, right? Tells him to come outside, let's meet. And he has a gun on him. And his whole point is to shoot Ugly God. Then why would it take 10 minutes?
She also points out that the car was in drive and crashed after the shooting, which suggests that Ronaldo was trying to leave, not threaten anyone, while also saying that Ronaldo's gun was found in a place where he couldn't have reached it.
Was it in the glove compartment? Was it on the floor? Was it in his lap? Like, that also changes things a lot depending on where they found it. You know what I'm saying? To say that someone was being held at gunpoint. So, yeah.
So bad, some good details. But I'm going to tell you this, that when my brother, they could not put exactly where it was because remember he hit that car and totally, so the car hit and all of the above. But it wasn't in his hand, so if he had it in his hand or his finger on the trigger, however they were saying he had it, it wasn't where he could have reached it and got to it.
The sister also even has a wilder theory where she claims that the shooting might have been planned by Ugly God, Ronaldo's wife, and possibly one of Ronaldo's sons, alleging that there's actually a witness saying that there might have been a romantic relationship between Ugly God and Ronaldo's wife.
Now, there's a witness that says that the brother and Ugly God and the mother claimed it, that the other guy had a relationship with the mother, alleged, and one of the kids knew it, and it's just, this thing is just spiraling so crazy, like, I feel like I'm in a dream.
The sister claims that there's up to 7 witnesses who say that Ronaldo told them about plans to kill him, and that her brother had recently tried to change his 401k beneficiaries, and that there was even a life insurance policy taken out on him not long before the shooting.
You know, a week before, we have documents, my brother tried to change his 401k, and all of his money was the strangest thing. He was crying for help to all the wrong people, because he never told me. It's too many things that people don't know that's coming out, like, you know, like, you take a policy out on somebody in a short amount of time, you investigate the policy. We have 7 statements, 7 different people sworn statements that my brother told them that she was messing with him and the family was trying to kill him. Afterwards said, Ronaldo Delaware stated to me, such and such, they are trying to kill me in this house. Every time there's an argument, they pile up on me.
Ugly God hasn't said much about the situation publicly, but in August 2023, he broke his silence by posting photos on Twitter showing off stacks of cash. In one picture, he had his back turned to the camera, revealing a handgun in one hand and money in the other, with the caption, "A lot can happen in a year, #don't believe the hype." The sister claims that Ugly God has been taunting her family online, changing his name to Theo Rodriguez, which she says means Ugly Rodriguez in Spanish, while commenting on her social media posts.
And he does it in ways that other people don't know, like, you know, he changed his name to Theo Rodriguez. So he does a lot of stuff on Facebook. Like, they took my TikTok down. He inboxed me and said, "Where's your TikTok?" Like what are you doing, dude? You're 27.
He inboxed you?
Somebody else got the message. He put a message online and said, "Where's your inbox now?" I mean, where's your TikTok now? So TikTok must have seen it because they put it back up. But, you know, like, for him to tell me, justice for Ronaldo.
Is he messaging you on Instagram or commenting on your page? Like, how you get
on his Facebook page? Go look.
She would also claim that her car was recently stolen and then shot up while no one was inside, which she seems to think might be connected to her speaking out about the case.
Project area that we call it, stole it, and 10 years later, they shot it, they parked it by the woods, and it shot up really bad. Pictures online. It shot. So when the police called me, there's like, "Hey, you know, because it's in my name." They called me and said, "Hey, one of your vehicles shot up. Do you have any enemy?" You know, I said, you know, I'm sure the detectives know who I am. I said, "No," but you can see the clear. They stomped the windshield out in the front and the back, and shot up the driver's side door. You know, like it just had to go straight to the tow yard. I told them to just take it, you know, but. You know, I've never had that happen before. I've never had nobody shooting me. I'm not going to make accusations, but people know what they know.
The sister also mentions that DJ Academics covering the story on his streams while even having Ugly God on his channel upset her.
Yo, pop out to my show. I'm having a show.
Yeah, you rapping?
No, you rapping.
What like a what?
Do a song or two for me.
I'm not gonna perform there. I thought where it's gonna be in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Shit, you think I can bring my my laptop?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something. Oh yeah.
It's funny. I'm saying, I think get off, bro.
I think you should stay over for duty too, bro.
Made me more hurtful than anything that he could have done. When he was on there, he had Ugly God on, and they was laughing and having. My brother's dead. He's not coming back.
She claims that academics wasn't being fair in his coverage and seemed to be taking Ugly God's side without looking at all the evidence.
In the position he's in and not be fair, it was heartbreaking. And I just can't believe that he said the things that he said, you know, like.
Ack himself would even admit that he's conflicted about covering the story because of his close relationship with Ugly God.
About a month ago, I heard about this story, and the story was a little bit disturbing. And you know, I don't want to be a fake news person, and you know, oftentimes I get conflicted with these things because I get a story that is exclusive. I could break the story. I guess it could do whatever. But the person involved is somebody I care about, somebody that it kind of extends a little bit more than just the regular coverage of hip hop.
However, Ack would end his coverage by openly saying that he doesn't know what happened and simply is waiting for the truth to come out.
It's a fucked situation, obviously, and I think I could absolutely leave it at that. I mean, if it's self-defense, it's self-defense. They clearly don't believe it's self-defense. They believe it's something else. They believe it's a cover-up, and I think hopefully, as time either goes by, time ends up healing their wounds and kind of comforts their hurt, or you know they get whatever peace or justice they deserve. Also, to be very clear, and you know me, I'm a big self-defense person. If it comes out that that individual who died threatened or harmed Ugly God to the extent that it could be argued that lethal force was needed, well, grand opening, I'm sorry to say, I'm a big self-defense person. Big self-defense. I wish self-defense existed like it exists in states like Mississippi, up north, places like Jersey, New York, and you know even like places. Well, it exists in Pennsylvania, just not Philly.
It's been almost a year since the shooting. Many questions remain unanswered. But for now, Ronaldo's family has hired private investigators and attorneys to continue looking into the case, believing that evidence will eventually emerge that contradicts the self-defense story.
Now, I have a question. You said that you were able to get video footage, I guess, from the ring doorbells or security camera footage from the neighborhood. So you have footage of exactly what parts of the altercation?
All of it. Just know that my family has hired our own attorneys, our own investigators. We've done the whole nine that we're supposed to do.
For many, this case seems particularly crazy, given Ugly God's public image as a goofy, mean rapper, but that doesn't change the cold hard fact that someone did indeed lose their life over this situation.
It's heartbreaking because my heart goes out to the family, my heart goes out to the one that's deceased, my heart goes out to the one that's in custody, because at the end of the day, nobody won. Like, it's heartbreaking because us as black people are losing our youth. We're losing the battle. So it's just like we have to stop. We have to stand up as a community and actually put a stop to gun violence.
In due time, perhaps we'll end up getting more clarity on the case, but what does seem clear is that this is a really sad situation all around. A man is dead and two families that seemed very close, and now each other's worst enemies.
Shakur back in the 1990s. All these years later, the former gang leader is behind bars in Las Vegas and is insisting the case be thrown out. And he is implicating another music legend who's making headlines, Sean Diddy Combs. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is said to be behind one of the most infamous killings in history, Tupac Shakur. The 90s rap superstar was gunned down while riding in a car with Suge Knight after the Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand. And over the years, there have been multiple investigations into Tupac Shakur's murder, but there has been one man who has seemed to implicate himself in the assassination again and again and again. Dwayne Davis, also known as Keefe D. By the way, spelled sometimes with two F's, sometimes with two E's, and sometimes with a Y. It's a little bit confusing, but Keefe D. Now, Davis was reportedly the leader of a sect of the Crips street gang in Compton, California that dealt in drug sales and trafficking. Davis eventually did time in prison on drug charges in the late 90s, but since getting out, he has been more open about his apparent involvement in Shakur's death. Davis released his own tell-all book. It's called Compton Street Legend, Notorious Keefe D's street-level accounts of Tupac and Biggie murders, death row origins, Suge Knight, Puffy Combs, and crooked cops. And he started granting interviews with YouTubers who wanted the inside scoop on what happened on that night back in 1996 out in Las Vegas. So Davis and several members of his entourage apparently attended the Mike Tyson boxing fight, but afterward in the casino, Shakur had attacked Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. The fight had apparently been sparked by a previous beef over an alleged stolen neck chain. So the men eventually separated, the two groups went on their way, but Anderson, Davis, and others that were with them were reportedly still pretty heated over what had just happened. And later that night, allegedly, their plan was to target Shakur and Knight. And Knight, of course, was the head of Death Row Records, as they were all stopped at a traffic light. This is what happened. Now, in an interview with the Art of Dialogue channel, Davis said he was in the front passenger seat that night with DeAndre Big Dre Smith and Anderson in the back seat of the rented Cadillac. And what happens next? Who fired the shots? Take a listen.
Drake. He was the one that was supposed to shoot, Tupac and Suge, but he got scared, right?
No, he didn't really get scared. He wasn't ready for that. He had 8 youngsters, man. Kid.
But once again, y'all Crips, right? So he should be used to that, right, Drake? So why
He wasn't ready for that. Everybody got a role, man. Everybody ain't killing. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't gonna kill.
So
everybody
Drake
ain't with
was
that.
the shooter?
No.
Okay, so, but he was the one that was supposed to shoot Tupac and Suge, but for some reason, he wasn't ready for it, so he gave the gun to Orlando, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And Orlando is the shooter, is the known shooter. Everybody knows Orlando Anderson was a shooter. So Drake got cold feet. He didn't want to do it. He gave the gun to Orlando, and Orlando shot Tupac and Suge.
Yeah, he did his thing, yeah.
Now, let's be clear about something. Anderson has always denied that he was the killer. In fact, he died just a few years after Shakur in another shooting. The other men in the Cadillac, DeAndre Smith and the driver, Terry Brown, they are also both dead. But Davis told a lot of this information to Los Angeles and Las Vegas investigators as well. And this is after he apparently became a confidential informant for a task force that was looking into the murder of Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, the notorious B.I.G. By the way, we're about to talk about Diddy. We did a whole separate sidebar episode on how Sean Combs' former bodyguard came out recently, spoke on a documentary, and saying that Sean Combs could have been involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace. Encourage everybody to check it out if you're interested. But then going back to Tupac, we go to September of 2023, so this is 27 years after Shakur's death. And Davis was arrested near his home outside of Las Vegas and taken into custody. And since then, after he's been charged with the murder of Tupac Shakur, he and his legal team have been working to get him out of jail and to get his case thrown out. Now, we can say definitively he has lost both of those battles. He has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder. He's supposed to go to trial in March, but I want to explain a little bit more about this. So earlier this month, Davis's defense team filed a motion to dismiss the case. And as part of his argument, he is pointing the finger, seemingly, at Sean Diddy Combs as the one who really is responsible for Shakur's death. Yeah, this is one of those stories that we've been constantly trying to keep an eye out for, bring you updates as they develop. And for that, I gotta call out our amazing sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, because their support helps us to keep on doing this. But here's the deal. If you're injured, Morgan & Morgan, the exclusive personal injury law firm of Law and Crime, America's largest injury law firm, that may be who you want in your corner. You know why they have over 1,000 attorneys? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $29 million verdict for a bicyclist in Philadelphia, a $2.7 million verdict for a car accident victim in Florida, and not to mention $5.6 million for a car crash victim in Georgia after insurance offered that client $0. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan, they make it so simple because you can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC sidebar. Now, at the time of Shakur's death, Combs was beginning his New York rise to the top of the rap world. He had started Bad Boy Records, now called Bad Boy Entertainment. And of course, there was this ongoing feud, West Coast versus East Coast, with this feud that he had with Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight, again, the leader of Death Row. So I want to take a look at the legal arguments that Davis's team had in their filing. And it reads, Defendant Dwayne Keith Davis hereby files this motion to dismiss on the basis that the state of Nevada has failed to timely pursue these charges against Mr. Davis, failed to provide corroborating evidence to support Mr. Davis's coerced confession, and failed to honor the federal proffer agreement between Mr. Davis and the United States government, thus substantially impairing Mr. Davis's constitutional rights. So two big arguments here. One is that the government waited too long to file the murder case, 27 years. They claim that this was done maliciously. By the way, though, typically speaking, there are no statute of limitations for murder. But even if they had filed the charges sooner, this is Davis's other argument, Davis says he's immune from prosecution thanks to an agreement he had with investigators when he was hauled in to talk about Tupac Shakur's shooting. And listen, remember, Bill Cosby, we all remember what happened to him. His conviction for drugging and raping a woman was vacated because his due process rights were violated, since a former DA had in fact made an oral promise to Cosby that he wouldn't be prosecuted. And remember, Cosby relied on that promise to admit some incriminating things about that encounter. So a high court actually determined his conviction should be thrown out. But going back to this, the first big interview that was referenced in the filing is from a couple of years after Tupac Shakur died. On July 16, 1998, Mr. Davis was interviewed by Assistant United States Attorney Michael Terrell. Mr. Davis's attorney, Mr. Eddie Fale, was present. The interview was considered a proffer agreement between the United States government and Mr. Davis, under which any information provided by Mr. Davis would not be prosecuted related to that information. Mr. Davis was repeatedly questioned about the alleged murder of Tupac Shakur. Mr. Davis denied knowing who shot Mr. Shakur. Mr. Davis was asked to speculate as to who shot Mr. Shakur. Mr. Davis stated it was the Compton Police Department under the direction of Suge Knight, owner of Death Row Records. Mr. Davis was asked what would be Mr. Knight's motive. And Mr. Davis responded Mr. Shakur was getting ready to leave working with Death Row Records. At no time during the interview, less than 2 years after Mr. Shakur's shooting, did Mr. Davis state that he or members of Southside Crips were involved in any manner with the shooting of Mr. Shakur. Okay, goes to an issue of credibility. Well, Davis says he was interviewed again in 1999, and during that meeting, he denied that his nephew Anderson was the shooter. Mr. Davis stated that Mr. Anderson was not involved in the shooting of Mr. Shakur. Mr. Davis did discuss that Mr. Anderson was attacked by Mr. Shakur in Las Vegas the night of Mr. Shakur's shooting. Nevertheless, the decision was made to retaliate in Compton since there were so many police around in Las Vegas during the Mike Tyson fight. And during that interview, Davis blamed Compton police for spreading the rumor that Anderson had shot Shakur, although later we know that Davis himself would say that in public statements. But the motion to dismiss also says that Davis was offered immunity during the Biggie Smalls investigation in the early 2000s. The filing reads, the 3 LAPD and FBI agents were part of a task force to solve the shooting of rapper Notorious B.I.G., also known as Biggie Smalls, legal name Christopher Wallace. The task force, through a sophisticated criminal investigation, obtained sufficient evidence that would prove Mr. Davis was the leader of the Southside Crips and his gang was responsible for over 360 kilos of cocaine and PCP. Mr. Davis provided 3 interviews to obtain immunity from prosecution. The final interview were solely questions regarding the Tupac Shakur shooting, which Mr. Davis was also provided immunity from prosecution. So during a December 2008 interview with investigators, that is when Davis allegedly started to spill the beans about his one-time friend, Sean Combs, who he refers to as Puffy. He claims Sean Puffy Combs solicited Mr. Davis to kill Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur for $1 million. Eric Zip Martin, an associate of Puffy Combs, provided Mr. Davis with a gun to exact revenge on Tupac Shakur for the beating Mr. Anderson received. Now, Davis reportedly told the investigators that even though the job had been partially completed and Shakur was killed, neither he nor Anderson ever got paid. He later revealed that he believes Combs had paid the go-between, Zip Martin, who he claims kept the money for himself. And he said much of the same thing in a 2009 interview a year later, because according to the motion to dismiss, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, as far back as 2009, was in possession of the same set of facts that the Clark County District Attorney is now alleging makes Mr. Davis responsible for the murder of Tupac Shakur. The Clark County District Attorney's Office has offered no reason as to why it waited another 14 years to prosecute a case against Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis has been irreversibly prejudiced by this unnecessary delay in prosecution of this case, and Mr. Davis's constitutional rights have been violated in an extraordinary manner never before witnessed in the annals of the American criminal justice system. Now, of course, there was a response, because the prosecutors from Las Vegas called out Davis for being quite dramatic and said he has been telling on himself for decades. So their motion in opposition to the motion to dismiss states, in the years following Shakur's murder, defendant Dwayne Keefe D. Davis confessed to being involved in Shakur's murder in nearly every form imaginable. Defendant confessed to some of his role in Shakur's murder during an interview with LVMPD Homicide in 2009. Defendant admitted to seeking a deadly confrontation with Knight and Shakur in interviews with the producers of the Death Row Chronicles in 2017. Defendant recounted his involvement in Shakur's murder in his book, published in 2019. And defendant has gleefully claimed responsibility for the murder of Shakur in numerous YouTube interviews from 2019 up until his arrest. And the prosecution then addressed the issue of immunity from prosecution, right? Well, maybe he's admitting everything because, he thinks he's immune. They have a response to that. Quote, defendant asserts that he's received immunity from prosecution in this case. Defendant has provided absolutely no proof that transactional immunity was ever conveyed by any prosecuting authority. Defendant has provided no federal court order conveying immunity. Defendant has provided no California court order conveying immunity. However, even if he had such a grant, they couldn't possibly cover his criminal liability in Nevada. Defendant also claims that his proffer in 1998 and his statement to Detective Long somehow created immunity for the crime. As the court is aware, the legal community utilizes proffer to describe a contractual relationship between an interviewee and a prosecuting authority. In essence, a proffer agreement allows for statements made pursuant to the terms by the interviewee to not be used against that person. The state does not seek to utilize the 1998 proffer session against defendant and has no idea what the terms of such an agreement were between him and the federal government before he entered his plea. The report seems to reflect that this was a standard proffer where a criminal defendant is interviewed about his knowledge on all possible criminal subjects he may have information about before he's allowed to enter his plea. While he doesn't refer to the proffer agreement with the AUSA Searwright, the terms of that agreement are known. Defendant was specifically informed that this agreement was between him and the federal government. Moreover, the agreement is limited to a single date and time. It allows for the statements to be utilized on cross-examination of defendant if he ever testifies differently. Finally, the agreement is limited by its express terms. Nothing in that agreement suggests the defendant has immunity from any criminal charges, notwithstanding it appears to only apply by its express terms to an interview on December 1st, 2008. Certainly, defendant is free to litigate the admissibility of the December 18, 2008 statement. However, case law establishes that defendant's mistake of fact about its admissibility, particularly where he had a lawyer present who knows the specific terms of the agreement, would not lead to suppression of the statement, meaning it can't come into evidence. And on Tuesday, Clark County District Court Judge Carly Kearney agreed with the prosecution, saying Davis has provided no proof that he had any immunity deals. And we're going to expect to hear in the next few days if Davis's legal team plans to appeal that decision to the state Supreme Court. Remember, going back to Cosby, it was the Pennsylvania Supreme Court who ultimately determined that his conviction should be vacated because he had entered into an immunity agreement. So we shall see what happens. Davis says he eventually became a confidential informant to a task force that was investigating the murder of Biggie Smalls, which is Shakur's main rival at Bad Boy Records out in New York. And we know that Biggie Smalls was actually gunned down in Los Angeles. The prosecutors countered Davis's claims by saying there's no proof of any sort of immunity offer here, and that even if Davis had been offered some kind of protection from prosecution in California or the federal court system, that wouldn't apply to his case in Nevada. And the judge agreed, opting not to throw out the case, denying the defense's motion. One of the most interesting things to come out of that motion to dismiss, though, is just how many times Davis talked about Sean Diddy Combs over the years, the disgraced rapper and music mogul that we have been focusing upon a lot here on Sidebar, currently in a detention center on federal charges of sex trafficking and racketeering and prostitution, headed to trial out in May. But I want to talk about what Davis has to say about him. What he has to say about, I should say, Puffy. That's one of the many monikers that Combs has adopted over the years, and that's how he refers to him in this filing. So Combs started his meteoric rise to stardom in the early 90s as well. Started Bad Boy Records, now Bad Boy Entertainment out in New York. There was the big East Coast, West Coast beef, Death Row versus Bad Boy. And Davis says that Combs used that as an excuse to put out a hit, an assassination order on Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. So let's take a look at what Davis had to say about Combs. And a little bit of note about this. So Davis is told many versions of his story to police over the years, changing some details, leaving other details out. You gotta take that with a grain of salt about his credibility. Sometimes he would admit to things, sometimes denying them. Again, just take that for what it is. In fact, I will also tell you, the state talks about that in their opposition to the motion to dismiss, which says on December 18, 2008, defendant was interviewed by task force officers at his lawyer's office. This interview was surreptitiously recorded by LAPD Detective William Holcomb. During this interview, defendant confessed in detail about his involvement in the murder of Tupac Shakur, consistent with his book and subsequent YouTube.com statements. And what Davis revealed in an interview with the Art of Dialogue YouTube channel in 2021 is that his nephew, Orlando Anderson, shot Shakur from the backseat of the rented Cadillac. But during an interview with the FBI in 1999, Davis apparently said something completely different. According to the FBI report, which was included in the motion to dismiss, Anderson was not involved in the shooting death of Tupac Shakur, and neither Davis nor his group killed Shakur or Christopher Wallace, aka Notorious B.I.G. Davis does not know who killed the two rap stars. He believes that either individuals from New York associated with Puffy Combs or individuals associated with Death Row Records could have killed Shakur, and that individuals associated with Death Row Records killed Wallace. Okay, so again, changing stories. And by the way, Davis goes on to say that he was introduced to Combs in the early 90s by a man named Eric Zip Martin. This is another alleged drug dealer. And this is where we get into it. So the report reads, in or around 1992, Martin introduced Davis to Sean Puffy Combs. Davis recalls the introduction occurring at the Paradise nightclub on Santa Monica Boulevard. After speaking with Combs, Davis agreed to allow Combs to use his 1964 Chevy in a music video. The video featured the artist Usher. After the vehicle was damaged in the production of the video, Combs paid $2,500 to have it repaired. And by the way, according to Davis, Combs was scared of Suge Knight. And this was a man who had a reputation for being, sometimes violent and extreme. And that moves us now to this DEA report. So there was a DEA report from a 2008 task force meeting with Davis that was also included as an exhibit in the motion. And in it, Davis talks about the murder of a man named Jai Robles. This is Knight's bodyguard. He was killed in Atlanta in 1995. And according to Davis, he heard a rumor that an associate of Combs had killed Robles. The report says Combs requested to speak to Davis and asked Davis if he thought it was safe for Combs to come to Los Angeles for a concert. Combs expressed his concerns about Knight and possible retaliation related to the Robles murder. Davis advised Combs that he would provide 40 or 50 tickets to the concert. Davis could provide an entourage. Combs agreed, and Davis and his crew, in fact, attended the concert in support of Combs. Davis recalls the concert taking place in Anaheim, California. It was at this event that Combs began to solicit Davis to kill Knight and Shakur. Combs asserted something to the effect of, "I'll give anything for those dudes' heads." Quote, at a later date, Dwayne Davis, Eric Martin, Corey Edwards, Sean Combs, and others met at Greenblatt's restaurant in Hollywood. Well, at the restaurant, Combs summoned Davis into the downstairs area. Combs again told Davis that he needed to get rid of Knight and Shakur. Combs offered Davis $1 million to handle the problem. Davis remembers Combs being very afraid of Knight. So after the car that Knight and Shakur were in was hit by a hail of bullets back in 1996, Davis says that Combs wanted to know if that was the result of him allegedly putting out a hit on Shakur. The task force report states, well, at the restaurant, Martin told Davis that Combs had called Martin and asked, was that us? Davis asked Martin when he would receive compensation for the shooting. Martin told Davis he would get the money when he returns to New York. Additionally, while at the restaurant, Combs called Martin again. Martin then handed the phone to Davis. Combs again inquired, was that us? Davis recalled Combs sounding elated at the situation. Again, this is all allegations, but quite an allegation nonetheless. Now, Davis reportedly told the investigators that even though the job had been partially completed and Shakur was killed, he nor Anderson ever got paid. He later revealed that he believes Combs paid the go-between, again, Zip Martin, who allegedly kept it for himself. So we mentioned a moment ago that an LAPD officer had recorded statements that Davis made in 2008. The state included a transcript of that interview in its filing. And in the transcript, WH refers to Dwayne Higgins. This is Davis's lawyer during the interview. Q refers to the questions, and the A's are Davis's answers. Okay, so it says, WH, okay, now go on and ask whatever you want. Q, Puffy Combs. A, yeah, Q, does he play a role in this thing? WH, answer the question directly. Tell him what you think. A, did he play a role in this? WH, don't hesitate, just tell him. Question, yes. Answer, yeah, I think he did. And later in the interview, Davis said, yeah, I feel, I wish it would never ever, I wish I never met Puff Daddy, period, I swear to God. Question, yeah? Answer, he messed up my life, man. I was rich up and under the radar, all that, man. Question, that's all gone? Answer, it's all gone. Now, what about Combs' alleged involvement in the death of Biggie Smalls, legal name Christopher Wallace, okay? This was a big one. Smalls was gunned down in a drive-by shooting out in Los Angeles in March of 1997. You might be saying, I thought they were friends, right? Anybody who followed this? We did a whole sidebar on this, but Gene Deal, a former bodyguard for Combs, who's recently started doing interviews and offering theories on Combs' alleged bad behavior, now says the rapper could have been involved in killing Biggie. So Deal, who was reportedly Combs' bodyguard from 1991 to 2005, sat down for the documentary Diddy, The Making of a Bad Boy, that aired on Peacock. But according to him, Combs was acting weird in the lead up to Biggie's murder. He says in the documentary, the week in which Biggie was murdered, he was just acting real anxious and trying to get big at this party. And what was crazy was Big was telling people he had to be in London, but Puff was telling people he ain't going to London that whole week. We fast forward to the day of the party, and Deal says, I'm sitting up in the Beverly Hills Hotel, and I get a phone call. It's about 9 o'clock, and they say, Gene, get ready, we're going to the vibe party. I was like, you're going to the party? We don't have no security. But according to Deal, tried to warn Combs this probably wasn't a good idea. I said, yo, Puff, I got some intel, bruh. He said, what? I said, yo, man, if we go to this party tonight, one of us is going to get killed. Somebody going to die, because now we got East Coast, West Coast beef. He said, yo, Gene, I don't want to hear that S, so we all jump in the car. I was in a car with Puff. Big was in his own car. And the next thing you know, you hear pow, 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 pow. Biggie was shot 4 times, died right after arriving at the hospital. And according to Deal, Combs showed up at the hospital, seemed shocked that Biggie was dead. And we asked celebrity criminal defense attorney Brian McMonigal about this latest accusation against Combs, who's already facing these 3 federal charges related to the so-called freak-off activity. And again, he's facing dozens of civil lawsuits. But here's what Brian had to say.
I don't see this. This is a 30-year-old accusation, and it seems to me that it's getting to a point where Diddy's concerned, where it's dangerously getting to piling on in a way that I think might just help out. As I thought about this last night, once I saw the article in the Post and was referenced on the documentary, it seems to me that there are a lot of people now that are jumping on this bandwagon of making what I would say are baseless allegations against this guy. This one in particular just smells to me. Did this guy say any of this stuff over the past 30 years to anybody in law enforcement? Has there ever been any kind of a suggestion that he was involved by law enforcement? It seemed to me that he was in a close relationship with Biggie, and that if anything, he was on the other side of this East Coast, West Coast fight. So, the one thing that I would say about it is just bringing this kind of
drama
to this upcoming trial. They're going to be looking for things like this, the defense in this trial. They're going to be looking for accusations that are stretched. They're going to looking for moments that they can disprove things. And make no mistake about it, there'll be a few things like that. And hope that that'll give them the kind of strength and ability to diffuse perhaps as many of these allegations as they can where this indictment's concerned.
Now, to be clear about something, Combs has always denied any involvement in the deaths of Tupac and Biggie, and he certainly has not been arrested or charged in connection with their deaths in any way. As for Davis, we go back to him. It's going to be up to his attorneys to decide if they will appeal the judge's denial of the motion to the state Supreme Court. In the meantime, Davis has been denied bail, so he's going to be sitting in the Las Vegas jail until his trial, which is scheduled to begin in March. Keep our eye on it. Sean Combs' federal criminal case out of the Southern District of New York, where he faces charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, forced fraud and coercion of victim 1, and transportation to engage in prostitution. trial currently scheduled for May 5th, 2025. I want to go back to the indictment because this is really where it centers on. So it alleges that Sean Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise wielded the power and prestige of Combs' role at the Combs business to intimidate, threaten, and lure female victims into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship.
And a
Combs
job.
used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers that Combs referred to as, among other things, freak-offs. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, pleasured himself during, and often electronically recorded. In arranging these freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, transported and caused to be transported
Yeah,
commercial
I'm
sex
cool,
workers.
Combs, man. I don't like hearing the downfall like that.
No. So you go to the county jail, you'll just kick back. You go to the county jail, and we go up in there, we gangbanging in here. Ain't no you go in there, I'm a celebrity, oh, I'm not doing that. No, yeah, you a gang member. Run your face. Run your face like everybody else, and do what you're supposed to do and keep squabbling. You get what I'm saying? Ain't no such thing as, you regular like everybody else in that motherfucker. And when you hit the streets, bro, and that's you get on the streets and you get to a certain level in your life, and anybody else watching this, to any broadcast, to anybody in the world, you get a certain life, ain't no motherfucker that's up. Got dumb shit known everywhere. They're gonna get out of a fucking Benz. They're gonna slap it that's walking down the street that's a random person. That don't happen. Or it's like a random person out. That don't happen. If a person say, I'm gonna get the fight, all right, what's in it for me? All right, this is a celebrity match. What is this beneficial for me?
What if you get a bunch of money?
Hold on.
You get to knock him out easily, and it starts you out on a path towards getting bigger and bigger fights.
Nah.
Because I feel like that first fight is the hardest hump to get past. Once we do the first one, we're in the game.
First off, it's a lot of motherfuckers. It's a lot of motherfuckers that want to fight me. Trust me, it's a lot of motherfuckers that's famous that want to fight. Trust me, I know. They want to see the theory, and I want to show them. I want to knock their ass out on TV. And turn around and look at the camera and sit on Vernon Avenue crib, nigga think Chris on the thing for knocking your ass out. So on Vernon Avenue, I really want to put a nigga out.
Soon as he done.
So at the end of the day, that's the point. If I go with somebody, a celebrity that's bigger than me, or that's up there, bro, it's a bigger bag. You gotta understand this, bro. You gotta see what it's the thing. You can't think on a small mind. That's like you right now going to a smaller motherfucking platform or going to somebody that's under, I'm just saying like a regular person, and you going like, you know what? I'm gonna get him. That's cool, you gonna knock him out. What the f are you doing though? But hold on, now you're not thinking. Now you're not being smart here.
If I was gonna get into the boxing world, guess what I would love for my first fight?
Knock out
somebody that I think I could knock out relatively easily.
I don't think I can knock out anybody. I don't think anybody can think they gonna do their shit. I'm gonna knock out anybody. I don't give a if you easy or not easy.
A lot of our options are maybe not the best.
I don't want nothing easy.
SD contracted with the UFC.
But I don't want nothing easy. Give me my challenge.
Okay.
Give me my challenge. Don't let me go in here and knock, that's what he gonna do. This what he gonna do. Let me exactly tell you what he gonna do. And anybody motherfucker watching this, put these all in the comments, I guarantee. First thing he gonna do, first off, he already intimidated. So he gonna do this, what he gonna do. He gonna get up in here, he gonna do some bullshit, cut the thing, bow, put him down, pop, knock him out, or wherever, put him out, pop, put him down, boom, he gonna call a fight, bam, he gonna get paid, and it's gonna be over after that. That's bump. No, give me a challenge. I'm not gonna lie, I want to squabble me. I want a nigga to come in that motherfucker, and I'm gonna get a bigger bag off you, nigga, bigger. That's just like, what's his name,
Jake Paul.
Jake Paul.
Started out with a bunch of bums.
What if
now he's fighting people who are way better?
That nigga Jake Paul, nigga started off nigga big. Nigga, I would love for him to call me out, but I could knock him out.
He was fighting famous people.
Jake Paul to call me out, and I hope if Jake Paul watching this, nigga, soon as this interview over, tap in with Adams quick and say, tell boy just bring his ass over here. I could knock him out.
I hate to call it animosity between you and the Woods, but you ain't got Jake Paul. It ain't even close.
Don't do that.
He gonna turn your ass into a pot of spaghetti.
Don't do that. No, I'm gonna turn his ass
dead
on. I'm gonna turn his ass on. Get him up.
His cemetery. A whole cemetery. That's how serious I am.
No. How serious I am, I'm gonna kill him over.
Where's Jake Paul? Do I still have his number from like 5 years ago? I don't know.
Call him.
Oh, I wish. There's no way he still has the same phone number. Paul. I gotta. Okay. Well, I have 2 Jake Paul numbers and 1 Logan Paul. That doesn't look like it. This one? How about this one? No.
That's what I'm looking for.
I gotta get my
I'm looking for the challenge. That's what I'm looking for. The challenge and the knockout. I'm not looking for no motherfucking groupie in the fan with some pom-poms that I can easily push over. Like, nigga, you just see what I just did, nigga. You got on the bike. Bam, what's the name? Woo! I'm not looking for that.
What are you doing that?
I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for the audience gonna get what they came to look for.
Okay, so if King Pill is out, let me just ask this: are enemies in the conversation?
I'm not fighting no enemy.
So anyone who's an enemy in the
that nigga King Pill in my mother.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I thought he would have been good.
He not my motherfucking enemy. He not my mother.
I wouldn't even ask you to.
He's my fan.
I'm not gonna ask you to fight somebody who's from a hood that you really beef with.
Hey, look, he's my fan, bro. He said it. I watched this thing. He said I used to like him. He's my fan. He's my groupie.
To be fair, I do think he learned a lot from you. I think.
Yeah, I think he did.
In terms of marketing.
I think he did too.
And I don't think he has anything against you. I think he should do.
No.
He's just doing it for the club.
I think he's trying to get on. I think he's trying to get on like everybody else.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to get on like everybody else.
Right.
I think he's trying to get on like everybody else. But that's the point, though.
I'd say you knock him out, put a carrot in his ass, call it a day. Actually, really, honestly, if I'm in your corner, don't shake my hand after that unless you're really gonna do it. Oh my God, you're gonna pull my thumb off. God damn it. Yo. But real talk, like, I want to be in your corner, and then when you win, I want to run up with a bunch of carrots and, like, you know, kind of like motion as if I'm putting them in the person's ass. That's theater. That's a TikTok right there, brother.
You hear me? Hey, you make this motherfucker so you for sure just gonna knock him out.
If you don't knock him out, I'm gonna be so upset because then I'm not gonna be able to get the visual of me with the carrot. And realistically, his corner is probably gonna whoop my ass for even joking about the carrot.
Hey, you hear me up? But you my boy though. But you know I had to come up here. What's the name of it? You know I had to come up here and talk to you. You my boy. Hey, you know what I wanted to tell you too?
Yeah.
Everybody in the motherfucking county talks about you.
Really?
Everybody in the motherfucking county. Everybody in the motherfucking county talk about you.
What do they say?
They be like, is that really your boy? Y'all really boys? Because I be calling you, when I be calling you in there, you know I be calling you. So they be like, it's really your boy that rules. A lot of people at first had certain shit about you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, no, cuz ain't like that. Cuz straight. You know what I'm saying? He's just doing content. Get the number.
Because even with the King Pill stuff, I hit up Lupe right away. I'm like, yo, tell Torres this is all joke. It's all play. Because when I went to New York, I knew that he was going to be out there, but I didn't know that he was going to want to make TikToks about you. But as soon as I heard the idea, I'm like, oh, this is great. Because I know that you know me, and you know, like, what the f do I care? Like, I do with him also. But, like, the idea of us making TikToks challenging you to a fight, it just seemed like a great idea.
No, look, you my boy. Right. You know what I'm saying? We really got, that's how I tell in jail, like, you really my boy. You know what I'm saying?
You are also my friend.
You know what I'm saying? We fuck around. You know what I'm saying?
My best friend.
I tell, like I tell you, I know when you went out there, I know when you see that, you looked at this, and you probably looked at him like, this motherfucker, knock him out. God, I know the first thing popped up in your motherfucking head, numbers, bling, 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 bling. You like, oh, voice about to knock this J-Cat out. We about to be we about to go cash out. I'm about to be counting this motherfucker over him. You dumbass mother college shape bitch. Take your boots back. What you wearing same clothes for 2, 3, 5 months. And get on. And go back. Ooh, I know you was gonna do that. I really probably think that. Did his motherfucking piercing come out of his face? That's
Seriously, I never noticed that.
Yeah, I don't know. You got a piercing. I got something like that.
Here's the thing: is I also kind of imagined this scenario as well. I kind of knew that there was a pretty good chance that you were going to not be into it, but that it would still make for some good content by you saying that you weren't into it.
You my boy.
So if I say to you tomorrow, $50K, you got to fight King Bill. That's a lot of money. For a celebrity boxing thing, that's a lot of money.
That sounds cool, no?
No, really? You're a principled guy.
Yeah, you mean, I'm see, a lot of people around the world and everybody watching this, they like, 50K, take it. Or they take money quick, oh, hurry up and take it. No, they're gonna, it's two different things. It's, you got you, and you gotta have the respect and how you carry yourself. And not that one.
Okay, what if 6 months from now, King Pill is huge? Then it's not going to feel like clout chasing, right? What if he's super famous in 6 months?
Yeah, then he goes, you know what? Then I knock the smoker off.
Boom.
I knocked the smoke around.
King Bill, we have a mission for you. You got to get more famous. You got to get your numbers up. I'll buy you some followers. We're going to pull the wall with his good guys.
And then the nigga got the same clothes on. I look at the nigga, and somebody told me the nigga only got 2,000 followers. I said, come on, bitch. I said, first off, I'm about to, look, I said,
24,000?
Hey, look, you know the first thing I did? I said, I'm about to get the kind of chill, and I gotta hurry up and get back to my boy because he bored and he dealing with smokers now. My boy over here dealing, he got everybody
To be
going.
fair, I've dealt with a lot of smokers over the years. You are the rare non-drug user that I've with.
Okay, so you just saw the clip, but did you know that you can watch this entire
Hell
interview
no.
right now before it's released to the public, uncensored, by becoming a member for just $5 a month? And
I'm
there's a lot
cool.
of other crazy benefits as well.
I'm
So
cool.
Make sure you hit the link down in the description and sign up. Appreciate you.
Say Less Moments TV. Like, comment, subscribe. We out.